How's it going?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, I actually left my apartment to do laundry.
Mm.
Yeah. So I am in my car, and the funny thing is, the other day I had both of my wireless earphones in. I'm driving around, boop, 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 boop. I take them off, and one falls somewhere in my car. So I have one left. I have to find the other one. So I have one in my ear, and the other one.
Uh, yeah, happens with the wifey a lot.
Like, damn it, where'd it go? It's in here somewhere. I'll figure it out. But I just saw that Zach got funded, so I'm glad that worked out.
Yeah, not yet, but I mean, if this is the type of interest he's getting, it's only a matter of time.
Oh, good, good, good. Yeah,
Yeah.
I contacted him and I'm like, well, the good news is that I'm eager to get started. The bad news is I tend to cry and send nude pictures, but yeah.
Hmm.
Anyway. I'm teasing. All right, so I did my share. I'm trying to support Zach.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. Um, I just got off the phone with him. We were just talking.
You sound kind of. What's up?
Oh no, I'm just
What's the deal?
staring at this video. So I sent so I'm doing this commercial and I just got version one approved.
Cool.
So now just finishing it off. Yeah.
All right. Yay. I bet. Oh my gosh, but you still have all those. Do you still have all those classes to edit, or are you done?
Oh yeah. Yeah, taking a mental break.
Yeah, I think that shit will drive you nuts. I mean, this wire here, this wire, and you were there with him, right?
Sorry, with who?
Were you there? Like, did you film it? Like, it's because I can hear your voice on the video. I think. Were you there with him, or were you doing it, or what?
Sorry, you cut out for a sec.
Okay.
I don't know
Oh,
why.
yeah. Well, I'm in my car, so
Okay, okay.
all right. I'll be quiet.
No, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. We're getting a thunderstorm any second, and I'm probably gonna get rained on, but that's okay. Um, I got to get out and get into the laundromat, but I just wanted to say hello, and if I can talk, I will. It's just that I'm bit bopping around, and I thought doing laundry on Monday would be easier, but this place is still pretty crowded. Uh,
I don't like the crowding.
yeah, I didn't realize. All right, well, hmm, I got all my I guess it'll be okay in my car for it. Maybe I'll come back earlier. All right. Anyway, I'm talking to myself. I'm gonna make a decision here. Hold on. Hey, Melody.
Sandra, have you ever been? Well, no, I'm gonna suggest since you're out and about already, cross the MacArthur Bridge. I'm gonna look up the space and see if it's open still. But there's a laundry bar. This has been one of the things, one of the businesses that I've always thought
Really?
of like doing. Yeah, it's
No
literally
kidding.
a
So
laundry bar. It's by
no.
the Lincoln Road Mall, as I told you before, and I think one of the cross streets. It's like in between Meridian.
Oh, I'd love to do that. That
So
sounds fun.
Lincoln Road Mall, go over there. Here, let me look it up. I'm gonna look it up.
A bar and a laundromat? I should have known that that would be possible. I just.
Dude, ever since I mean, when I lived on the, I'm like, why don't I have this business? Everywhere I go, I'm like, I want to open this business. I want to open.
I'll open one with you. I mean, I definitely that would probably do. If you took that to Gloucester City, New Jersey, oh my gosh, it would just be unlimited drunken laundering and
Can you
clothing.
imagine? Okay, and so you're drunk and then you like spill the wine on your clean laundry and then you got to do it again. You imagine how much money they make?
Oh, for sure. It's perfect. That's hilarious. That's really funny.
Uh,
I love it.
okay.
That is the best idea ever.
It's funny
That's
because we
genius.
used to joke about it. My friends and I, and then all of a sudden this thing appeared. I'm like, what? How did they get there before? It was funny.
Yeah, don't you love when that
Yeah,
happens? You have a
you're
great
like, that was
idea
my
and then
idea. No, if many people
yeah,
have this idea. Many people are thinking,
right.
yeah, so funny. But we sure frequent it.
Oh, for sure. Oh, this darn car. Shut up. I gotta find out what it is. I haven't deprogrammed my car from making annoying noises if my seatbelt, but there's a way to do it. I just haven't done it
Oh,
yet.
look, there's a laundromat art space, and that's gonna be that's close to you. That's 59 Northeast and 2nd Street. It's in Lower
Oh,
Haiti. Is that where you're going? Dude,
yeah.
this one's 59 and 2nd. Is that where you're going?
No, I went to the one I usually go to. Like, it's like right around the corner from me,
Mm-hmm.
and it is like jam packed. I'm like, how
Oh,
can it be packed on a Monday?
because
So
it's
I'm gonna
good.
go. I'm gonna try what you're where you're saying, but I'll probably do that like tomorrow morning. But I
Well,
got my laundry in a car, and that's a good thing.
okay, laundry. We're gonna look this up. I think it probably closed. Oh man, we can open a new one.
There you go. I mean,
All
if
right.
the yeah, bar laundromat, that's genius. You know, art area laundromat, also genius.
Yeah, I think it closed.
But what
Oh,
it really needs is art, alcohol, and a laundromat.
that's the one on 59 and 2nd. It says
Oh,
laundromat, art bar, art thing,
oh,
right
I
there where
got
you
you.
are. Go swing by and see if that. Here, I'll give you the address. Hold on.
Yeah, yeah, I'm heading that way. I'm heading northeast. I'm gonna go. Look.
So 59.
Oh, I can't hear. Can you guys hear me?
No, that's Nelson's audio.
Oh, oh. Sorry, Nelson.
What?
I can't hear you.
Hi, Sandra.
Hello, hello. Hmm. All right, gotta hold on, guys.
Check your personal messages, okay?
All right,
Nelson, close your mic, please. Please.
I'm gonna put the mapping for that in. Hold on.
I'll give you the address.
What is it? 59 North. Oh, hold on a second. There we go.
It says,
59.
hold on.
Check
Uh,
personal
it,
messages, okay?
it's 5900 Northeast 2nd Ave.
Oh gosh. Okay.
hmm It's like 10 blocks from you.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
no, not from you. Well, from that Publix. It's on the other side of the Public, on the 2nd Street, 2nd Avenue. But I think the one on the beach closed. Oh, well, then there's room for it.
All right. So here I am going now. Can you hear that?
I don't hear
Can you guys
anything.
hear that?
No.
The map lady's talking to me.
Mm.
So I just don't want you to be bugged by her. All right.
Mike, are you there? No. Okay.
Sorry,
So,
sorry. I was just
oh, you are.
tweeting something. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. No, I was just like, uh I was reading the exciting news. So,
Yeah. So he hasn't got funded, but like because Jason Calacanis, who was early investor in Uber and
yeah.
early investor in Robinhood, is
Yeah.
paying attention. To me, it's just a matter of time.
Yep. Yep.
You
Yep.
know,
Yep. Exactly. The
and
buzz
like
keep the buzz going, right?
yeah, it's here. I'll share with you. And
Keep it growing.
yeah, where is it? So here's some context. So Jason. All right. So Jason recently said, I'm raising my fourth venture capital fund starting this Friday and have elected to do it publicly. if you are an accredited investor or QP, tell me about yourself, and we will invite you to a Zoom call to share our performance plans and strategy. So he's, I'm gonna map this out like sequentially. So today at 11:43 a.m., Jason tweets, "Take responsibility for your career, your life, and your
Yep.
happiness. Make a plan, execute the plan. You have more agency and potential than you think." Now, Zach quote tweets that and says, "There are so many frameworks out there to help make a plan. I prefer the military decision-making process, but whichever you use, execution is key. Take action. Speed and violence of action when cover and concealment no longer available. If you want to know more, reach out." And Jason
What?
responds with one word, which says links with a question mark.
Yeah.
And so Zach responds with the military decision making process. And then I responded with, just my personal testimony. And that's where we are right now.
Yay. That's so exciting.
But you see, like, how simple it is. Like, when people say, "Oh, I need to raise this," or "How do I talk to an investor?" I don't know. Fucking reply to them on Twitter. The money might be there if you have something of substance.
Exactly. You have to
so
have
cool
it.
for him. I feel
Be
like that
ready.
stands out.
Have it full. Yeah. It's like have it
Good news.
have it ready, because it'll come. It'll come. You just gotta be fucking ready. Get yourself
You just have to be ready.
Get yourself
That's
fucking.
right.
That's what in life. That's really how it's been, right? You gotta jump on it. If not, you miss.
If luck is when opportunity meets preparedness, you can get lucky if you're not prepared.
Exactly. Yeah.
So I hope that's the case, because I'm a lot unprepared these days, and it's very uncharacteristic of me. I don't like it. I don't like anyway.
That's why I like hanging out with Zach, because it kind of like makes you take yourself more seriously when you see him taking everything so seriously. Like, fuck. I mean, you know what I mean? You kind of naturally raise the bar, but if you just look at the top, like Jason tweets something out, right?
Yeah.
He's raising his fund. He tweets something out. Zach quote tweets it. He responds. Zach responds. I respond. Now, nothing may happen of it, but I know if Zach had 2 minutes with Jason, he'd be like, "Look, I'm going to make all your startups better, because founder health is founder market fit, product market fucking whatever you want to call it fit." Right? You're investing in a founder, not in a company. So make sure the founder is fucking built as shit. Make them look like that underwater guy. Who's the underwater man with the long hair?
Aquaman.
Yeah. Underwater man. Yeah, make him look like, what's that guy's name?
Jason Momoa.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right? So if all your startups look like Jason Momoa, or at least had the ability to outswim the guy, maybe they could go to deeper waters when it's called for.
Beef it up. Beef it up.
Oh.
Yeah, I could be wrong, but whatever. Just give us 5 of your underperforming startups, and then give us 90 days, or 30 days, or 2 weeks. So actually, I just sent Zach a video of a really, I would call him an entertaining asshole, because he keeps his interview. He keeps his interviews to 15 minutes. And because they're 15 minutes, he just like, "Look, tell me this, tell me this, tell me this, tell me this." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's good, because once he knows all those things, he can really get down to the nitty gritty. Right? And asshole startup interviews. And I was like, "All right, Zach, watch this next." so that if he asks you all of these questions, which we expect him to ask you, you know what the marginal recurring revenue, you know what your churn is, you know what all these startup metrics that they use as shorthand to figure out the napkin math that they do in their head.
Right.
You know, they would call it, what is your like return on capital, your, you know, annual recurring revenue, you know, what does your cap table look like? Are you pre-seed, post-seed? Like, when do you need the funding? Yesterday, you know, why do you need it? You know, asshole startup interviews. I put it to the top. So, yeah, I think if you just know their language, you won't be caught off guard.
Yeah.
I say
You know,
wise thing to not be. Yeah, don't be
yeah,
caught up.
because like when I first started like meeting with these venture capitalists or whatever, I realized they could give a shit about most of the slide deck and want to just, you know, what page are the finances on? Oh, page 6. Okay, thanks. No more
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah.
And it
Money.
would be that start. Yeah, go ahead, Mel.
No, yeah, money, money. Like, let's talk the money.
I have
And
Like,
news from
maybe it's
LA.
because I'm in Toronto too. Like, I'm in Canada, so like we haven't printed as much money, so there's less of it, right?
Yeah, really.
So that it's almost like, you know, we need Silicon Valley to like lose a lot of money to make one Google or one Apple. You know what I mean? Like, you know, Ross Perot funded Steve Jobs when he got fired from Apple. You
yeah.
know,
Really.
so we need those people with a lot of deep pockets to be willing to fail out their ass for one gem.
Right, right, right.
You know,
That's
but
yeah.
you know,
Well, I'm sure it'll work out for Zach. He's very disciplined and smart, so that's cool.
Dan looked up from the typewriter.
Hey, you're
Yes.
back. How you doing?
Dan looked up from the fuselage of his own self, realizing that it is still a planet out there in the internet, and I guess people do stuff out here on the web. What's going on, web? What's still going on with the web? All right, I know y'all want to know stash recovery. I know how you people work. Um, so just out. It's like my first full day out. Uh, home, resting. A lot of things to work on. Everything from the heart stuff. I have this AFib, so heart is at like a X capacity of stuff. Although that's mostly under management. Um, University hospitals, one of the best ones in the country, I guess here, but that means that you got to go through groups to groups to group. So you have like the heart group, the kidney group, liver group, elbow group, jaw group, fever group, and it was just insane. I felt like the first week I got over the viral or whatever it was, although they still couldn't find an answer. Still don't have any answers. Supposed to get some better test results back. The one I'm really afraid of is the uh, cancer diagnosis, which they seem to indicate. But we'll see where that goes. It's everything's nonchalant in the hospital, and it's as if you could get diagnosed, and yeah, we'll just throw you in the queue. But man, that second week there was just super demoralizing, and a lot of downtime in the negative. I think couldn't make any art or anything. Just wasn't. Yeah, people ask me, why didn't you make art? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? I was like, because all I saw was a black cloud and I didn't see any hope. So, like, my prompts were not helpful to me. Every image came out like a wicked clown telling me I was about to die. So I'm like, all right, here's a place where AI art probably is not a good state for you. If you're not in a good state of mind, maybe don't use it. Just amplifies your fears with really good detail. Stable diffusion can do that. Yeah, so getting better, and I don't know what comes around the corner, but right now I'm ordering groceries. I feel like I have to retaste the planet. I don't know what anything tastes like. Uh, I will probably get sense of humor has always been there, but I'll get back to my normal stuff over time. But yeah, I miss you guys, and thanks for all the vibes and prayers and everything you guys send my way. Everybody on here has been awesome with that, and appreciate the Syndicate for doing that. Congrats on the first voice class. Heard that was awesome. I love I love that you got Lagatha in there and other folks, which is good. Folks I didn't think would initially do voices, but that's good. I like that. I like to see them going out and doing that. I'll get to that myself. Talking to Michael a little about when I'll get back to that or create another class. That's the other thing. I got two other friends who want to join me on that quest. But yeah, the plan is to get energy back and address all the needs from the ducks and get myself back to normal. But that is me getting better and really miss you guys. And I'm gonna order some bomb pops here. I'm really into popsicles now. Here's the 5 ways the hospital changed me. One, I understand my father when he said, whatever happens, get the hell out of that building, Dan. Never stay in that building. And now I understand that mostly from like
I lost him. Can you hear him? Was it just me?
oh,
Yeah, I hear.
me.
I hear you.
Sorry,
You're
my headset's
no, you're good.
okay.
You're good.
My headset's kind of
Sandra's on the road.
yeah.
You're good.
But yeah, it's just like hospital can like institutionalize you just by you being there, you know. And I was feeling that in the second day where you sort of get the notion that you're there voluntarily, just waiting for results. And I was like, I can wait for a result at home. So,
But you were in observation as well, weren't you? Like being there,
yeah, I mean,
being
well, the second week I was more of, it was tests. The second week it was like, okay, well, it's not a kidney thing. Okay, well, it's the liver thing. No, liver guys are cool. Well, then, it's the blood culture thing. Blood cultures aren't showing anything. It's just, massive mystery. And you get reinformed on like everything, what happened first, what was the timeline, and you try to go back to, well, I had the fever first, and they're like, well, no, what happened before that? Did you lose weight? I mean, you just get interrogated, right? So, and now your facts are kind of like, look, I was alive, and then I wasn't, and now I'm back, right? That's all I know. Uh, and so, yeah,
So do you have a definitive diagnosis? Are they saying you have cancer?
no, they're not, but they're pointing toward that. So, and I don't know if that's just, I mean, there's a lot of indicators that seem to point that way. Again, I don't know yet. I feel like I don't know what I had. I mean, if anything, the heart AFib thing could have happened first, and it could have triggered all this. That's one big theory. The second is I got hit with some viral, and then that caused the AFib, and then that caused other stuff. Um, I, I don't have answers. I have as many answers as I don't really have any truth, and that's what scares me most about the hospital is that you can be in there and they just sort of spin the wheel of tests. Well, let's try the liver. Let's put some isotopes in his brain. It's just like after a while, I got to be a little, uh, yeah, I just had to get out of there. And so now it's like a three-pronged effort. One is get energy back, get back to what's going on with reality. Two is fix the heart stuff, but the heart doctors don't want to do anything until they understand what brought on all this other stuff. So I'm still working with hematology groups and the screening groups to find out, what I potentially. They took some samples and some biopsies of my lymph nodes, and so I have a feeling they're looking for lymphoma or some form of that. And then there's like a zillion types of that, so you just have to navigate that, I guess. So it's all those pieces together alongside, like, I feel like I have like hospital trauma in the sense that like the nights were the worst, going from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. was just every 2 hours. You just watch the clock, it's on the wall. I can't explain it. All I know is I'm afraid of nights. You know what I mean? And I need I need to almost reorientate things a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm out. Still not as responsive as folks would probably like, but um, and I'm a person of a lot of. I'm not a person that doesn't have a lot to say. Typically, it's all on my shoulder, right? So
Yeah.
I've been humbled in a way where all I can say is, yeah, hey, that's just weird for me. Um, but I'm getting better, and I appreciate all these folks and everyone who's come out for me, and that's hard for me. I didn't really come out to let a lot of folks know or whatnot. I just kind of, even my sister got mad at me for that. She's like, "You could have called me." I'm like, "Pat, I got 6 IVs in me." I mean, I at one point I had 4 different types of antibiotics going into me through 5 IVs, and they couldn't get blood from my arms. It wasn't working, so they had to go through my fingers. And so my fingers are just bruises everywhere. And then finally, the super nurse Allie arrived. She basically saved my life. She's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna tomahawk you in the shoulder there and get some real blood. Like, go for it." She just like, she's a badass nurse. She just like, bam, got stuff. But it's like you get that smell of saline. Oh my God, that's it can make me ill in a second.
Oh.
Anyway, so yeah, I'm getting better. I'm ordering groceries. I'm excited about that. Uh, I'm trying to get back. I don't know what's been going on in the syndicate. It's weird to leave and come back with more followers like than you thought you had before. That's really bizarre. Go into the hospital and I come out with like 300 extra followers. And that's great. Want to get followers? Go to the hospital. So, and then at the same time, it's like I just think about all the little things like, before all this, so big on like energy and thinking about abundance and thinking about, the gifts we have and all these things. And you feel yourself connected to the more, it's like energy and more. And then when this happens, you just get undercut so hard that the only energy you don't know, like the prayers you want to say, you don't know the things you're supposed to say. Luckily I had a priest come in, give me the anointing of the sick, which was great. That was good. But it's like, I don't know how many times I said the rosary. I think I probably said it like 400 times, and then you realize your faith is not as good as it used to be, and I don't know, just everything just gets reshuffled, and and it changes you, I think, a little bit. At least it will for a while until I figure out how to like. I gotta go in and get over my mom's death. That didn't help. A lot of grief there. A lot of blame that I think I threw around between myself and others. And yeah, it's just it all hit, and the hospital was the hardest part. Was really, and I blocked a lot of it out, was the beginning. I wanted to see my primary doctor, and they saw the AFib, and they were like, "Hey, you got to go to the hospital." And I was like, "Okay." And you go to the hospital, and they don't tell you there's no room at the hospital. There's no room in ER, no beds in ER. So you're gonna go to this ER, this AFib, and you're freaking out, and I waited, I don't know, it was 36 hours there in the ER, and my friend, luckily my wife went and found a patient liaison and was like, "Get my husband the fuck out of here! What the hell's going on? He's supposed to be doing X and Y on his heart, and the whole point was to come here and keep it monitored." And so they got me on a gurney, and once I got processed there, but that was just like, I think it's almost like, I don't know how you take people to the hospital when there's no room there. It's like, whoa, we should have been redirected to a hospital that maybe had a bed or two. I think the only reason I got a bed is because a patient liaison guy got me on a gurney and put me in a hallway with like 12 others. And eventually it was like, hey, this guy's got AFib. Oh, shit. You should be monitored. Yeah, how long has he had that here? 12 hours. I mean, it's just like cluster. So, and then, then you're on the heart floor, and heart docs kind of get me under control, but then they basically hand off to the kidney doc, who hands off to the liver doc, who hands off to there's no one person really in charge of you, which sucks. And that was a heart team. Like, I'm under the primary care of the heart team, but they had me like squared away and sorted within the first 48 hours. Got me on the right drugs to sort of keep the heart, and everybody wants to explain to you over and over what's going on, so like, here's your heart, see this squish here, see this piece here, that's you freaking out, that's you only having 20% of your heart. What's that feel like, sir? Well, first of all, it feels like fuck you, and you can get out of my fucking face. I'm just like, there was a lot of that where I was really and then you had like the nurses that wanted to be docs to come in and tell you what they thought the diagnosis would be. So I'm like, hey man, maybe you should leave that for somebody else. It's just, and I could tell during the second week it was they had no idea what was causing the fever broke, so that was good, but they had no idea. It was just, like each team sort of trying to. It's like they're in charge of their organ. You know what I mean? Like the kidney guys are like, well, the kidney numbers aren't great, but he's making a lot of urine, so we're happy. And the liver team is like, well, we don't really have anything specific to look at, but you used to drink a lot, right? I'm like, well, I made tinky drinks and I don't drink anymore. Yeah, but when you drank a ton, didn't you? Like, you know what I mean? It's like that kind of stuff. Like, no, I mean, was it 3, 4, or 5 drinks tonight? You're a big guy. You probably fucked up all the time. It's like you start getting, profiled or something, and
Well, they want to file you away. They want to be like, okay, well, he was a previous heavy drinker, so therefore he's
yeah,
probably this. Goodbye.
yeah, exactly. And then, and the Indian docs were hilarious. The guys, the kidney and the liver guys were two, just like Tibetan Indian kind of like super monk guys who were like, this fits the timeline. They kept on telling me like, this plus this plus this, it fits. And another guy was like, you are super young. Whatever you have, you will get over it. I'm like, okay, thanks. It's random.
Sound
But
Obviously, I'm not a doctor, but I handled a lot of med mal defense cases. Sounds like a UTI that's seeded somewhere and turned into had like a cascade effect. But I guess you'll find out.
yeah, I don't know. But now it's just like, get strength back, tune into the business. Put a lot of things in play before I left, so I'm happy that they worked out. Um, I think I'm too worried about that. I worry about my contribution this month, because this month is like a complete waste. And then, family reunion coming up at the end of the month, and I'm gonna, like, I don't know, wave from a chair. Hey, have a great time. I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to I want to eat pineapple and have some al pastor tacos and get to know the food groups again. I'm really excited about blackberries. I'm ordering some now. All right, that's enough of my ramble. Love all of you people, by the way. You're all super talented.
I'm just glad you're okay, Dan.
I know, man.
Brother.
Three, man. It's good to see you, dude. I like getting back to our meditations. I feel like my meditations may be really grounded on just being alive. I don't. I still have a long road to go through. Of stuff, but my wife has been amazing. Family's been good, and I've grown up a lot in the process, just maturity wise, and I don't know. I think this makes me think of my father when he was always so adamant about getting out of the hospital. Sometimes, even when I thought, he should still be in there. And now I understand just the ruthlessness of that. And he was much more extreme. Um, my sister really wanted to come in there, and she wanted to just order everybody around because she kind of took care of mom and dad toward the end, and we had to fight her off on that a little bit because she's demanding she'll want to go in and solve everything, and I couldn't let her do it, so I had to, because it was just, and one, I didn't want her to go down that path again, because a lot of it didn't change. You know what I mean? Sometimes uh, bad reputation for Rockwell is this infinite pursuit of notion of perfection that will never change the outcome. You know what I mean? Like you organize the care, but in the end, it was still in someone else's hands. So I don't know, man. This is the time to reflect and write. I'm doing like an audio journal now, where I just trying to get a lot of this stuff out, because that's how I healed myself before. I used to record, here's what's going on. This is what's going on in my life. Here's how I'm feeling. I got to get that stuff out there. Got to talk to people. It's part of my spirit to be connected to others, and so I'll be returning to that, and I'll try to bring the wit and some of the humor back. I got a couple of voices. I was doing the Jewish lady for a while in the hospital. I had a really nice nurse. It was Gabby, and she was sarcastic and just laughed just about anything. And I don't know, this is like after my fever broke. I was like stuck in character for like 6 hours, and so they kept on bringing nurses by. Hello, how you doing? It was good to see you. How you doing? I'm the resident Jew here. Anyone else on the floor is Jewish? It was just.
I
So,
like the idea that you could get better service by speaking to the nurse in their native tongue.
yeah, right. Exactly.
Right? You just learn a bit of Spanish, a bit of Tagalog, and you're
Yeah.
nice.
And another crazy twist of events is one of our good friends was also on the same floor. Mark, Leslie. Leslie has a pacemaker, and she has heart issues, and she was up there, and I was feeling bad, but hearing Mark talk about what's going on with Leslie, and congestive heart failure, and whether or not she'll pass tonight or pass tomorrow, and that was just really, and I think she didn't pass. That's good. She recovered, but it was just like you're in a place of death. You know what I mean? And and it's routine for a lot of the folks there to do X, Y, Z. But for me, trying to cram myself into the bathroom with 4 IVs, and you know what I mean, and the beeping. Oh my God, I had a crazy dream that the IV beep machine would beep all the time, and it would just never let you fucking sleep, and it was just constant. And I dreamt of a movie called Beep, where basically like a bunch of patients and nurses go find the guy that created that noise for the machine, and they hunt him down in Boston. And they take him to Vegas and they kill him mafia style. I was that angry about that. the alarms, EKG alarms. Oh man, just man, nuts. So
One of the things we noticed is that um, we didn't realize how big of a role that you played in helping us manage trolls, but we didn't realize that like after someone would talk for a long time, you would just start taking their idea or premise into a story and would just keep talking until they gave up. Which only takes about 6 or 7 seconds sometimes at the most,
yeah.
right? But it's just like, oh, like, how come there's oh yeah, fucking Dan. Dan, come back. We have dragons to slay. 1 through 17, they're on the Excel spreadsheet. We've organized lunches and breaks in between.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Come back, check on the syndicate. It's up to like 27 people in the chat, and a lot of new faces, and a lot of people stepping up and just doing what the syndicate does, which is just this a loose group of like-minded individuals that step out of the shadow every once in a while and help each other out. It's not like there's a credo to it.
So here's the latest. So, Jason Calacanis, the investor.
Oh yeah, was that talking to Zach?
Yeah, you saw that, right? So Jason tweets something. So I tried to put it sequentially at the top. So Jason tweets, Zach quote tweets, um, uh, and then Jason responds with a question, Zach answers, and then I comment. And actually, I should add this now. There was someone who wrote a thread about Win the War back in March, and it got like no attention, like zero. I'm talking about like not even a like, nothing. And I'm like, yo, this guy wrote like a whole thread, and nobody paid even a bit of attention. One of the best decisions I made was hiring Win the War, an active duty Army accountability coach. They've taught me a ton, but the best by far is the COA Dev, or Course of Action Development, the Army's framework for eliminating anxiety and creating options when making hard decisions. So it's like, now that he's being able to attract that attention, you can be like, whether it's Jason or Basin or Nason, someone's gonna clue in. And Jason's raising a fund.
That's
as a-
that's a great connection. I mean, and it's also just a good um, experience. You just need to bounce off. And Jason, Jason is definitely a Twitter person. He's a guy who's generated his following and built his, different platforms and tools. I use his Inside platform. He's good on information capture, and he's always sort of working on the hub of things. Does he records some podcasts every day,
Mhm.
regardless rain or shine.
I just think
You
it's
know,
interesting that you could seek out whatever venture capitalists you wanted and just start
yeah,
interacting with them in the replies. And if you say
yeah,
something useful, maybe they reply back. And if they reply back, that's like better than 99.9% of people who want to talk to that person in real life.
yeah.
It's like, to me, Twitter is like a way to email people.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people, it's a more distilled. You got to get to the point on what you're going to say. So um, it's a
Bottom
great,
line up front,
yeah,
I guess, yeah.
yeah, yeah, exactly. Bottom line up front, which is, it's kind of funny is that we should work on, Dan, your stupid projects. You just got out of the hospital. Shut the fuck up. But, but
Yeah,
but
I was
they
gonna be
said,
like, have you touched Wombo? When's the first time you started playing with Wombo? Like, okay, so think about this idea. So check this out.
yeah,
So what KC's been doing, because he's such a nice guy, is he's been looking at popular NFT projects, and he'll take
yeah,
the image and fucking remix them with Wombo, and the remixes look better than the originals. And so we're
yeah,
thinking about like, what if you wrapped like a business model around, I'll make your shit better.
yeah. And
So,
did
oh,
Peter sell a
yes, he did. Yeah, the auction
Nice.
worked. So we know
Mm.
that sales can be made, whether it's KC doing it or Peter doing it. You know what I mean? If you can afford Pete, right? Pete doesn't come cheap. Unless you get his heart involved, and his heart is spoken for by Elizabeth. So, that ship is sailed.
Oh boy. Oh
Yeah.
boy. That's yeah. Was that Peter and Elizabeth already hooked up? That's pretty awesome. I've been waiting for the
I'm
syndicate,
in here.
bays.
The transaction has yet to confirm. It's still in the mempool.
That
Hi, Dan.
pre-transactional. Hey, how you doing?
I'm
Good
good.
to
How
hear
are
from you.
you?
I've been better.
Yeah, I was
I've
worried
been
about
better.
you.
I know. I'm a big guy. I think next time I'd rather sacrifice something else, versus my sanity going to the hospital. And of course, it's funny. My wife's
Wait,
one of
that
my
implies you had your sanity before you went in there, Dan. Let's be real.
one of my wife's
I
best
hope he
friends
didn't gain
is a
any
super nurse.
sanity in the hospital. I hope he was, you know what I mean?
No, I know there's a lot of people now that are like, I'm Dublin. You live in Dublin. All right, we'll go and check you out. We'll find you there. There's a lot of people surprised. It's interesting. The hospital either gets a lot of people from really outside of Columbus or really close, I guess, or something. So it's kind of
Yo,
interesting. But
I saw that Intel is building like a $20 billion fucking
oh yeah, $20
was
billion plant. Biden just
yeah.
flew into town, cut the ground
Uh-huh.
on it.
Like the
Yeah,
more precarious it gets in Taiwan, the more they need to have that shit working yesterday.
yeah, it's all happening too. That's the crazy thing is I know the market, dropped off like a massive amount, but it's just it's weird. I've been looking at that's like I feel like that's like might be my new thing to mess with. I used to be really good at stocks, I don't know, in the late 90s, and then I just got bored of it. But I kind of want
This is the time to
to
invest.
explore.
Everything's on
Yeah,
sale,
yeah,
right?
a lot of stuff is for sure,
I was
and it's
talking to
interesting
Ahmed.
to
Yeah,
watch
go
the
ahead.
who's buying what. Yeah,
I was talking to Ahmed, and he's like, "You're not thinking far enough." I'm like, "What do you mean?" Right? And this is like maybe a month ago and 2 months ago. He says, "Okay, so if you're building startups, then your end game is selling at the top of the next bull run." I'm like, "Fuck off. That's actually not a bad idea." All right, so I'm going to adopt that paradigm from now on. We're building things to be sold at the top of the next or the next or the next or the next bull run.
yeah. Well, I mean, you're seeing like the Figma acquisition from Adobe. That's a big
Uh-huh.
and M&A activity. It's usually that kind of M&A activity is real strong. I mean, and the VCs are going to make a ton on that, $20 billion freaking exit for that thing. And we still, Apple didn't announce their glasses just yet, but I know that's happening next
That's a
year. So
foregone people like talk about
yeah,
that. That's a foregone I just tell people like if you know it's coming down the pipe, then just make sure you're building with it in mind because eventually it's going to be here. And if you try to build it when it's here, it's fucking 18 months too late anyways.
exactly. Yeah, and I don't think people are putting the pricing the AI into it. Not enough of that. I mean, in
Mm.
fact, right now would be the time to really price in the AI. Now you got big,
Well,
giant, massive sell-off. It's
like
just,
did you see deepmotion.com? Deep motion is motion capture without all the sensors using your
oh yeah,
webcam. So
yep,
I'm doing these courses which is a lot of hands-on work. And I'm like, wait a minute. So you're saying if I take the video that I have right now, that's like Web 2 e-learning, and I use deep motion, I can get the hand movements? And then I can change the hand from a guy's to a girl's to a cartoons? Whoa. Like, it's
yeah,
already here. Time is slow. You know what I mean? That's how I
yeah,
feel. It's already here. Like we
yeah.
wake up. Like I just looked up. I was on LinkedIn. Imagine there's still interesting things on LinkedIn. So I go to LinkedIn and somebody says, "Oh, they launched Disco Stable Diffusion, Peter's fucking animation machine, to be used natively on your Mac." Oh, really? You know what I mean? Like, oh, I just click on this and it downloads, and now I'm like Peter using this M2. So it's like, man, we can't even predict what they're going to have. The last thing I saw was text to video. What the fuck you mean? There's text to video. You know?
There's and what I love is it's still on the experimental side, but I know the fashion brands are just gonna go nuts with the wearable NFT clothing type stuff, which is already it's like it's already beyond the can we do it? Yes, we can. So now it's in the refinement of what's the best medium? T-shirts, shoes,
Yeah, you shared the article about
different.
how Nike's digital store was
Yeah, I mean,
doing really, really, really well. And it was like
insane.
quiet. Nobody recognizes it. But if you look at the money they made from their digital storefront, it's not insignificant.
It's not, and the thing is that it's not, it's not cascading from the mainstream yet. The minute it starts cascading from the mainstream, it's going to be interesting. What will be really interesting to see is like how well, like there's, if the market stays flat for a while, meaning Wall Street's having its panic there, and whether or not how well the crypto market will mirror it, or will the crypto market basically jump on the side of where the momentum is in terms of new brands coming out, because these new brands need crypto. It's they need that mechanism. They already see the viral. They're, you know what I mean? It's like it's weird to see them not use it. So you just either feel a build up, but you also need a bunch of creators, right? So that's why you're gonna get these glasses. Google's just started testing their AR glasses. I just started getting back into that side of the news just to follow up on, like what what's happened in four
I saw
weeks.
this. You ever
Lot.
watch Dan Carlin's Hardcore History?
I've heard of that. No, what
You've
is
heard
it?
of it, right? So it's a super duper, it's probably the place where most people get their history education at this point. Because it's a really engrossing podcast by this guy who used to be a beat journalist on the crime beat for like an LA newspaper. So we just saw so anyways, I was it California? No, I'm mixing him up with a guy, David Simon from The Wire, but he did the same thing in the East Coast. Anyways, he does this podcast, Hardcore History, super popular, right? Super, super, super popular. Like 4 hours. Like imagine somebody narrating 30 hours on the rise and fall of Genghis Khan and the Mongol hordes as they travel across Iran and Russia. It's crazy. So what they did is they paired his voice with a VR experience of what it was like to be in Passchendaele in the muddy trenches while everything's hell on earth. Hey Pete.
Oh,
So yeah, so they had that, and so they have this VR experience where you put on the glasses and you're hearing this guy narrate you through, and all you're feeling is these bombardments as you're deep below a trench, and it's just like imagine if you're getting bothered by this for 30 seconds, imagine this is happening for years, right? Or at least
yeah.
months, and you're on the front lines. Imagine how you would come back. And so, like, I'm seeing what's happening is they're taking lectures, and they're taking those lectures, and then they're wrapping the experience that visualizes and auditorily recreate, because it's almost like the lesson is less a lesson, but now a narration.
I mean, experiential narration that you
Right?
basically,
It's an experiential,
yeah,
yeah. So
yeah,
that's
so you
where we
sort of
are right now.
absorb as you go. Yeah, man, that's, think of stories. I can't but think a lot about the Ukraine war news, because members of our team that were there, and we have three members, and
What city?
they were in Kiev.
Wow.
And he got, two of the guys got their families out, and they got out, and then one guy had to, walk through these forests that there's, showing these forests now on TV, these mass
And you see
graves.
the mass
Yeah,
graves, yeah.
yeah. Now, lucky he got out, like, he's been, it's been a couple months now because he got out, but I just, I, it's just terrified of, the stories that he talks about now, where the kids, if they slam a car door or whatever, all the kids, they're all they all have PTSD from the bombs and being shelled. Kids don't like to go to school unless they're in a really big group because they don't feel the school is safe, church isn't safe. Like, it's just these kids are fucked up for a stupid fucking war, and and then I hear about the torture. They pulled off the fingernails of all these mass grave, and I can't believe that. I'm like, we're in the year 2022. Who does that? Who tortures?
They
In this day and age where everything
yeah.
is so traceable, how did that come to be? Like, how
It,
how are these people still on the planet? How do you justify that? You know what I
in
mean?
that hardcore history episode, Dan Carlin talks about the fact that the Mongols used to really treat people badly because it would convince other people to give up when they heard what happened.
Yeah,
And I guess that didn't work,
but
or at least it
yeah,
hasn't worked yet as much as they wanted it to.
yeah. And it's the other thing is you see the opposite side on, like, yeah, we see a lot of aid going into the Ukraine war and the Allies doing X and Y, but what we don't see is what we see on the, like, on the technology commercialization side. Ukraine is like basically a field day of weapons testing. What do you want to test? You know what I mean? It advances our agenda to let them have a war. You know what I mean? Which sucks because it for as much as Ukraine can fight this war, all the things that we wanted to test in America that we didn't have the right use case for. Oh, there's a war over there. We go and test them over there, and improve them. All those things. A lot of that right now is it's really accelerating here by the Air Force Base. And I think it's okay, but I know people are going to freak out about it, which is going to be the drone, urban drone intercepting, which is basically drones go to the center of a crime scene before cops get there. And, just like we see in the movies, Minority Report and everything else, they're assessing the situation and gathering the information. But and you look at that and go, wow, what did they do to figure that shit out? Well, they went to the fucking Ukraine war and did a lot of that shit there.
Yeah,
It was
it,
open field day testing ground.
in the VR episode, Dan talks about like how even to this day, it's toxic for you to go to those places where they tested out those chemical weapons.
Yeah,
Even now, like now, almost 100 years later.
and Ukraine is like the breadbasket of fucking Europe. So it's
Yes,
like
yeah, exactly. It's like
it's all
the grain
farming
version
and
of fresh water.
yeah.
Yeah,
So I don't know. It's good. That's what sucks. I think too when the hospital you turn on the news and it's like, all right, the Queen died. And that's a drag.
Guess what?
Um, but then at the same time, it's like it's just the same shit. Trump can still get away with just about anything. It seems like he's never going to be held accountable.
Yeah.
Um,
But guess what?
and some of that seems like it's by design too. But
We designed Milf Hunter, which is
oh
NFT.
yeah, Sandra tell yeah.
So there is light in this world because we came up with NFTs. I'd like to fuck.
oh, that's right. You came up with the NILFs. That's nice. You guys should have trademarked that too.
Yeah, we might. But it's just basically it'll have a top five, a podcast, and analytics. That's will be a subscription service, and also part of the site will be dedicated to buying safely what projects are, not rugs and things like that. So I'm
Oh,
working
very
on it.
cool. Very cool.
Penelope's involved as well, so it's cool. And Ryan. Yeah.
We also did the first class on Saturday. It looks like you're getting right well just as we're getting into the swing of things. So I think it's good timing.
Yeah, I think I look forward to hearing different takes and characters especially Lagatha. I'm really concerned about her character voice, just how ruthless it could be. Like, I know that she's got like a ruthless mean girl side, but then, she's got like the nice girl side. So curious about those character voices. I know
Well,
Sandra can do a full range of good to evil.
my favorite
Melanie as
part is
well.
my favorite part is Sandra slating. Every time Sandra slates, it's like a new like crazy story. But it's like it's
I can
tight.
see
It's
it.
like a good 75 seconds of just like glory.
Oh, thank you.
You should bring out the jersey, the X jersey.
Yeah, it was actually a story about you mind slating again, Sandra? And like I really liked it.
Oh, okay. Let me see if I can remember. Okay. Hello, my name is Sandra Ware, and I am represented by the Infinity Forge. And I recently moved from New Jersey to Miami, and I found out, oh my God, like people like actually pump their own gas here in Florida. What's that about? I mean, I am trying to figure out how to do this. I'm terrible at it. And most of the time, my gas cap is like just hanging out in my car as I drive down the road because I've never had to pump my own gas before. In New Jersey, you don't have to do that. And next time we'll talk about the maniacal clown that will laugh at you from some video in the gas station while you're pumping your own gas. Hope to see you soon. I'm Sandra Ware signing off.
Sandra, did you see
Nice.
all of the stickers on the gas pumps that have like arrows pointing at the gas prices and it's like Biden did this? Vote for
I have
Trump.
not seen, I have not seen that in Florida, and I'm surprised. I would have expected to see it, literally, yes. But no, I haven't. Kind of disappointing. I want to deface things. I hate those gas pumps. I smell like gas when I'm done. It just makes me angry. And half the time the pump is laughing at me and trying to give me news and songs, and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? Anyway, it's very strange to me.
I wish they would be using technology for like useful purposes across the board because what I'm seeing right now is all of these companies are creating their own kind of technologies, and the way that they differentiate it is by exclusivity. So you have to be a part of this to be able to access it, like Apple's entire network, for example. So accessibility has been a really big issue because people have different technology to be able to access, and now every company is a tech company that is producing their own kind of services, and you as an individual have to decide like which is the best video conferencing, which is the best search engine, which is the best products, across the board. But there's so much great use, and so the M&As are just basically like big companies are able to purchase other companies. Small startups or small businesses are never going to be able to survive in this kind of way. I feel like people are just competing with funding, and it's actual efficiency and accessibility require humans to kind of like cause the machines and the humans to play together to be able to do these kind of things. And just listening to, like, for example, this war, there is geo spotting technology or geofencing technology here in Miami, where we hear the mayor, city of Miami mayor, talking about it and how they are using it. I do not actually see it employed, but geospotting technology actually shows you all of the takes the police and stuff to the area in which all of the bullets are being fired, for example, which allows law enforcement to respond a lot quicker to that atrocity, for example. So like geofencing. And I also saw something really cool about how rats, for example, were used to go through the landmines, to be able to understand in Afghanistan, for example, in the poppy seeds, they used a lot of animals also within, to understand the way things are. I know at American Airlines Arena here in Miami, we had dogs that were sniffing COVID at one point last year when the base basketball players all started very worried about COVID, right? So they started the season and they had dogs there at the American Airlines Arena kind of sniffing out what it was or not, and was able to detect it. So I'm really, really curious to see how these big companies are going to increase accessibility, because I don't know if everyone realizes it. I mean, differentiation is up until one point, but if people can't access it, then there's less consumers for you that are paying or participating in your product. So having like a free version and then an update, if you want to access, is the best across the board. And I'm finding
Well, this is exactly why we have MILF Hunter, because they're NFTs that like to fuck, and they have nothing to do with reality. They're totally digital. You can do whatever you want with them, including fuck. So that's why a bunch of us thought that would be a great project to push off someday at the top of the market. Sell it and live happily ever after, not have to worry about all this stuff, because it's literally not fucking real.
It's not real. We're all just in a snow globe essentially right now. Like, there's people are dying literally every day. And if you have a space, the irony of all of this is that there's so much amazing evidence that indicates that dialogue is the solution for warfare and all of this stuff, because when you're actually discussing like why we're all in these problems, we realize that we're all against like the same things, that we need to rely on one another so that we don't die, essentially. Like humanity
Not the
has.
reptilians. Not the
What was that?
reptilians. Not the reptilians. They
Exactly.
look like
I mean,
people, but they're not.
I'm kind of just talking to you so that you don't see the dudes creeping up from behind. Just keep you busy with the talking so that you don't see the infantry.
This is just one big filibuster that is occurring.
Yeah.
It's essentially
Yes.
I'm like seeing fake philanthropy everywhere. I hate that word, but I
Yes.
truly believe, like, I don't
Yes.
understand, like, social entrepreneurship,
I
like,
like it.
is entrepreneurship. Like,
Seriously.
sustainability is inevitable. Like, companies that don't recognize that it's not, like, the public sector is now the economy, luxury is dead. You're really needing to internationalize and reach other humans that are across the world. And the irony of all of this is, like, the 5 most, like, antisocial people on the planet own all of the social networks. And
That's
they
a
just
good one.
purchase
That's
them.
true.
Yeah,
But I mean,
Victoria's Secrets from Ohio.
It's
I'm
funny
sorry.
because it's like all of us are trying to. We have used to use social media like at the very first time when Facebook was started. It was attached to academia, right? So it forced you to be interested in learning or have like some sort of community, which I thought was genius at the time. But then they got greedy and they were like, okay, let's create our own platform. So now the problem is, yeah, all of these platforms are free, but we are now metadata. We are metadata. They are not allowing us to pay, even though our phones are our wallets. The funny thing about all of this, right? So you're using your phone, you're forced to create your life and manage your digital persona, and you're forced to use every single platform, because if not, you're not reaching the same audiences. Like, they're all different audiences and you all have your own technology, but the simplicity of it. And so it keeps us talking separately and divided. And out of all of these platforms, I like Twitter the best because it forces strategy. It forces you to say a certain amount of words and do this stuff. And I find that all of them, a lot of academia and people, and it's connected to the LinkedIn, right? This ability to talk and have this access. But even then, you truly have to have the right cell phone and the right service and the right tools. And then there's this sense of like coded bias because it's based on pay to play. So you pay money and then yours is going to go at the top, right? More people are going to access it. But how can you determine that these are the right people that are going to access it? And how can they, once they access it, utilize it themselves, right? Everyone is so separated, and even the best tech geniuses across the board, I'm finding they're so niche that they're not recognizing like we're humans. and it's nothing like, don't, like, if I leave a Twitter space area, for example, for a while and I have to manage my own life like regularly,
Yeah, right
people
now,
can't
too.
start assuming, right? Oh, what, she's not responding or all this stuff. So I'd love to hear what you all are
Always
chiming in. What's going on?
Are you? Could you jump in real quick? You had your hand up.
Raucous. Then
Rock-
basically,
Raucous,
Yeah,
so
Rock
you
is-
myself, yep.
Oh, I was just going to chime in on you don't hear too much about the Internet of Things anymore. It used to be, it was trending a few years ago, but you do see it, you know. It's moving very fast.
yeah. I mean, they call it machine-to-machine telemetry now. It's not as sexy.
Exactly. And it's not really on the radar, right? But it's moving very, very quickly. I've worked with just I guess my thing is, I'm kind of getting scatterbrained, but my thing is that we don't understand, or we don't, we're the product. You're the product. They should be paying you, but you can know that, but to act on it is completely different. If everyone put their mobile device down, I'd be out of a job. I say that all the time and I laugh, but what's the likelihood of that happening? You know what I mean? I don't think we see the power that we have as users, and that's a term I use in my meetings a lot, is users, and people don't like that term in leadership, but it's like that's what you are.
But what is going on with customer service? Like, I don't understand. You're absolutely right. Userability and data portability and efficiency are like the most important thing that every company needs to be focusing on. But what we saw is this huge outsourcing before all of this, where they're like, let's just pay people outside cheaper to pick up phones and do IT and customer service and all of this stuff, right? But there used to be the ability for cost benefit analysis to occur as a consumer. You could go to your location, build relationships with the human that is at the center of that company, which we have like completely disappeared altogether. But right now, there's not this sense of how can we all be able to eventually like invest in this company for reasoning. But the userability piece has like just customer service is now, please download the app and figure out your own problem. Basically, solve your own problem, get all of these automated things. And it's just like, I need to speak to a human, one human being that can resolve all of my concerns in all service areas. Please do not send me to a human that you're outsourcing to another area, which is clearly realizing they don't have authority to do anything internally or externally. So they're like, they transfer you to another person. And then you get a survey request from that company questioning that person that you spoke to about all of this. How did they solve your problems? Well, it's not about that person. It has nothing to do with that human being who you did not give authorization to actually be able to solve all of my problems because they were in collections, for example, instead of like foreign exchange or another area of the banking situation, right? If you're an employee, these companies really need to invest in not only their employees, but also the customers, the
Well,
consumers as well.
maybe they could hire you because you're such an amazing speaker. You just seem to go on and on. Mike, did you have a question? Do you want to
Oh no, I
chime
want to
in?
hear from KC.
Okay, got you.
Hello. I hope you guys are having a good day. This is awesome. Love the conversation. And before I respond to this, I got to say, what's up, Dan? Welcome back, Dan. Welcome back. Yes, let the narration continue.
Dan was at the porta potty, everybody.
Oh, automation of customer service. We're going to be talking about Loan Snap and Bacon Protocol in a couple days, which, if you don't know, is a fully automated mortgage application and underwriting scenario. And I think the point to all of this is that we're on the cutting edge of something new. So we're going to be going through growing pains where you're going to be shuffled around from one customer service agent to the next because they have to outsource it to get you the interest rate that you're demanding as a customer. And that process is in the evolution. So it's growing and getting better, but it has to go through a lot of experiences to get there. So you're not wrong, but I hope you keep in mind that this is only the start of the journey.
I was just going to say that risk cannot be destroyed. Risk can only be transformed, right? So if there is risk here, then it is a risk for us to transform. One of the ways that I think we can transform this risk is to make sure that we use the platforms as much as the platforms use us, if not more so. So if you look at the top, you can look at Zach, founder of Win the War coaching service. He's friendly to the syndicate and has been an integral part in kind of helping me transition from doer of things to the manager of people who do things. And you can see Jason Calacanis, one of the most successful VC founders on the planet, talking about raising a fund and then tweeting something out. And Zach quote tweets it. And Jason replies with a question. And so, if you look at Mohit said that content isn't king, connection is. And so if you can use your presence here to connect with the people you need, then you can use the platform instead of the platform just using you. And then if you want to exit after you get what you want, hey, shut down the account. Ciao, you got what you wanted. Raucous.
I didn't want to dismiss the frustration in Lisa's and her concerns, you're totally right. But what you have to, and then what I had to understand is, so I never used what is the Amazon. I didn't like Amazon pre-pandemic. I wanted to go into the store, but because of the pandemic, my wife and I were forced to order more on Amazon. It made it easier to take our stuff back to Kohl's. Now we love Amazon. Don't even want to go in the store now, and that's been like 2 years. A lot of things were ready to go, packaged over time. But what the pandemic did is accelerated all of these goodies, for lack of a better term, and put them in a basket. I mean, and it just exploded onto the scene. And some of it did not. There's a lot of things that Apple is still holding back. But a lot of things was just waiting. And to Casey's point, it's going to be a very frustrating time. It's going to take a lot of patience. And you're going to have to understand the noise and the signals. There's a huge difference. Everyone's trying to get their toy box out in front of everyone. So you have to navigate through the noise and the signal. But I understand your frustration. I completely get it. We went to the mall this weekend, and I was ready to go home after a half hour. I was like, I can order this online, but I wasn't that way pre-pandemic, 2008. I just wasn't. So I don't want to dismiss your concerns and your frustrations. I completely understand, and I'm with you. But I also understand that these guys, these companies, you're not going to put the toothpaste back in the tube. It's out. Just have to adapt.
It's inevitable, like you said, right? We have to adapt, right? So these things are changing, and the future is digital, right? Every company is requiring it because we have shifted from paper to digital. But what I have seen how the companies, at least something beneficial, and in which the companies have adapted, is that previously their real focus were personal accounts and mostly business accounts. Business accounts really mattered because, you have more authority depending on the company. It really depends on the company, what type of account you have. And I had to do this with the nonprofit account under Superhero Leadership Academy, where I had to work with these companies like Zoom and Google and Microsoft and determine what's the best account type for us, right? So what I have seen is that companies are transitioning from just simply like business account and personal accounts and investing a lot more. For example, Google is a great example. Google has government, they have business accounts, personal accounts, education, classroom accounts, and also nonprofit accounts, right? So now I have to decide which is the best for me as a nonprofit because but if I'm a school, for example, or what is the best, account type for you? You have a Verizon, for example, that has government accounts, business accounts, personal, and the government are the nonprofit, like community part of it, right? And so each of the companies, I really feel, is shifting a lot towards more education. So a lot of schools and instead of just focusing on businesses, they're focusing on government, business, education, personal, and these different account types so that it is more useful. And you're right that it is, we just have to adapt to it and stuff. But that's where I think that there needs to be an investment, not so much on the technology, the apps themselves to have these automated responses, but at least an investment in certain individuals or leadership development or talent that can train the employees or provide them with what they need at least to resolve their problem. And if they can't, then properly refer them to the right group, because you used to have a way to check it back. Like I would be able to call a corporate headquarter office location and say, hey, this is the situation I'm facing. I was not able to resolve it. What is your leadership team? Like there used to be loyalty teams that cared about retaining you as a consumer. But I feel like everything has transitioned so much where it's so competitive that you can't you can't keep up, right? There's just so many different products and services across the board, and you have to sit down and do some cost benefit analysis in the industry and area before truly making a decision. Go ahead, Casey.
I wonder if absolutism kind of plays a hand here. We want this absolute one way or absolute the other way. And instead of taking a moderated approach and looking at proper fit and usage, it's I need it now, I need it the cheapest, I need it the fastest, it's got to be perfect right now. But then you go back on the other side of it and you look at the good old boy system of being able to walk down to your bank and make that relationship. And the problem comes up that those relationships end up breaking the rules because you got the good old boy system. So each side has, there's no perfect answer.
The
So
relationship breaks it because, like you said, that's brilliant. It's so crazy because it's like when you start to build the relationship and try to do it like good business, you're right. You're hurt from the situation. You could be fired from your job, right, from going beyond your scope or getting
this
more.
This is why mortgaging has what's your ethnicity, race, this is why your marital status is on the application. This is why. Okay, it's so weird because it's
What do you
actually
present? You present your 23andMe and be like, this is exactly how much discount I am deserved.
The messed up thing is that would be like better.
Oh, I love it. You mean I can monetize every inch of my brown skin? What the fuck?
Yeah,
what are we
your
waiting on?
DNA is money. Your
Fucking
DNA
awesome.
is money.
It's
Finally
actually
a purpose
the
for
opposite, isn't it?
23andMe.
Well, you look at what's going on with federal and state subsidies. I know, right? Look at what's happening with federal and state subsidies for minorities. Look at the Bank of America minority zero down product. Look at, there's all of these things out there that are geared. There's a lot of money going into that. Do you want to take advantage of that or no? It's your call.
Oh my gosh, you're absolutely true. You're right. It's funny because literally what they need to focus us on is income levels per household in zip codes that you live or go to
No.
school in. Literally, well, because when you put all of those things, there's a
You
book called
just
Weapons
took
of.
every self-employed person and put them in the gutter.
Well, no,
because the income is derived off the taxable income, and all the self-employed people are getting as much tax breaks as possible. So maybe they're making $150,000 a year, but they're paying taxes on 30, so they're technically.
Well, if you look at the census tracts, government gives you all of those areas anyways that has the income. That's what I'm talking about. So like the students on free and reduced lunch, Title I schools, free. So I don't even have to show that. I can just show, look, all my kids are on free and reduced lunch. They are below the poverty level of 100%, across the board for this. But I wanted to share an example there's a book called Weapons of Math Destruction. I remember this actual mortgage. She was in financial sector. And then she left it because she realized that the numbers are literally being used for the crime rates, for everything across the board, to create this bias that makes it impossible, right, for you to even get that stuff. So it's about that fine line. It looks like the technology that you're creating is able to create like a fine balance. But what I mean by investing in communities of poverty, like that should be the standard. When you apply for a government grant, that's tax dollars, we need to show that the people that you are serving, your populations of service, are based on its income entirely. There's nothing else. They're not going to ask you about any of these other things. When you look at community foundations, for example, and the problem that I've faced here is that post-pandemic, private family foundations or community foundations or funding that goes through these arms, it's allocated, and if you are not the populations you serve, you won't access it. So I was getting questions like, how many Black people are on your board of directors? How many GLBTQ people are on your board of directors? How many of your staff are these different categorizations? And the sad thing is, even though I may be serving all of the African-American populations in these lower income people, because I am not a Black founder, I am not able to access those funds, right? So instead of the questions being your access to populations of service. So it's really interesting right now. It's about being strategic. Like UKC shared so much financial literacy information in the past that gave people the knowledge to be able to kind of make these decisions, because there are traps everywhere. Even Uber had this area, which I wanted to ask you all what you think about this. They had this restaurant, Black-owned restaurants. Here, support Black-owned restaurants. This is how we're going to donate to these communities. But I felt, and one of the students actually asked the Uber representative about this, which is why I think the accessibility is a thing, because they put them on the spot and they asked them about this. But I wanted to know that it causes more like stereotyping in the first place. In other words, people would specifically not purchase from those restaurants because they are Black-owned if they are prejudiced in any way. And I
Okay,
wanted
so
to know.
this goes good intentions, poor results is not an uncommon theme, right? Good intention, horrible fucking result. Exact opposite of what you really wanted because you do it on a micro scale, and then you try to scale it up and say,
Are you
everyone do
saying that
this.
I should pitch with bad intentions as my bottom line up front? Thank you. Keep going. Sorry to interrupt. Bad intentions. Let me write that down.
Oh man, that's awesome. So yeah, it's the difference between going from a micro to a macro scale. Things scale differently at macro than on a cultural, small community level. Now, you want to start talking about networking those communities to give some transition between communities so they can do their own thing and still benefit from each other. I think that's where, kind of bringing it way back to Raucus's point, like IoT infrastructure and allowing people to be their own networks, to monetize themselves so that they're getting paid to plugging into social media platforms versus being sold is where maybe we have a chance to evolve technologically beyond the economics that we're kind of strapped into right now. Maybe.
So the individual as an influencer will have more decisions to like so I don't know about this, that's why I wanted to ask you all in terms of like influencers across the board. The problem with that is that like a person, it's only evolving, like you're saying, right? It's just starting, where in the past companies were very, very protective over their brands. A good example of this is like the Jordans, the Air Jordans, like that was based off of a human, right, where they were able to do all of that. But now as social media and all of this is growing and people's social capital is actually growing, they have to make a decision on, make sure that you're supporting the right companies and brands that you're representing, right? Because like somebody can be the most popular person in the world and that doesn't give you the loyalty that you need, right? I don't know if everyone just buys things based on what everybody does. Is that how you all feel? Like, how do you determine who's truly the best influencer, who's giving you without getting paid? Like, it's not in their interest to sell you this, essentially.
If it's verifiable and validated information, it doesn't matter who it comes from. And if you can't repeat that information and validate it separately through alternative channels, then you need to be highly skeptical.
I just talk to you guys. I'd be like, if I
Yeah,
have a
that's
problem, I just be like, hey, Casey, what the fuck is this? Or hey, Peter, what the fuck is stable diffusion? Or Sandra, I am in trouble with the law. Or Melody, my energy's off. Or Dan, I need to have some mushrooms as a service through our conversation. Or Rich, I just got pulled over and I need to call someone. How might I pay the $5.55 a month? Like, honestly, I just talk to you guys now.
The answer is that we have each other basically and be able to talk about different products and services and recommend them to one another, right? That's the only way to check it back, essentially, because it's and like you said, I really appreciate that, Casey, because you said the what they're saying, like substantiating with warrants why they should purchase this, not just because it is theirs, right? And that they're getting paid a lot of money to do so, essentially.
well, if you want to talk about why you should buy something, then that's a different shift in focus between taking advice from somebody, right? So if you want to talk about like value metrics on material items, you look at the upfront cost to obtain it, plus the maintenance cost associated with it, and then over time, you subtract out the future value of that item and the utility you get from it.
And that's how technically you can kind of differentiate between, do I want this or do I actually need this, depending on if we're talking about like actual, like I need water and shelter. So
Yeah. So there's more specific and customizable, like for example, when we do our rating and surveying, even on Uber Eats, when you're trying to rate and do all of these things, I find it so blanket across the board. It's harder to find like a real human understanding or relationship, but it's evolving, like you said. So I just am curious to see how more loyalty, because I feel like that's going away. Like if you're an avid purchaser of a company or brand or something, like isn't there a way that these companies can ensure your loyalty and just share about that information without you having to already be
I don't
in,
think I would want that.
no?
No, because I can't ensure that the brand is going to stay the same as it is today.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm a free spirit. I want to go out and have my benefits dictate my decisions, not my emotional loyalty to a name brand.
So how as a consumer can you voice like that your opinion to a company and actually be heard
I'm
in your
sorry, that kind of rugged out on me on that one.
how what is your recommendation for a consumer that wants to reach out to company leadership and share or to do something, like for example, Lancome is a beauty brand, a luxury beauty brand, and they have this mascara that's a vibrating mascara, so it's called Oscillation. And what it does is it has a battery in it, and it vibrates as it gets each of your lashes. Nordstrom stopped selling this recently. I think it's because of a shortage and they can't access, which is crazy to me because it's their number one in the world of products. And that's something I'm just like shocked that they're not even like rebuying it, but it just is everybody's silence. Like there's no way to, me as a consumer, I'm sure there's not going to be enough people talking about this to actually reach decision makers or the company. And now a lot of companies are hiring social listeners. So my sister worked for Subway International, and she was hired as a social listener to like literally go onto social media and see what people are talking about and do damage control on certain situations. And there was like a crazy situation, I believe, in Argentina or something like that, where somebody created a sub with their own body. I don't know how else to say it. And it was like a damage control situation, right? And the social listener had to intervene in this kind of situation. So I'm just curious for all of those in you in entrepreneurship investing, how as a consumer can you reach out to share your experiences or something, or do you have a voice really anymore?
I just tweeted at Lancome.
There you go. Because women, I don't know if people see this, but I mean, instead of wearing all fake lashes and all of this stuff, there's a really great product that was removed from them that actually does this. And it was the number one in the world for a while. And now it's not even accessible and nobody's talking about it because I guess the people that use these products aren't as focused on that. There's just so much, right?
I think that's the case in point right there with what you guys said about loyalty to a brand or to a company, and it's ever evolving and ever changing. So it's like, do you ride the other company's wave? Like, do you just like let go of this one and try the other? Um,
Well, to add to that, sometimes customers are so clueless that they don't even know what is what. Like they might, unless true to the brand, like being stamped to the box, like how, some people just don't know. If it's everything else being equal, they just go with the flow and
You're
whatever is
right.
available is available.
That's absolutely the thing. I think that's true, Sandra, because it's not, I mean, some things they're just the best. They create the best product of something. I don't need to go to get another replacement. So I think Sandra is absolutely right because that's the disconnect, right? So when you sacrifice the personal loyalty and what a lot of these companies are grouping us into metadata, right? How can you truly target certain demographics, which are, if they were to focus on those flagship items, then they could actually generate a great deal of revenue and cut costs elsewhere instead of outsourcing and raising costs for us and telling us about it on our phones that are our wallets.
I want to hear from Melody and then Raucus. And then M. We haven't seen M before, so Melody, Raucous, and hopefully M.
Sorry, my hand's not up. Ruckus, go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. Sorry. Let me give you a high five. All right, there's your high five, Raucous.
I was just gonna a solution is just you're gonna have to pay for it. There are items that
How dare you?
I'm sorry, but it's you're gonna you're gonna dig down a little deeper and pay for
Can't
it.
we solve paying for things in Web3? I thought that was the purpose of Web3, to remove the ability to pay each other.
No, my mom pays for a product that is no longer popular. She can't find it in the store, so
But that's
she
exclusivity, pay to play.
it is. That's real. That's reality, though,
It
right?
really is.
M, welcome to the stage. Elegua.f, an on-chain writer. What's going on? Welcome.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for the welcome. I'm just sort of listening in, and taking all of the knowledge and information you guys are putting down, so I appreciate you for that. I don't necessarily have anything to add right now, but
Why
I
doesn't
am
everyone
listening.
share their products, their favorite products and services? I would love to hear some from you all since you are the what do you recommend?
Can we let him finish though? Were you done?
Yeah, I don't really have anything to add right now, but I'll keep an ear out and just jump in when I've got something for you.
Good to see you.
DeFi, what's going on? I haven't seen you in a while. Last time I saw you, you were taking a picture with your socks off in a stream. It looked pretty great.
What's up, so you?
What are you saying?
Dude, I was actually getting ready to jump off of that rock because right to my right was like a brown water snake. Like it was like a
Oh,
snake and it had like its head like sticking out of the water. And so I was
I
like,
know that.
yeah, so I was just
It
like,
happens when you fish. I remember fishing and
yes.
I was like, knee deep in water. And I realized, you know what? Because the rocks are so slippery, even if I tried to run, I would make things worse.
Right, I would just probably slip and bust my ass.
Yeah. You know how slippery those rocks are? Go ahead, Casey. You got bit by a snake in the water? How did it feel?
It just had its little head like pointed out looking at me all weird. And I was just like,
I wonder
I
if
was
that's how
like,
it felt. I wonder
what
if
am I
that's what
gonna do?
I wonder if that's what Eve saw in the Garden of Eden. You know?
It probably was the same snake.
So, did you make a deal with the snake, or what? Did you talk to it? How'd you get out alive?
I told it if it gave me 32 ETH, I'd stay for the rest of
Well,
the
are you
night.
gonna stake? So you're gonna be the third node staking Ethereum at this point?
Yeah, man.
Now we have 3 staking nodes for Ethereum.
No, actually, I
It's
just
so
like
funny.
calmly I had to step back in the water to get out of the water. So I just was like,
I like that Ethereum is basically like a more expensive Visa at this point. If you look at its database structure, it's fantastic. But what do I know? Enjoy, guys. This is
oh
fun.
man, it's absolutely awesome. It's an awesome open source protocol. Absolutely. And so is Bitcoin as well.
Hey, DeFi. I'm sorry to interrupt. I gotta ask. I see devout musician on your profile. What's your music genre?
That's a great question, man. I do pretty much an open what they call alternative. So I'm a fan of all music, but like I kind of like specialize like in it's hard to say. It's like musicology. Like I'm like a musicologist, so like anything I hear I can play. Like So You is like has like the same ear. He's like crazy with it. I don't know if you know, but he's like an amazing musician, by the way. Guys.
So I wanted to see what Ruckus is thinking about, but I was wondering if you'd give us a little flavor, a little sample.
Oh man, of course.
Word. What you
Sorry,
got,
I'm just
Ruckus?
remixing his image. Go on.
Oh no, I can wait. Go ahead.
No, nothing to wait on, brother. It's good. What you got?
I just remembered something, and I'll make it really, really short. March 16th, 2020, it was the week before the pandemic. We were sent home. But I was working with the university, and they did a study, and basically the study said a portion of their students wanted Alexa, right? And just, to boil it down, they did not want to go into a classroom. They wanted to be at home, and they wanted to be able to have this, I don't know, automated style of learning. And it was March 16th, 2020. I'll never forget it. And in the meeting with leadership, they were like, no, this is ridiculous. It's crazy. It's stupid. It's dumb. Well, like 4 hours later, it was like, pack up your stuff and go home, and we'll call you back. So what happened was, inevitably, schools went online, right? You had three modes of learning. You had virtual, you had online learning, and you had in-class learning. Well, for a few months, we did not have in-class learning. It was just virtual and online. I said that to say that even though leadership kicked against it and didn't want it because they weren't ready for it, they were forced in a way to do it. Well, they were forced to do it because of the pandemic. And now there's a huge problem. If you look at enrollment is down. There's no one answer for it. There are just multiple reasons. People are making money.
Well, and is YouTube University?
Yeah, and it works, right? YouTube
Dude,
University.
if I was fucking 18 right now, I remember my professor, I asked him, hey, professor, should I do my PhD? And he says, you can just walk into that library and read whatever fuck book you want. And I'm like, good point. No more PhD. Why would I pay someone for the privilege to go into a library? It's absurd.
Yeah. But to touch on to not her, there is frustrations. I have friends whose kids are frustrated because they can't go into the classroom, or they're struggling online. And these are children. Their kids are going to fall through they absolutely will fall through the cracks. I'm sorry, but not everyone's going to make it. It's just reality. My reality, I believe that not everyone will make it. And so you just have to be very careful. You have to keep a pulse on the signals and the noise. And there are a lot of kids that are going to struggle, and some will make it. I mean, it was a blessing in disguise for some kids. But I said all that to say, to tie into Casey's point, to Elisa's point, is that change is not going to be comfortable, right? It's, when I've used the analogy before, when the Pilgrims came to this country, they struggled and they failed, but they brought knowledge from England. So there's a lot of failure, there's a lot of struggle, but they did make it.
Yeah.
All day, but the fairies don't exist. A part of my imagination.
So, guys, this is a song I just wrote. It's called Next Flight. It's not mixed, but I'll give it a spin to the chorus, and then I'll yield back, guys. Here we go.
Dreaming all day, but the fairies don't exist. A part of my imagination wants to be dumber. Why does myself intention want to run far away from the gun? When it's cloudy outside of my window, you umbrella the rain. You umbrella the rain. When it's cloudy outside of my window, you umbrella the rain. You umbrella the rain. The rain. And I'll be on the next flight. So, I'll be on the next flight. So, I'll be on the next flight.
guys. That was Next Flight, written by DeFi.
Are you signed right now or what?
I'm on a G5, baby.
On a G6? But yo, seriously, are you signed? Do you have a label?
I didn't get you. I didn't get what you said.
Do you have a label?
No.
You signed?
Not right now.
Unaffiliated?
Unaffiliated, yes, at this point. Well, no, I'm affiliated. I'm with ASCAP.
Okay, nice. Do you have a catalog of ISRCs? Like, have you already published and protected some of the stuff?
Some of the stuff is protected. Some of the stuff is published. The other stuff is not. I have about 50 works.
Nice.
Yeah.
The reason I ask is because, we haven't had a chance to talk all that much, but, we have the, where we started the studio in Ghana, and they're moving in this week into a place that they have a lease for like 1 to 2 years. I think they said their label minute. Yeah. So that's literally happening in Ghana as we speak. I invited Adam Beats, but, yeah, if you wanted to collaborate on some stuff, not to say that we had to, you know what I mean? To do an experiment, whatever. I'd like to introduce you to the label manager.
I would love to. And
yeah, you know how it is.
Yeah, I'm extremely excited about sharing the gift with the world and with KC. KC asked me to play a song and then he left.
Yeah, no, what a guy. Well, it's just one of those things. But I'll introduce you to Roland. He's Ghanaian. He's the manager of the studio. So I met him because I'm doing e-learning videos for his electronic security and IT business, and he has a solutions company. And then because he's from Ghana, I introduced him to the Ghanaians I knew, right? And then they got together, and they were like, yeah, all right, let's be friends. And then Fred's led to Listen to Music, led to studio being moved into this week. And so, so we have obviously like the Afrobeat there, but what I heard there, I don't give a shit if anyone else doesn't like it, because they don't have to, right? I like it. You know what I mean? So it's kind of one of those things where, like, I'll send you a little music video that I have in my head about it.
We can definitely, just send it to my my DM, and I'll hit you up on the I'll hit you up on the WhatsApp. You know,
we connected on WhatsApp. I can never remember anymore. If so, shoot me a text. Well, I'll give you a call.
Oh yeah, for sure. No. I'm excited to do it, and man, the Syndicate is rocking today, man. You know. As always, the Syndicate is rocking.
I wanted to reply back to what Racky said also earlier, and actually is the perfect way to culminate and tie it all together. So thank you, Sandra, and all of you for being a part of this and hosting this space, because it opens up spaces for dialogue and discussion. I think what makes us, what's funny is that on Friday the 13th, March Friday the 13th, it was announced that COVID was going to happen and we were going to go on lockdown before then. And I actually felt like I was experiencing it a lot more beforehand, because my younger sister on December 30th of 2019 had the flu that morning, and she was in Brickell at the center of, I know we had the big live and all of the football, all of the things were here in Miami. And she had the flu that morning. She went to an urgent care, and then less than 8 hours later, she couldn't breathe. She had the breathing respirator and everything. And I was in the hospital up until March with her in intensive care. And they did not know what she had. The hospitals were crazy. They just kept saying everybody's dying of the flu. And the reason I think she lived is because they got her a rotaprone machine. There were only like 10 of those beds in the county, because your lungs are on your back. So they needed to rotate her slowly to allow for oxygen to enter her lungs, to be able to give her vancomycin, the antibiotics that I think it's by Pfizer saved her, so that she was able to get to that space. But just to get back to the whole learning, and most people that don't have access to these computers, and these kids need social emotional learning. They need to be able to talk to other people and be able to grow their identity. And all humans need this, right? So the human part of us is the thing that makes us so different. And we connect to things like music, science, like these different hobbies, these different areas across the board. that can bring our emotions to the same point, right? How do we build relationships across the board? And the question to that is that they're human, right? And just having these dialogues, just meeting all of you all and getting to know your interests and how we can work together to create, bigger impact for everybody has been very inspiring and helpful. So thank you all for being a part of this. And, debate has really died across the board. People are not engaging in discussions. Everyone's so scared of saying or being judged or doing all of this. So I really appreciate those of you that are being, so real like this, and also inviting and welcoming is the other piece, because safety, internet safety, and like, it's sometimes very hard to create safe spaces like this where people can really share, because
We've actually had challenges doing it, actually. It hasn't been without, you know what I mean? Like, we've gone through the ringer with it, even this morning. There was there's someone who was just bothering people, and I didn't realize how much it was getting to people. And then when I realized it, I was like, all right, this has to be done. We have to really take care of it. Because, it's weird when you grow something when it's just you staring at the phone without any other speakers in the room. You know how many
for being
you know how many
gatekeepers. Thank you for being a
yeah.
gatekeeper.
Well, it just you go from starting a space where it's just you staring at the phone for 15 minutes, and then finally somebody shows up and you're like, hey, how's it going? And then they leave, to then having like a bunch of people in a room that don't necessarily see the same things that you see, right? Because there's what happens here, and then there's what happens in direct messages, and not everyone's therefore available to access all of the information that needs to be brought to bear. So it hasn't been without its challenges, but I think we're in a better place than we were before, I hope.
Yeah, so I wanted to say thank you, because I don't know if you get enough of that or not, but it's crazy out there, and Twitter is one of those areas that it's very difficult, like you said. So thank you all, because I didn't realize it until I cut myself off from the world truly when I was doing the teaching, and now that I've had more time to engage with different groups like this and just meeting individuals, I realize just the importance of talking, right? Dialogue and just meeting humans. So thank you.
I think
I
it's
mean, yeah, go ahead, Mel. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's important just to note that sharing ideas and speaking your truth and voicing your voice and making it loud takes a second place to listening. And I think that's what's going on around the world right now. There aren't listeners. They're just like people that stand on a soapbox and yell their thoughts. So I think that's an important takeaway for everyone. Let's learn how to be listeners.
And be empathetic to those who haven't reached that point yet, right?
Because most people will not reach that point.
And we've all been there too at some point. I know I have.
Yeah.
Right.
I think I was there for most of my life, and I'm 39, so
Oh
that's a long
yeah.
time to be a dick in ways that you didn't realize. Like, I must have been such a dick. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm a dick now, can you imagine how I was like before? Like, just horrible.
Makes it easier to take on that mentor role and not, feel anger because someone's doing something, but like, okay, they obviously don't see themselves right now.
And in another lifetime, I'm them and they're me. So, I should be sympathetic to myself, because I'm pretty sure if I lived their life, I'd be like them. I just lived a different life and had different parents. Grew up in a different place, had a different language.
So DeFi, I'm so bummed that I got the work call right when I got, and I wasn't able to hear the sample. I caught just the first
play it again.
those first
like,
3 seconds.
He'll play it
again.
I caught the first 3 seconds. I'm like, we're calling.
Yeah, rewind the thing.
Rewind.
I pull up the selector.
Wheel and play back again.
Yeah, man, it won't be no problems.
All right, here we go. The title of this song is Next Flight, written by myself, DeFi. I hope you guys enjoy. I'll play up to the chorus. Here we go.
So, DeFi, can you give me another introduction again? I'm just recording it.
This song was brought to you by DeFi. It was written by myself. The title of this song is Next Flight, written by DeFi. I hope you guys enjoy. Check it out. Dreaming all day, but the fairies don't exist. A part of my imagination wants to be dumber. Why does myself in dreaming all day, but the fairies don't exist? A part of my imagination wants to be dumber. Why does myself intention want to run far away from the gun? When it's cloudy outside of my window, you umbrella the rain, you umbrella the rain. When it's cloudy outside of my window, you umbrella the rain, you umbrella the rain. And I'll be on the next flight. I'll be on the next flight. I'll be on the next flight. This song was brought to you by Syndicate Radio.
That's ridiculous, dude.
Thanks, guys.
Dude,
Thank
that's
you.
awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yo, you never know. I didn't know what I was gonna hear. Eh? I was like, oh, this guy's gonna acapella something, or this guy's gonna take a pencil in his hand and beat a beat on the fucking table, and then he comes out with that, and then the audio quality is like he's speaking through like one of those super duper interfaces, and it's like, oh shit.
Oh, this is by all means musicology at its highest level. Yeah, this is definitely science. For me, it's science.
What's the setup like?
Ironically, I'm running a little HS5s. Got it going on. Running some analog stuff here.
That's a Yamaha.
Those are Yamaha speakers you're listening
Yeah,
to.
the monitors.
Yes.
Oh shit! You're not even plugged in. I'm just hearing this through your monitor.
Straight through the monitor.
Oh my god, that's
and
what the Yamahas can do. Because we bought the HS8s for the studio.
Those are great monitors.
Oh my god.
They translate very well all the way across the board.
Wow, that's just your speaker. I thought you had some elaborate setup going into your phone.
Well, my room is treated.
Yeah, I've seen your room. It's like a cockpit of music.
Yeah, man, because I want to sit. I want to hear a pin drop on the floor. I hear Nalissa speaking about
what's the decibel floor?
Oh man, you know what? I'm not sure right now. I don't have a grounded floor, so I'm getting a lot of noise here. But normally it's just standard. I normally use a monitor lift. Yeah,
Yamaha HS5 is ridiculous, dude.
Those are smaller than the 8s.
Oh, because we asked the producer, hey, what speakers do you want? And I'm like, I told the label producer, it's like, you can't have good sound without good monitors, right? You can't have good video without good monitors either. You know, it works the same way.
Room. It starts with the room. Technically, it starts with the treatment of the room, and then it would go into your. I would say, you know, the choice of speaker next, but the acoustics in the room is the most important. That's why it sounds so good. It sounds like you're right here with me because the room it's treated.
That, and I gotta hear these Yamahas. I can't wait to hear these. Man, you're making me think of getting a Yamaha, because that is the cleanest I've ever heard audio not being complicatedly connected to Twitter through your phone. I'm shocked.
Thank you. Thank
I'm
you.
about to I have to step off, guys, but I wanted to share this really quickly. This is what we did with the students when I had I had to get them videos and movies and sound stuff. So on Zoom, I have a Surface Pro, a Microsoft Surface Pro. And so what I did is I flipped the camera on my Microsoft Surface Pro and I sat it in front of my smart television that has my Roku player and has access to my Netflix, Hulu, Philo TV, and all of the different things. You can either share your screen and play the music that you are doing, or you can literally put it in front of the television and play stuff there. And the sound is awesome across the board, just because I really think Microsoft's best product is the Microsoft Surface Pro. The ability to do that. But that was my solution in
Have you
terms.
have you ever used Snap Camera? Snap Camera allows you, like I pretended to be Casey actually in a video. The Snap Camera allows you to use Snapchat filters on your Zoom calls. So you can be like a bumblebee or a chicken nugget. It's fantastic.
Oh, is that what happened? I was watching this court cams and they were showing how a Zoom meeting with
Yeah.
and he got on there as a cat. Like the lawyer's
Yeah.
like, I swear I'm not a cat. And he logged in through
Yeah,
that.
I
And
am
that's really
not a cat. Are you sure? I can see a cat. No, I am not a cat. I just yeah. Snap Camera. It is beautiful, and you just switch, just like you pick a webcam. You pick the Snap Camera, and now you're a chicken nugget or a stalk of corn, or your background's changed, and it's pretty stable.
I did not know that that's what it was from. You know what one of the students did that I thought was hilarious? I even told the Zoom people later is that he renamed himself so that it said reconnecting ... So every time they would go to him, it would show as if it was reconnecting and they would not call on him, the teacher, for the Zoom meeting. Isn't that genius? Instead of putting his name, he put reconnecting ... on the name for his Zoom profile.
I put a video of me using Assembly AI for MP3 to text, I think it was, and so I just put on like a wig. It's pretty fun.
Interesting.
I gotta find the KC one where I pretend to be Casey.
Casey, I hope that was good enough for you, man. I
Good enough. What are you talking about?
I
Good. That was
appreciate it.
awesome.
That was
man.
That was awesome. Thank you for
I'm
sharing
thrilled.
it.
I'm definitely privileged and enthralled, man. I enjoy playing for you guys. It was me and the gang, Genesis and I. We're gonna write some songs for you guys.
Do you have a YouTube or something where that's the other place that I'm like, to be able to access everything? It's hard in the music world, right? My cousin's an artist and it's like,
Yeah.
where do I go? You have to have a website or something to links everything.
Yeah, I don't have a YouTube right now. I'm actually in the process of kind of minting a Web3 app for all of my music, just so people can just go there and just listen to it and download it and enjoy it for themselves.
Beautiful work. Great stuff. And even the lyrics and so important nowadays. You're literally shaping everything.
Yeah, I'm not trying to catch a Rico on the Twitter Spaces. I'll have to have Sandra come get me out.
That's so funny. It's like DJ Vlad on the
Dispatch
track.
justice. Dispatch
Yeah.
justice.
Isn't that so funny? Like how like the people in this room could like solve all your problems, legal and financial and otherwise. That's fucking amazing.
Right, like I have to Melissa, I have to call like Sandra, be like, "Yo, get me out!" Like they got me because I was talking about like like killing a snake in the and like in the Georgia River or something, like.
Well, if it's endangered, you can actually, like, some things you can't, you have to be careful.
Exactly, right? Exactly right? Exactly.
So I have something really nerdy. I'm not sure if this will make sense to you. So I'm working with footage that has too much white light in it. And it's kind of, when there's too much white light in a photo, like they call it overexposed. So I have overexposed video. So what I did is I made 2 layers of the video and colored them differently and then made the top layer kind of see-through. So I could get both of them in the right color. That's all.
You know how difficult editing is. Like, I appreciate that what you said, because
It's fucked. Because I'm looking
editing
at this
is
footage,
insane.
right? Because I'm looking at this footage, I'm like, man, it sucks that because now that when I used to make videos, it used to be like so low stakes. Now it's like the videos are actually being seen by people. So it's like, oh, okay, hold on. This is not just fucking around anymore. Let me gotta step back. This is not just for fun. This, you might fuck around and, you know, especially with like early artists, it's not really the consumer that's hearing it, but it's like label people, right? And so it's like, oh, okay, let's take our time with this. But yeah, so long story short, imagine you have footage and there's too much white light in it, and so it's kind of shocking to the eyes. So what I did is I made two layers and made one layer for her and her skin tone, and then another layer to catch the background, which is the Toronto sign, which is downtown. So I
What lens did you use
basically
for
figured
that?
it out by talking to you guys.
What lens did you use
Oh, the footage
to
was sent
capture
to me.
that?
Oh, the footage was sent to me. Most of the times, someone else is the shooter, right? I don't get involved with the shooting because that's a whole barrel of wax. I'd rather say, hey, talk to this guy, give him $1,500, and you won't have any problems.
Nice.
You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, I get the footage after. And so initially, I got the footage on WhatsApp, right? And I'm like, okay, so first of all, I need the original, right? And then when I got the original, it's you gotta understand. Like the other thing too is if someone's sending me something, it's because they needed the video done yesterday, not next week, right? Everything's like, hey, we need this animation, need it done thing for this campaign next week, blah blah blah, you know. And it's like, I don't know. I'm not sure if you're like me, but like I tend to edit away from the machine and I step to the machine when it's already worked out in my head.
Pretty nice. Pretty nice.
Yeah, man, sounds like it's interesting because I hear that music and then I think of all the instruments that the dudes from Ghana have. Like, have you ever heard a log drum before?
Sounds familiar, but
Oh,
I haven't.
let me see if I can find
Can't
an
put my
example
to
of a
this.
log drum.
I think I have though.
Yeah, you probably would have. Maybe know about a different name. Log drum tutorial. Oh man, there's a log drum VSTI. Shut your mouth. I
Yeah.
want that now. I'll DM it to you. But yeah, it you know what this is? I'm always remember what was it? Drug Dealers Anonymous? That kinesthetic audio? Like in Drug Dealers Anonymous, like 49 seconds in. You ever
Word.
heard that song?
I'm gonna YouTube it right now.
Dude, he plays a machine gun like it's a fucking hi-hat. And then you hear Pusha T go like, who the fuck mastered this on the track as
Oh, I
lyrics?
heard. Yeah, I heard that. I
Yeah,
heard
you know what
that.
I'm talking about. That
Yeah, I know that.
kinesthetic audio, dude. Audio that touches you. Man, when I saw that shit, I'm like, yo, that's like some next level of audio. That's like crossing
Pretty,
modalities at that point.
pretty gory, man. Pretty gory. I tell you, that's
It
some
is
pretty.
gory, isn't
Yeah.
it? It's like sound design for music, which sounds weird, but it's like almost like doing like the sound effects of the music is just as informing as the music itself. It's fascinating.
I love you
Very interesting.
guys.
Must
I
have.
love you
Yeah.
guys. I love you guys so much. I appreciate you guys. I haven't been on the Spaces arena for a while now because I've been. I'm just glad to be amongst so many beautiful people. And I'm just glad that you guys are my Spaces friends.
Your music is great, and we're glad to see you. Good to have you here. We haven't seen you in a little while, of course, but hey, that's
Saber,
life.
did you decide what you're going to do with your laundry?
Well, I got there and
Can't hear you.
I drove there. It was closed. That's okay. So now I have to start a laundromat with a bar.
That's right. I sent you a link so you can look up places around you
Cool.
or cross over that bridge.
Yeah, I'll have to. It's in the car, like my laundry. I'll just go. I went too late in the day. I'll just go like super early tomorrow, maybe. It's my bad. But yeah, I was like, oh no, my bar laundromat fantasy is closed forever. This is a travesty. So, oh well, that's okay.
We'll figure out where.
Yeah, cool. My Bluetooth just croaked. Okay, there we go.
So attract funding. What was the camera you said that you used again?
Oh no, I got the footage sent to me. I'm not sure who shot
Okay,
it.
okay.
Yeah, so it's good. It's actually for a comedy show that's going down in Trinidad. So it's a Trinity
Nice.
comedian who lives in Toronto. Yeah, her name is Roma Spencer. She's really funny. I sent a video to the group. Do you remember the joke, guys?
I
About
saw that. Yeah,
the temperature gun?
that was hilarious.
That temperature gun that they are pointing at your brain is erasing your memory.
Probably erasing mine. Something's erasing mine. Maybe I'm just senile.
Oh, I found it. Hold on. That temperature gun. It's so funny because, again, she's from Trinidad, right? And she's, probably in her late 50s, early 60s, right?
Right.
So it's like, you forget that you don't often get that perspective until you hear it. And then it's like, oh, yeah, that's right. It's pretty important. Okay, it kind of cuts off her head, but you'll see.
I
All
just
right, yeah.
I just appreciate a person that tells a darn good joke regardless of gender. I'm not, I just think it's cool.
Have you ever seen, do you know the name Mark Normand?
It sounds familiar.
Mark Normand had one of the best specials I've heard for just jokes. Just like, actually, Ali was watching Tom Segura, but which is amazing. It's called Out to Lunch. And if you're just like tired of people trying to make a point and just tell a joke, Mark tells jokes good.
I'm still
But
going together alone, man. I'm still like highly amused by this. Together alone.
oh yeah, oh, you remember that? Together Alone. Have you ever
Yeah.
wanted to get together with people but just hated being with other people? And that's why we created Together Alone. How might we get together separately? Together alone. Because who really wants to be with other people? All of us. And that's the problem. But this is E.O. Wilson, though, right? You ever read E.O. Wilson and sociobiology and fucking biophilia? Living organisms seek out living organisms naturally. Right? Like, that's like where it's grounded. And I think there's a function for this. You know what I mean? That allows, and I think we don't realize it, but like, there are some people around us that like are, clinically autistic. And I know that this type of interaction is an interaction that allows them to be social, but get rid of all of the things that are distracting to them.
Well, it makes life even cooler then to have everybody aboard.
I think so. I think you get the ability to hear more information than you would otherwise if you were together. People talk about how much you lose because you're apart. Well, what about the things that you gain because you're separate?
Oh, there are definitely benefits. You can wear whatever you want. Your hair can stick straight up. God only knows. But anyway, there's
But
also
I
Like what?
think that
I'm thinking
it
about
comes
Peter's hair.
down. I think it comes down to being able to filter out all of the data that's coming in. And if you're a highly sensitive person, which is also um, not exactly on the spectrum, but shares some traits with people on the spectrum, you have to kind of buffer. We choose, I think, to buffer in different ways. Humor is a great buffer. Um, you know,
I used to tell people who were interviewing, like candidates, I'm like, when you get a question, first of all, ask them for a few moments to collect your thoughts before you answer. Every time. And they would be like, really? And I'm like, every time. And then when you start thinking about your answer, look away from their face because there is so much information in a human face that it's almost impossible for you to think and process all of that facial information at the same time. Like, actually look away. And believe me, when you take 20 seconds to think about an answer first, they're going to appreciate the answer that comes out of your mouth.
yeah, because even if you're admonished, oh well, you need to, you're overthinking this, or it weirds me out that you're into body language so much, or you know, these kinds of things that I, as an overthinker, highly sensitive person, perhaps on the spectrum, has to deal with, are all of it. And there's a part of me that doesn't want to let anyone get away with their shit, right? And then there's another part of me that goes, oh well, wait a minute, you're getting away with a lot of shit, so perhaps you should cut them some slack too. But it just, by that time, you're so far and away from the authentic communication, it's difficult.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of communication styles that can be brought to bear. And I think there's people can have their role in expressing themselves, even if it's just in the chat section. And you know what I mean? Because some people won't talk at all. Well,
That's like when I was teaching online. Some of the kids would only message in the messaging. They couldn't speak out loud, but they said the most interesting things in the chat.
in the chat, yeah.
And then the kids would hear me like burst out laughing, and they're what? I'm like, what? I'm like, are you guys not in the chat? What's going on?
Yeah, and I always call that subspace radio, right? Like in Star Trek when they get a message from subspace radio. I'm always calling that the unsaid monkey in the room, or elephant in the room, or however you want to put it. That people who have good manners, perhaps, aren't going to talk about. But hey, in subspace radio, go ham.
Slow clap. Get it? Ham radio. What?
No, I was thinking about it my first year teaching. I used to do that when I taught. The kids that couldn't speak would tweet me messages. If they felt good putting it out in the universe, and if they didn't, they would just DM me them. And at the end of the day, I would just the last 10 minutes, I would go through and answer the questions that were on Twitter. It's a really powerful tool, to be able to do that.
I think it's powerful if you know how to use it.
Yes.
I think a lot of people rely on their status to get attention. And now that status is gone and all those signals mean nothing, they don't know how to hold anyone's attention because nobody was paying attention to them. They were only paying attention to their rank. And they only realize that when they come online and nobody wants to hear them spout facts after fact after fact. Right?
That's interesting.
It's very deep. Simon Wardley said that what we don't notice by people working at home is the loss of power of arbitrary status symbology in the workplace. You can't call me to your office. I don't have to dress like this. You don't have a better chair than me. It doesn't matter what you look like.
It's like that American, what is that Christian Bale movie, right? The nuances of the font, and the heft of the card, and the smell of the cologne, and all of that. It weighs, and you pick up on these
these symbols of social status or money and all this kind of stuff. We can communicate this as much as we want in our PFPs and what we tweet and the way we present. Link in bio. But when if you don't know how to use it, if you don't know how to craft it, if you're very here we go again, ham-fisted with it, you're going to come off um, either overbearing or just bossy, or all the things that you really don't want to make friends and influence people.
I say solve all problems by just avoiding them. Like, don't even bring them up. Like, look, isn't it a pretty sky, even if it's raining? And then nobody ever solves their problems, but nobody's ever mad, completely irate and mad either. So
It sounds like Serenity now.
yes,
Serenity now.
like one of my favorite Seinfelds, actually.
But if one of your, say, neurodiverse ways of looking at things happens to be calling things as you see them, without buffering them or softening them or whatever, you're not always going to come out on top unless you have these other signals coming through, say sexuality, or well, yeah, I'd hit that, kind of attitude that some people will walk into a meeting or a room with.
I say we solve all problems by having a sign. Well, this is more for the women than for the guys, but it'll be on the wall and it says, "Days so and so has gone without having his something something." So, like, if one person like has a bad day and takes it out,
Right. Yes. So you'd be like, look, don't even worry about them. It's been fucking 10 years. You know?
So I don't know, fill in the blank, but that seems that
I like that. That should be a Snapchat filter that detects, the time.
Oh, is this another version of coffee is for closers?
I wonder. I imagine Al Pacino. Well, no, he lost the sale. I rewatched Glenn Ross, and I realized
Dick Baldwin, and it was
yeah,
Glenn
it was
Ross.
only Lemon who ended up selling land, right? Because Al Pacino loses the sale, the other guy gets carted off, right? It's only Lemon who makes the sale, and he's like the loser for most of the movie.
At the beginning, the shaming scene when everybody is getting together with the new middle manager guy, right? That you have the shaming scene. I'm sorry, coffee is for closers.
I wanted to look back at it and see what the sales experiences were like. And if you look at the scene with Al Pacino, where he transitions from talking about life to talking about land, right? Where he makes the transition from like, all right, I'm your friend and your confidant and your trusted advisor and your Aristotle, to being like, I'm going to show you a brochure. And he just takes out this brochure from it looks so stupid, like fucking 30 years later, but he takes out this brochure and he puts it on the table and he unfolds it. You know what I mean? It's like the PowerPoint of the 80s.
Right. And those other moves that are in movies, and people in reality will adopt them, where they'll write a figure on a piece of paper and turn it over and then push it forward. It's like, come on, why? All right. So yes, please press play. Please pick up a brochure. Oh yes, please click on the link in bio.
I put the video to the top. It's called The Intimacy. And if you see the camera work when they pull in, I don't even know how they did this camera work. Or maybe they had like strings or something. but the camera work where they zoom in is so butter smooth. Even now, it'd be like, if somebody asked me to do that shot, I'd be like, yo, are you sure you want that shot? You think you can afford that? You know what I mean? Like, you would have to do that like with a drone at this point to get that level of smoothness. But if you see the moment where they zoom in, this is the transition conversation from life to I want you to buy something. And it's so intimate. And the guy has his arm around Al Pacino, like it's his, like he's taking Al Pacino out on a date. It's crazy.
Wow, it's quiet in here. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm digging in my YouTubes for scenes from Glengarry Glen.
Yeah, I
It's
was
so
watching
amazing,
clips.
It made me so fucking uncomfortable to watch. I don't know why I'm
right?
doing it, you know? Uh, just for me, workplace trauma is really hard these days, and I just get mad about old shit from the past. So I prefer the new system of being able to hide my weirdness behind the Zoom. They're gonna call me weird anyway, so what the fuck? Who cares?
Exactly.
What? That's not true. Everybody's awesome. I handle all my problems by just forgetting what happened, and that way I can't possibly be affected because I have no effing clue what the fuck is going on at all times.
You make me laugh so much, sweetheart. That is it's like the best. It's the best. I really wish. Unfortunately, I'm a ruminator, so I got the opposite problem.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's a little frightening. It's I feel like the Men in Black guy runs up behind me, taps me on the shoulder, and turns around. I get my eyes flashed. I'm like, oh, okay. And go about happily, and that's it. I don't know, but you have to wonder: is it better to just forget stuff that doesn't really matter? Like
If they did develop a pill, or even say maybe some more of a targeted mechanism where you could forget difficult, embarrassing, traumatic, uncomfortable moments from the past, would you go for it?
I think I already took that pill, Melly. Melwell, I took that pill already.
Well, god damn it, good. Where did you get it?
CVS.
I probably would. It just depends on the degrees. I mean, should we forget things that were traumatic but we learned from? I don't know, but I'm
See, and that's where I always, when I'm, going over some shit, middle of the night, going, oh my God, what the fuck? Or some other feeling sorry for myself or, all that kind of stuff. I would love to forget it, yet I have to identify the fact that it is part of my vibratory signature.
right. Right. I believe in that too. But, I think that if I can perform better overall without some things and have a better life, and maybe the issue wasn't that big of an issue to begin with, I just made it into a bigger issue than what it really was. And yeah, I could happily forget that easily. I forget things anyway. I don't really need a pill. I freaking forget lots of things that I probably shouldn't. But overall, I'm better off now than I was, a year or two ago. And I guess that's
So
what matters.
how would you feel if you had like that hyper recall, like Mary Lou Henner, or I can't remember what her name is. She was on Taxi, and she supposedly has this tremendous recall and can remember everything, and it just means this like unlimited chip, where you can access anything at any time, and apparently she can. And of course, people
yeah.
test her all the time. That seems to me that would be like a burden as well.
Well, I know some people who claim that they can remember all their past lives and things before that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
My past life was a stand up in the Catskills, and boy, are my jokes tired.
So, yeah, as far as her skill goes, that is like so highly desirable in law. I mean, it is because then you have a walking person that can recall every line in a deposition. So when they're trying a case or they're a paralegal, they're just invaluable. Like I know a woman in Philadelphia, and this was like 10, 15 years ago now. She was making over $250,000 as a paralegal and she was at a huge firm, and they literally drove her to work every morning because she had instant recall and she could remember every page. She could remember every trial transcript page, number, line. So she would go to court in major cases and just be like a walking, you know, I mean, she was faster at the time. She was faster than someone looking it up real quick on a, search on their computer systems of their trial transcripts and depositions and things like. It's an incredible talent. I do think it would be a burden.
Yeah, it feels to me like it would be. I already have a problem with like during periods of time when I'm learning, say, software or some kind of skill, I will replay it. And I'm a pretty visual person. I'm not entirely visual, but that eidetic part of memory that is tied up with vision and so forth is pretty strong. Although for me, getting older and so much data in there, things in the outer reaches are actually starting to get a little scrambled. Has anybody ever read the book or maybe seen the movie Dreamcatcher? It was a Stephen King thing about memory and stuff like that. It was a pretty interesting visualization of memory as this kind of storehouse and boxes and hefting boxes around. And it just seems like that person that you're driving from, for your depositions and so forth, it would seem like they are not burdened by the weight of it all, but they just still have access to the whole database.
Oh,
Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
If I'm silent, it's just the next part of the video. I have to design is the lower thirds. You know those text boxes that come up in the bottom of the screen?
Yeah, lovely
And
chirons.
and so I'm trying to balance the fact that I have subtitles and I have to have a lower third. Because then, like, her face is taking up some of the screen, but then you have the subtitles in the bottom, but then you have this lower third that's also providing additional information. So in my head, I'm trying to figure out how do I like organize this in a way that's adds to the information, doesn't detract from its meaning, without getting too
Maybe
jumbled at the bottom.
maybe you can stagger it.
I was thinking about designing a custom lower third that was omnipresent at the bottom, and then uh, shifting in the subtitles instead of in the center bottom to like the right. So designing a graphic and then having that graphic kind of wrap around the subtitles. So it's not just like regular subtitles, but the subtitles is in the graphic of the lower third that's there, giving additional information. I'm literally just lying back and being like, how would I do that? And you start like thinking about lower thirds. It's yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah, and then you think, does it need some kind of background or gradient so that you can call on
Yes.
that every time
So in
and
my
not
head, I was
worry
like, how do I
doing
do that?
it?
You know that Web3 purple gradient that's on every Web3 website? The fluorescent purple, red, neon, or whatever,
Oh
right?
yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
okay, so how do I simulate that in Adobe?
Well,
Yeah.
you could just create a card, right? That's some kind of a gradient, or maybe instead of going flat pancake, you could get a little fancy with it, but just create a card in
You
Illustrator.
know what? Half my brain was like, why are you even asking this? Like, why don't you just ask AI to do it for you? Like, that's what my brain said. Right? Like, maybe I can use Wombo to create a background. Huh, let me try that. I would just have
Yeah,
to upscale it afterwards.
you used AI, and I thought about the logo of Adobe Illustrator, and that was where I was going with it. But yeah, I see what you're saying. You could have it create that gradient for you and say, use the cool purple, please.
All right, putting it through Wombo now.
Yeah, Wombo's been a lot more fun ever since I've done a slightly better job of beginning to like figure it out a little.
It does take a few weeks of staggered prompting to figure it out. They get to build a relationship with the language model almost.
Right.
What's funny is I still had a picture of DeFi Kid in my thing. So when I did the gradient, it matched. It's doing derivations of DeFi Kid's profile picture. I'm posting this to the top now.
Perfect. Perfect.
It's
Perfect.
so gorgeous because it's these fluorescent tones that I like, and what it's doing is it's creating like this arbitrary wall out of the right, or no, like a staircase to something. I just put it to the top. It's DeFi's profile picture.
That is cool. I like that.
Yeah, just inserted a door. You see that? I didn't ask it for one.
It's just crazy. I love what it does sometimes. Like you get these crazy results, or just like how did it decide to do that? You know. I can see why people would say that it's not really art. I mean, yeah, the prompting is important, and you can't get the result without it. But I sat last night and I put in a prompt, and then I had a Mandelbrot that I put in as the picture, and then I picked my theme, and it's doing just crazy stuff. I picked infinite fractals. That's what it was. So it was infinite fractals, and then I put in a Mandelbrot, and I ran the whole thing, and it came out with some really cool. Oh, I'm sorry, and Bitcoin. I put Bitcoin in there too, and some of them came out fantastic. I mean, it was almost so random in my mind. I'm sure if I looked at how it was made and the language, it's not completely random, but I was like, this wasn't really made by me. I don't really feel like it was made by me per se. I'd have a I would struggle to argue that this was just something, that it would be like me and whoever programmed, like Wombo, you know what I mean? Like, okay, so Joe, Michelle, and Kelly over there, they programmed Wombo. I think they should be given credit for this too. Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
Have you ever seen the Buddha brat?
No.
So the Buddha brat is the inverse of the Mandelbrot, and they call it the Buddha brat because it looks like a Buddha. I'll
No.
put
No way.
It's so mad.
Right. Yeah. It's
Dude,
very cute. It
just throw
kind
your
of
phone into the ocean.
depends on which part of the spectrum your fractal is sampling and how the light is squeezed. But you have so many choices of different types of fractals. Mandelbrot is like just one. It's so freaking amazing.
Oh my goodness. Look at him.
Right? He's like a little guy.
Buddha. I love it. I completely love this. This is beautiful.
This is what happens when you talk to fucking Matthias, right? You talk to Matthias, and he'll reference something from some like arcane place you never even dreamed of. We're like, what are you talking about? And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, do you understand what this is? I'm like, not really, but I can wrap language around it that makes it seem like I do, you know?
Yeah. Might have also solved another problem of mine. So that's fascinating. We'll see. Cool.
People really like the what do you think, DeFi? What do you think about the Remises? The Remises? What's the
Yeah,
correct
yeah.
pronunciation?
The Rimmacies. I think it's cool. I actually really I like what you did. It reminds me almost of so like the picture itself, the graphics itself reminds me of like the expand in like a like Lightroom or Greenlight. It's like it reminds me of like the expand feature.
Have you ever used Wombo before?
No, I'm actually really
Oh
intrigued by
man.
this, bro.
By the way, you don't need any software to do this. I'm doing this on my phone.
Wow.
So I'm going to post a link to the top. This is what Dan showed me. And then, like, we don't even talk to Casey anymore. He doesn't even talk to us. He just uses Wombo all day. And what he'll do is he'll, like, find an NFT project, and then he'll make the art better. And then he'll tweet it at the person, be like, he'd be like, yeah, that's a nice piece. So when you check this out, and he, like, fucking makes it better. And then the people in the community are like, yo, this is sick. And then Casey's like, yeah, you want to sell some NFTs? Casey's gangster, man.
That figures why Dan hasn't said anything the entire syndicate.
Dan's using Wombo. I mean, he's catching up on weeks and weeks of Wombo. He just has like 5 phones. He's like that, that those Chinese fucking click farms. That's Dan's house right now. Just like 5 Wombos going at the same time.
No, it's really cool. I'm actually gonna try and learn how to use it because
There's no learning. You just tap on it.
wow.
You type in the description. You pick a filter like it's Instagram, and you upload a reference image and say weak, normal, or strong influence, and you're done. It happens in a matter of 30 seconds.
Oh man, what is the dark web gonna do now, man? They gotta have too much
Yeah.
time in their hands now.
You're about to see a lot of this AI art now, because what happened recently is that, with the new Mac hardware, with the unified fucking memory and compute and all
Yeah,
that
yeah,
shit.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
what they did is a lot of the complicated art people are creating is using a tool called Disco Diffusion or Stable Diffusion, and now somebody wrote the application such that you can use it on the Mac hardware, not connected to the internet. So
Wow.
now you're about in the next week, you're going to see a friggin' Cambrian explosion as all of these Mac M2 users are blistering through these image models. It's going to be nuts in the next week. Yeah.
You know, I also heard that you can do something now where you can actually mod out your Mac. Like,
Oh,
yeah, like you can mod out any Mac that's like 2008 and higher. Like you could like, as long as it has the
oh,
graphics
yeah,
card, yeah, as long as it
yeah.
has the graphics card enableization, you can like turn it like a 2008 Mac into like a
That
2022 Mac.
that's what Ahmed does. So he got, I think it was like the year 2017, and he said in these 2017 year Macs with the big screen, this is the last year that you could fuck with the memory. So he would like put in like 64 gigs of memory on all of the Mac desktops that he has.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, and that's what, yeah, like I've been studying that a little bit.
Honestly, when I got this Mac, like the craziest thing was the render speeds. Like it used to take like hours to render stuff. Now it only takes minutes, if not seconds. It's scary. Imagine like a video rendering in less time that the duration of the video is. It's nuts. I never even thought that was possible. How do
So
you
basically,
spend less time? Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. So basically, yeah, like the time that you spent that you used to spend to rendering now can be spent more productively now. I was It's called acceleration patches. Is what it's called. Open core legacy patcher upgrades. So you can do like anything 16 gigabytes or larger. You can add an additional flash drive. As long as it's 2012 to 2013
Hmm.
metal GPU max, they're fully supported. So you can do
It's like
whatever.
a '92 Honda Civic. You can do
Yeah.
anything with. Fast and the Furious.
Facts. Facts. So that's what I was researching, man. I was thinking about going into one of these like pawn shops, getting like an old Mac and just tricking it out like a PC, like pimping it out, like pimp, like pimp, like pimping, like nasty, you know, like
X to
pimp,
the
pimp,
Z
pimp it.
exhibit.
So I posted my two above that I did yesterday with
Nice.
Wombo. It's and here's the thing, I didn't put the whole prompt in there, but it was infinite fractals comma Bitcoin. Like these two came with the word. I mean, I put Bitcoin in there, and those two popped out. It's so funny. And then in the second, and then for the photo, I chose a Creative Commons Mandelbrot in orange and yellow, and stuck it in there, and that's what popped out with one of the I forget what style it was. I think it was a newer one. Oh, maybe I'll have to look it up. But yeah, it was. So I was pretty surprised. It's like, really? That's what you came up with? Other times it would give me a Bitcoin with basically like a Mandelbrot around it. But then it popped out those two. So I thought that was kind of neat. Some interesting ones last night.
So here's the next step. You take that image and you take it over to Zyro. I'm going to post it to the top. It's called Zyro Image Upscaler. Zyro Image Upscaler is going to allow you to input that image, and it's going to raise the quality.
This is so cool. Fractals and Mandelbrot.
Sandra, may I ask you a question?
I'm sorry. I'm talking and I have my thing. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, I just wanted to quickly say, is this something that you were dreaming, or this just was something that you were just artistically, creating?
I'm actually looking
I'm
to.
sorry, girl. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Well, I wanted to possibly show some art at the Pacific Bitcoin Conference. So I chose the words infinite fractals, comma, Bitcoin, and then I found a Mandelbrot that I liked, and I uploaded it to Wombo and adjusted some of the settings, and that popped out.
Wow.
So that's why I did it. When I express myself, I'm usually very pissed off, and so the things that I come up with are just like disturbing. These are more fluffy and fun. Yeah, I think people, if you really don't want to be just like really fucking enraged and then use like an AI art, you can come up with some really like whoa,
Yeah, I got you.
someone get her some fucking mental health stat, but actually it gives you some really bizarre, wild stuff, and it makes you feel better. And then you forget everything, so it doesn't matter. So yeah.
And then you feel better.
I do. Yeah.
Nice.
When you guys see these upscaled images, so here, take a look at the top. The original is to the left, and the upscaled is to the right. Stuff is so clean. Oh my god. I love Zyro.
Meanwhile, down at the docks, I was wondering about things. I was curious about whether or not I'd get on that boat again, stand with those other Vikings, and get shipped out just a little bit, or maybe it's like in Lord of the Rings where you just get on the boat and you go and you go and you go, and then there's that blistering light that the elves can see, and is that what we see? What I see a field of grain, and like in Westworld, like the portal, and I jump into the other side of the world, or will I realize that my Senye has refunded my Pillsbury pumpkin spice rolls big, and that's okay. I I only dreamed they were there. I didn't think they would actually be there. I should have known better. To order desserts too soon. I'm
By the
not
way,
ready for
guys,
that.
are you ready for the funniest thing you'll ever see in your entire life? Or at least to me it is. Check at the top. From Lancome, USA. Bonjour. We would be happy to help you with your inquiry. Please send us a PM so we can look into it further. We look forward to hearing from you. Remember when the lady asked, like, how do we get in contact with all these big businesses? Like, I don't know, fucking tweet at them and...
Yeah.
All right. So, like,
Pester. You're specialized in pestering.
Right? I didn't even know what it was called. Hey, Lancome, we had a request for the vibrating product of yours.
Oh, poor Dan.
Was that the vibrating mascara?
Yeah, exactly. So what was that lady's name again?
With an N.
Yeah.
Stella and a.
It's like
Nalisa.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Here's your chance. All right, Nalisa. There you go. Want to know how to change the future? Ping the future owners and ask them politely.
Yeah. Maybe I'll do it for her because that sounds interesting.
Yeah, maybe you can corner that market, buy the whole supply, and then sell it out for a premium.
I'll flip that shit on eBay. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Hey, Nalisa, I heard that they're selling the thing. Yeah, it's at Sandra.com. Oh, is that you? No. Why would you think it was me? Hey, Elizabeth.
I thought the vibrating mascara was kind of an interesting concept because it's not vibrating all the time, right? It's just like you put it on and it vibrates, and maybe it's like a massage, or was it like, no, it actually goes on and there's tiny nanobots and they actually basically do like the Beetlejuice dance while you like hang out. Like, well, how does it work?
Yeah, can you imagine a bunch of small coordinated nano drones, individually making each hair more and more luscious? I don't know.
I like the sound of that actually. No, probably you take the wand to the mascara out, right? And then when you put it to, it starts to vibrate there, and then you put it to like your eyelashes, because when I put mascara on, I kind of wiggle it to make sure I have like all the coverage on my eyelashes. So this does it
Don't
like
laugh. She's right. She's
automatically.
right. Interrupt you, but like you see the laughter. Like she's
Yeah,
100% right. It's the wiggle.
it's the wiggle. So
Wiggle it just a little bit.
yeah.
I have naturally long eyelashes.
I hate him. Yeah, they're so pretty.
I have amazing eyes, sir. So
Man,
Isn't
I'm
it?
pretty.
Isn't it interesting? Like I tell my wife all the time, like I didn't realize that some women were hung up on eyelashes and eyebrows. Like I would have been complimenting women, like that would have been a pickup line at the bar.
That would work.
Eyelashes
That
are so
would
long.
work.
I
I
look
mean,
like
a
100
great
times
eyelash is
better
definitely
with fake
distracting.
lashes. So I
So,
like seriously.
Dr. Harry, does it break down your real lashes?
Yeah, I can't use them anymore because
Oh,
so there's a woman around the corner who does them, and it's like $150 every like 2.5 weeks, and she does lash by lash, and it takes like 3 hours. And I'll send you a picture. I think when you get older, it does help like open my eyes up a lot, but I can't like after probably like the 6th or 8th week, I feel like I'm getting like styes in my eyes, and like, because it's like if you work out and you can't touch them, so they get crusty. It's like disgusting. It's like hot for like 3 weeks, and then like the rest, it's like not cool. So,
I
but yeah, I
like
hear what you're saying.
somebody
Like the
was
average
talking about
relationship.
using Latisse stuff, but she was like, I was using it because I have one green eye and one brown eye or something, and I was hoping it would change my eye brown because apparently it changes your eye color. Also, and she's upset because she hasn't also changed her eye color, and so I'm afraid to use that because I don't necessarily want my eye color to change.
How
But I
Latisse can
do.
change your eye color? I don't
I don't know
understand.
if it was Latisse.
So
It was
it
whatever
was,
she was
it is,
using.
it is Latisse, and Latisse was like a glaucoma. It started out like as a glaucoma
Oh,
medicine, and they noticed that lashes started growing. There was a stimuli to lash growth and or stimulant, and but with that, there's a chance of
Dan, that
change.
was an awesome story, man. It's finally good to hear your voice, bro.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't
you
even
did,
hear
yeah.
the
Well, give us
man.
shit
story.
we can talk about. I mean, enough
Can
of
you
this
guys,
fractal shit.
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I don't think, because I can't hear Mike, so I'm gonna exit and come back.
We can hear you, Melly B.
We can hear
Yeah,
you.
She's
I can
saying
hear
she
you.
couldn't hear Mike. Mike
Mm,
wasn't talking.
don't leave us, Melody. Please don't
yeah,
leave me.
I wasn't. And I mean, I'm not even sure if it's beneficial if you hear everything I say, anyways. I think if I said a third of what was on my mind, I'd be more effective.
I think you should. I think you should always do that.
Okay, I'll do that next time. I'm gonna have like a little box, like a little counter on my thing, and I'll be like, I'll have an idea of something to say, and then I'll check the box, and then I'll have another box and another box. I want to try this.
DeFi, it was great listening to your music, dude. I didn't know like you sang and like did music stuff, man. That's really cool. We got to get together and do like the syndicate tapes, where like we all work on like a 3 minute or like 10 minute set of just ambient, strange bizarreness, and then we just get a bunch of samples from SOE and we throw it in there. And then in the middle, we have Casey talking about different artists, and then we just link them all in, like up next here on the Syndicate with Casey and the Wild West of music, and he does his thing, and that's like super cool. The other thing I think we got to do is we should do like the Syndicate ebook. Like we can post on Amazon. We should all like everyone take a chapter. Let's write a book for Christmas. It'll
I
be the
agree.
Syndicate Christmas album book. and like we all just like take a chapter and cram all our shit together, and then we like date it, just like they would, like inside the old first Cray computer, they would open up a panel and you'd see the 28 names of the people that started, the thing. We need to start
I get
working
the
on
eyelash
that.
chapter.
Yeah.
That's
Well, it
actually a
won't be our
really good
last
idea.
chapter, but yeah.
That's really a great idea, Dan, honestly.
Think about that all the time now. I think about interviewing my father-in-law. He's like going on 78, 79, 80, and I'm thinking, you know what? I want to interview the fuck out of you because your kids, should know you, I don't know. It's something I've always wanted to do. I've always wanted to I've always wanted to interview the elderly, mostly just because of their experience. I had this notion of building a whole search engine just around the wisdom of elderly folks, based on like things like how do you know your furnace is broken? Like, oh, this, and like they know a lot of like crystallized truths that we sort of either decide to defer off to a DoorDash person, or you know what I mean? Like we don't have earned experience.
Crystallized, unorthodox
Yeah.
truths.
Yeah, man. They're getting lost in the ether sometimes. The other thing I thought about doing was volunteering down at the retirement community just to be like a stand-in son. You know what I mean?
I want
For
to mint
people.
my social security check as an NFT.
Oh man, I don't know about that. Get money first, will ya? I mean, anything from the government, get it first, bury it, and I don't know.
And create an NFT.
Why are we tearing down the retirement communities? I missed that conversation.
That's something that's I when my mom would she stayed in a couple different communities for a while, recovering from strokes and whatnot. And I would go and visit her, and then I would sort of. Anyways, what was I saying? But yeah, basically, I wouldn't go see my mom, but then I would go and hang out. I'd learn about these programs where you can sort of be a stand-in son, or you can be, a lot of these folks have sort of, their children can't visit, or maybe their children are gone, and I would just sit in a room and sort of, it'd be like, oh, you're Jason, and the person there would be like, just kind of go with it, whatever, just kind of help this person through the moment or whatever. I don't know. It's something I've always been drawn to, just because I think about the people alone in places of need, how to just get some care to them, or comfort mostly. Just it's like heightened in my head right now, obviously, but it's weird. It's like I want to do that, or at least I want to start recognizing it. Maybe that's what I need to do. You know what I mean? Like we go through our lives and we just sort of like we see what we don't like, and we see the issues, and we talk and we talk, and then we work on our life, and we work on our career. And that little nut just keeps kind of bouncing around in our head a little bit, and eventually you gotta find a way to act on it. So
No,
uh,
no, I like the idea. I mean, I understand it, what you're saying. I don't think we spend enough time with, I shouldn't say maybe we don't spend enough time with the elderly, but I think it's sad when the elderly, if you're older and you don't have someone to spend time with.
Yeah.
It's
brutal.
Yeah, I remember visiting an elderly lady years ago, and this guy, he was preaching at this. He was a minister, and so we went to go see this lady and talk to her. And in the middle of talking to her, she realized we were sitting on like the bed because this is the way the room was set up, and she just kind of freaked out because she had men sitting on her bed, like she was, you know what I mean? I was like, and so she just disappeared or went away into her house, right? And we were, shooing us out of her bedroom, and we were sitting on the floor into like makeshift chairs, so to where she felt comfortable. And I thought, wow, what a life she had lived, a conservative life that, you don't,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like, you don't see,
Yeah.
like, she was like, men were in her bedroom on her bed, and she just kind of freaked out, which I thought was,
Yeah. And the other thing too that got me, it's kind of weird, but my wife and I got into a lot of these estate sales, So you go to this, you go through someone's house and you're walking through and they're selling everything. And after like this fifth or sixth, estate sale, you kind of go through, and it's fun. It's like thrifting through someone's house essentially, you know. But you come across like, like how they lived and like who they were, and I know that it's just it's weird to see sort of like to know people through objects, right? You can see like, okay, this guy was a professor, he traveled, he had all these different things, and then there's the woodcrafting, and of course he's got all the wood shop tools, and he built it, so like you get to snap into these people's lives for a little second when you sort of do an estate sale kind of flip, I guess, or whatnot. Um, I don't know. It's just I had this like sense of like the truth is getting harder and harder to find, right? And so where are the new sources of truth? Um, we always rely on sort of peer to peer, or folks coming together, provided we're all sane, right? Although we also know there can be tons of wolves in sheep's clothing online, right? So it's like finding information and clarity and peace doesn't occur online for me as much as like, meeting somebody in the real. And then even meeting somebody in the real, I want to meet somebody who's like aged. I want to meet somebody who is like, oh yeah, you remember what it was like with no internet? Yeah, sure. Yeah, we used to read books. Remember that? It's like, yeah, let's talk about those old times. I don't know. It's just, and I wonder if they have a greater appreciation for life and things. And do they have lessons? That's what I'm always looking for is takeaways and lessons and stories. Sometimes it's just prompt material to help you sort of think about things. But then at the same time, like I've always enjoyed there's like one guy in the neighborhood that sits in the garage every day for 5 hours, right? And he's, I don't know, 75 and military veteran, and he lives alone. His wife's passed, And there's a part of me, it's like, I shouldn't just be walking past this. I should be going in there and either saying if he wants to talk or not. More often than not, yeah, they have a story. They'd love for someone to listen. So, like, being there to listen for people that want to be heard, I guess is kind of the theme in my head at the moment. Although I think might be a reflection coming out of the hospital and thinking about, what would have helped me there, right? What would have helped me there? And I had everything, right? I had family, I had wife was there and everything, but there was certain aspects of it just sort of institutionalized me in the 5 days that I was there, in a sense that I never want to come back. And I have a deeper appreciation for my father when he would get ill, and he was just adamant about the hospital. And I kind of would think about that, but I didn't really. I don't. I feel like I didn't earn the same reason that he had until I went through this. You know what I mean? And now I understand. Now I understand that, like, you can't go 18 days without seeing the fucking sun, right? You can't go, um, you know, you, a lot of people want you to reach out and talk and tell people what's going on, but you might be in a state where all you see is darkness. I did tons of voluntary and involuntary crying in that fucking hospital. Uh, and I got things I got to address, but at the same time, I'm like, I want to address that, and then I want to find some way to pay it forward because maybe it'll make me stronger,
Well,
Like,
you already
yeah,
are strong, and I'm sure people, would have sat with you for a long time if that's what
yeah,
you want.
yeah.
I did say I would come up, and you were like,
I
"No."
know. Yeah, I know.
That's okay.
Yeah, you take your time to unpack your box, your mental boxes.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Your own
that's
time. Yeah.
it's been good for that. It's been a good reminder. And then at the same time, I was, worried about the company, and then, but I put a lot of things in play that are in motion now. So it's like I'm better. I don't, I went to the doom state, but I was able to maybe realize it's not so much doom. So now it's focused on the bit problems we have to do for a recovery standpoint, and get back to square one, and enjoy that along the way. But anyway, I don't know where I was going with that, but I like the bonjour. That was nice. Bonjour.
Yeah, that was a nice touch, right? Yeah, it's I think if there's anything I react to, it's that um it's like if we want to like do something, let's get it done now if we can. Nelisa, what are you gonna tell
She's here.
yeah. What do you think? What should we say to Lancôme? ASU? I guess because it's backwards.
Just did it right now. It's so crazy how the real time of everything is so different for everybody, and everybody's seeing different things behind their screens. And so I was trying to, when you said earlier, I don't know when you tweeted to Lancome, but I tried to reply back to it, and it just posted, and it's like taking a while to actually. What I did is I screenshot like somebody else giving the review of the mascara, because I don't think that there's anybody that's listening. It looks like a bunch of other people are also really looking for the mascara. So let me explain what it is, because it's kind of weird. This is the only mascara that has a battery on the wand, so that you press a button and it vibrates as you put on the mascara on each of your lashes, basically. So you don't have to use a lot of fake lashes are apparently this thing really, really big across the board, where everybody puts them with glue on your eyeballs. There's like all of these glues.
Yeah, I remember that from the Simpsons episode with Lisa.
Right. And you're
Right?
you're
When she's
spending
in the
so
pageant.
much money.
Ting, 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 when she's like doing her eyelashes.
And so people that are reliant, I had fake lashes for a wedding for the first time ever, and I hated it so much, and I was very much like, oh my goodness, to try to remove it. I'm like, I don't understand how people do this every day. And it's so weird, because when you have to return to your natural state, so like beauty has become like this super fake thing, but it's really something that is killing us because it's fake. Like literally all the stuff in the fake stuff is making it difficult. So I don't wear mascara like fake lashes, but this mascara is my favorite, and it's also been classified as the #1 in the world. Lancome is a luxury makeup brand, but it's known for its mascaras, and so it's been out of stock forever because of the supply chain crisis or something, which is ludicrous. It's not even like super tech crazy. It's literally a battery. And everybody's been complaining, but it wasn't until Attract Funding reached out and tagged them that they were like, oh, we'll be happy to respond. But I'm very curious to see like when actually people see these things and how they are able to, share this information, because if not having access to something as a revolutionary product like this, it means that you're reliant on these fake lashes, and even this has happened with like the whole nails. Like I just watched this documentary, Pretty Not So Pretty, right? So all of the stuff, the nail things that we're relying on, it's so expensive to maintain this like beauty thing. It's like $100 to do your hands and your feet, basically a manicure and a pedicure for the gel, which is very different. It's also technology, right? Instead of old regular nail polish that you used to be able to use back in the day, and you'd have to wait for it to dry, their gel nail polish, it creates like a UV acrylic like top thing coat that dries instantly with UV lighting, And so it's really expensive, and everybody likes it because, oh, your nails don't chip. But it's, of course they don't chip. It's like you're gluing on like extra bad stuff, and it's not worth it. Your nails grow at the end of the day, in my opinion. So like your nails grow, and you have to then go pay another $100, with this whole acrylics and all of this whole world. So what do you all think about this? I'm so grateful for the opportunity. So I screenshot a photo, and let's see if there's a response or not.
Have you followed them?
I have. Mhm.
Oh, okay. Do you have the ability to send them a DM? I know I can't.
Let's see if I can. I think that they will reply back to it, and I did follow them. So if they don't, let me see if I can actually reply.
Are you doing that, Mike? Housekeeping. When you get a chance, can you set Melody free so she can try to get back up again? There's some sort of
Oh,
she's
one
stuck.
sec. Sorry. Let me remove from co-hosts. Melody is down there, and then Melody is adding a speaker, and then Melody is back as speaker. Melody is being invited to co-host. Co-host invitation sent to Mel. That's what I'm doing. Sometimes if I don't say it out loud, it's hard for me to do it. I have to like dictate it. I don't know why.
Oh no, that's cool. I do that.
Yeah? Okay, good. I'm not insane. Or at least both of us are insane.
Yeah, both of us probably. Yeah.
That's my processor.
I have a lot of students that are like that.
Uh-huh.
And I'm like, if you just need to process it out loud and you feel uncomfortable, just go in the hall. It's fine. I know that you guys are out there.
I fucking hate math.
Well, no, because like I remember when we were online and kids would invite me into the private room and then they would just say their question out loud and be like, oh, and I'm like, yeah, dude, you just gotta say it out loud.
They didn't want to say it in front of other people.
But no, it's like they didn't know that they were processing it out loud. So I just had to maybe just like draw them to the fact that like, dude, when you say your question out loud to yourself, you get it. So just talk to yourself. It's
Right,
fine.
just talk to
It's a
yourself.
wonderful way to process things. If you have to process it auditorial, cool.
Well, that's what that, I think it was Think and Grow Rich where he talks about having a council of all of your mentors in your brain. Who said that? Was that Emerson? And he would be like, he'd have Henry Ford over here and Aristotle over there, and he'd watch them argue over his ideas.
My cousin, when he was in school, getting his bachelor's, he couldn't attend many study groups because that is how he studies. He reads everything out loud all the time, rereads. So there was like only 3 people that he got to like hang out with and study. And so, but I mean, he had good grades. He had really good grades.
Somebody who reads. That's amazing. I just realized recently it's not enough to be a lifelong learner. You have to be a lifelong reader. One of my mentors reminded me recently. It's so important. Now, of course, he's acing everything. I'm not able to message Lancome directly, but you know what is hilarious? They have this message today, which is really random, on the Twitter on saying, giveaway, do you live in Miami and have dreamed of attending Latin billboards? Well, now's your chance. We're giving one winner 2 tickets to attend this year's awards. Last day to enter is Monday, 9/19. Enter here with a bit.ly link. So thanks for that. So you sent me to them. Yeah. I do live in Miami. Today's the last day. Sandra, you should also fill it out. Maybe we get, double our chances. But yeah, they don't let you message them directly. See, that's the thing with these companies I'm realizing is that's why the social listeners is a position, I guess, that they're hiring across the board, because it's really hard to manage these social pages without a human that is able to really be the challenge.
Yeah, usually there's I found with most major companies, this is the way I get technical support. If I have a problem with my internet, I'll send a message to I'll add Kojiko, right? And because they want to look good on Twitter, they'll get back to me right away. And then when they do a good job, I'll be like, hey, thanks, Kojiko. You did a great job today. Everyone use Kojiko. That's right, Kojiko. The internet's not always up, but they fix it when it goes down. That's right, Kojiko. You know what I mean? So you can also endorse them online, which, gives them what they wanted, which is a positive review. So
that's
I find
when
that
you respond, right? When you're being, that's the only times, right?
I think there's an art in making the request.
You're right.
Right? Which is to kind of be, oh, you big, I small, please help, kind of thing.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And it's so funny though. We used to have so much more power as consumers and users way back in the day when you could search and you could publicly, like my way, and I learned from my father back in the day, they would get so worried. He used to have a website when websites were cool, and it had billboards where people like were responding back, right? So he would be like, I'm going to go publicly and put this all over the internet so people are able to, not buy from your company. And that threat was like big for them because it's their reputation and how you're able to do that. And now, there's no way that there's bad stuff about something. There's not trust of everybody like in that unique place or ways to check back any of this stuff. So I appreciate you giving me the opportunity, and I guess all of us retweeting and redoing these messages as we're reaching out to these companies is the only way for them to see that it's affecting. And irony of it is it trends, it matters to them, right? How can we only together, like masses, will it impact them enough for them to care?
Yeah, I think it's
Well, here it just
yeah.
showed it's kind of like what you said that your dad did. Like Mike, you voiced the concern. Mike wrote it out, sent it to them, and it's literally gonna start a snowball. It's in your hands, and then everybody, like, who is it? The swarm.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. Swarm
mhm.
AI.
But
Crypto swarm AI. Yes.
this is the proof that just one voice can make a difference. One thing can. So like your dad, like you said, your dad used to do. This is the evolution of that. You tweet it at the company.
And now you don't even need an email address. You just looked at, like, I didn't know what Bangkok
Exactly.
was. I just looked it up and be like, all right. And the thing is, what would we have lost if I failed? Absolutely nothing, because we started with nothing in the first place.
It's very true. So we're really learning from one another. It's part of the whole communication thing, right? So it's funny how we need each other's help to reach the people that matter. And even the employees, like you said, so much of it is through the phone, right? And like calling someone and speaking, even with employees across the board, because I'm sure a lot of people get mad at them and go off of
And
them
that
because
is
they're
your opportunity. Because, like, I remember calling someone the other day and I said, look, my name is Michael Jagdale. We haven't spoken before. I'll take some of the mystery out of my call. I just received this and I would like to do this. Now, I know that it's probably not even possible, but I thought on the off chance I would reach out and see if I could talk to you. And so now I'm talking to you. Thanks for taking my call. You know what I mean? Just by, like, you recognizing that most people are angry when they answer, if you know that most people are upset, then you can adopt the opposite or complementary or inverted position. Get everything.
100%. That's amazing. It absolutely is. It's all about building the relationships, right? And making that
Yes.
person that's feeling like,
Yeah.
why do they want to help you, right? And I think that
Oh
just
man.
them being, just realizing, like, I understand, like, you may not have control over this or not, but if you could point me to the right person, and I appreciate, I get so happy when I get a human on the phone. I make them understand, like, I am so grateful that you are speaking to me right now. I know that it's only harder and harder for those employees that are doing those jobs. And it must be so difficult to hear all of these people, especially people that collect debt, for example. It must be so hard. So put yourself in their shoes. And then they feel better too at the end of that call, because they were either able to help you or they appreciate you being in that place. So it's a great opportunity.
Touch the heart before you touch the hand.
It's funny because people are self-interested, right? But the irony of it, you feel good when you help others. And so kind of building a real relationship, you don't even know this person that you're calling, but you're making them feel like they are helping you. And just by speaking to you, they are, truthfully, right? And everybody's in the same boat. But I'm seeing that less and less people are calling people on the phone and talking over the phone. Everybody younger than me, it's like pressure, and they're like anxious and scared of they say confrontation, but
We
there's
call
no
it the
tone in
we call
text.
it
There's no
the
tone.
10,000-pound telephone because nobody wants to pick it up.
But it's easier if you pick it up because then we're all probably freaking out about the same thing, right? So
But that's the thing, though, right? Because they don't have the oral or vocal skills to express themselves, they end up adopting a more text-based form.
Does anybody here speak on the phone to anybody?
Not in a long time. Once in a
I
while.
absolutely do. I don't connect, like I live far from everyone, so I kind of call everyone.
The pharmacist. I talked to the pharmacist today, and she was a human, so maybe, yeah.
Makes a difference. The automated, pharmacies, like your refill's ready, your refill's ready, like zillions of text messages, calls, and all of it's crazy. So grateful, but yeah, pharmacist is a good human to have. Although it's evolving, right, to AI, and they want the future to be a lot more using technology to be able to use these different AI and different ways of using it. But I think I was at a conference a while back. It was called it was Chime and Health Conference with technology, and the biggest problem that these people were facing was, how do we get them to use it and feel trust, and feel the same kind of the emotions are linked to the humans. Even when they printed digital masks during the pandemic with your face, apparently the patients were a lot healthier by having an understanding of what that person looked like, even, the emotion. So there's a lot tied to it.
That's a little ghastly, but okay. I guess that would work. I don't know.
We'll see. I hope that there's an intersection properly. The whole, somebody mentioned earlier about fashion, and I really wanted to ask, because I read this article predicting that the future of fashion is basically everybody's going to have 3D printers in their home and be able to create their own fashion. And I was like, this sounds very futuristic. Do you think this is a realistic?
It could be like that. I mean, if we look at 3D printers today, what are they doing? They're using threads of plastic and sewing them tightly together. So who's to say you can't just attach a sewing machine, right? I mean, we do that. Like, you ever go to get like a baseball cap embroidered, and they'll be like, "All right, give me the image and give me 20 minutes," and they'll come back and your hat's done, right? So maybe sewing would be one of those natural things that you could do. I wonder.
To add the unique thing about fashion, and maybe the lawyers can tune in and chime in there, but it's my understanding it's very difficult to succeed in because the whole point of fashion is it's constantly changing, right? And so there's, unless you're trademarking or creating intellectual property to a new type of material or thing that cannot be copied, it's very difficult to maintain intellectual property over whatever you're doing and still be different. Is the whole fashion industry is very hard to legally, not have it taken or copied or replicated.
Well, if you're asking me, I think it has to do. I mean, very rarely actually do you see designers sue other designers. Like, I think one year, Carl, oh gosh, forget his last name because it was an L. I think I've heard of one law. What's that?
Lagerfeld.
Yeah. That's the
Mhm.
one. Like, they got sued by Ralph Lauren for stealing a black tuxedo dress in the 90s, because it was almost identical. But by and large, uh, if you change it enough, most of the people in industry know not to bother. It has to be to a certain point. So anyway, I hope that helps.
It does. It makes sense because they're protecting, the whole purpose of it is to protect creativity and the whole fashion thing, but it's very difficult to do that. So it makes sense because it's a respect thing. I guess the industry understands it's not worth it. It's not worth the chase, essentially, to be able to, unless it might be different. I know for music, I saw a really funny documentary of Who Let the Dogs Out. The name of the documentary is Who Let the Dogs Out, because apparently that song, there were several versions of that song, dating way back. and they were trying to see who originally invented the song, but also entertainment in general, and that whole creative space must much be a lot harder to protect that creativity, ironically. So that was very helpful.
Yeah, it was crazy because it ended up being who let the cats out. And so then they had like another legal fight with all the cat people versus the dog people. It's still being borne out to this day, I think.
Yes, they're still in this whole thing because there's several. It's so creepy how weird, because several different people did kind of. It's really strange to see the song evolved. It really had me thinking by the end of it. I was like, who actually let the dogs out? Like, who actually truly started it? Now you're telling me it's the cats.
Yeah, they
Of
watch
course it was,
those cats. They're always lurking.
because cats are assholes, and they will let the dogs out. I'm a cat person. I like dogs, but they drool everywhere and knock you over, and they're okay.
True. My cat is so smart. She is so much smarter than the dogs. I mean, the dog's sweeter, but my mother always used to say the cats are for the home and dogs are for the people. They care about.
That's a good saying, because it's true.
Do you have cats, Sandra?
I have one cat, and I don't know, where is he right now. He's usually behind me. I guess not. Well, he must be under the bed. Yeah, he's a good kitty, Ptolemy.
They're so smart. It's crazy how intelligent they are, and very independent. The other thing is, I don't know if it's my cat, it's my sister's cat that I'm taking care of, and she is I learned a Torty Point Siamese, so it's a rare Siamese that looks like a tortoise kind of, and her name is Cleopatra, and
Wow.
she thinks she's so posh. I really think that she thinks she's superior to everybody because she was an indoor cat all the time, and I have these 3 cats outside that I take care of, that I moved here and they were here, and they act. Once I started letting Cleopatra Cleo outside, it was really funny because it's almost like she knows, she has a sense of entitlement. It's so weird. It's so strange. She knows, and that she is very posh in this way, and now she's starting to get rambunctious. She's like, I own this whole complex. I'm outside, essentially. This is my neighborhood. But I wasn't around cats for a really long time until my sister married a military filler and moved to a base in Italy and couldn't take the cat at the time, like immediately. So I had Cleo here, and it was such an adjustment. It was such an adjustment because you'd think it would be less work, except Cleo realized that if she cries at the door, that I will let her out because I cannot work while she's crying at the door. And so she started this routine, and she'll go to the door and she'll cry. And then I decided, let me get I'm not going to like do anything to harm the cat, but I'm going to get a bottle of water and I'm going to fill it with water and I'm going to spray her if she does cry at the door. And so she found her way around it. So she knows even when I just pick up the spray bottle, she'll run away in the opposite direction, but she's so sly. And like, it's just so crazy how intelligent she is. I don't know if your cat is like, she's so strategically planning everything on purpose.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, same with mine. I have a spritzer bottle now that I have to, every once in a while, I'll have to spritz him because he's a talker. I never had a cat that was just so talkative, kind of like, yo, cat, chill. It's 3 a.m.
What I hear all cat owners say.
We have Catland here in this room. Why don't you chime in also? I mean, I feel
Did
like
you
I
hear
just read
me?
this study that they makes us healthier. Having pets, and I retweeted it with another chat that I was in, and the scientist, Beaker and Beamer, uses dogs to teach science, and he was explaining the benefits to having a dog or a cat on your health, and all of the replies under it's really, really fascinating how having that emotional support, or even just taking care of something other than yourself, forces kind of some, you know, there's a lot more. There were a lot less cats and dogs at shelters during the whole pandemic, and now we're facing this kind of like crisis where people are returning the dogs, and I'm seeing a lot more shelters and stuff get a lot full. So really good to see people engage with animals, and that also helps becoming more social is another way to do it, because you meet a lot of people that have the same, values. When you go to a dog park or do that stuff, there's a lot more ways that you can create that community. So beyond it, if you all want to chime in.
No, you do a great job speaking. I just figured I'd wait till you to breathe and then I'd, try to get in there. Just trying to be polite. That's okay. I appreciate it. No, you're absolutely right. And I heard, I think it was from Allie. I think it was Mike's wife who said that when you have when a cat is purring, the frequency or the vibrations of that are actually good with healing. So that's awesome.
It's weird. Do you feel like they hear your emotions? It's really strange. But when I'm like really down, or the other day, I started crying out of nowhere. I was just so down, and all of these things started going really terribly. And it was so cute that like Cleo just crawled directly on my lap. And the other day I was just lying in bed going to sleep, but she just crawled and just sat on my chest, literally. So it's just I feel like they sense it and they try to help you. And even some dogs are like trained to even like sniff diabetes, like if your sugar's going low. Like there's a lot of benefits
Wow.
to animals that I've been learning about.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Melody, did you want to?
Yeah, I had a joke a fucking like 10 minutes ago.
Uh-oh.
I keep getting overpowered by Melissa and her mic.
I'm about to shoot off anyways, so I just wanted to, I want to hear it. Tell us your
Oh,
joke.
oh my God. Sandra, you said that your cat, that this cat is so like talkative.
He's a talker. Like I never had a cat. He's relentless. I don't. It gets me mad. I put him in the bathroom and then he cries even louder to get out of the bathroom.
So
So yeah.
my joke was that I hear that from all cat owners, that their cat is like so vocal. Like they're not so vocal, but my cat is really vocal. I'm like, you all fucking cats are vocal. Every fucking owner of a cat says the same thing. Like
Yeah,
that was
right. That's true. That is totally true. No, you're right. That is funny.
Really is. Nobody's ever said that, but it's absolutely 100% true. I don't know. None of the memes or anything really focus on that, but like the
no, because
obsession.
it's your cat, and your cat is the most important because you're like in their trance. So whatever they fucking do, they are your master, and they are the everything. It's funny. It's cute.
No wonder it's the biggest trending on socials across the board, right? It's because the cat is a lot more involved to each of its owners.
And speaking of cats, look down at the bottom. There's a cat. Catland.
Petlin Java? Jiva?
Yes.
Jave.
Let's
Javea.
see kitties. So
That's
cute.
fun. Oh, is this French? Is this English?
I think it's English.
Spain.
Javan.
Alicante, Spain. Oh, yay.
Ah. I want to go there now. Catland.
Rackus, do you have a cat, or do you have dogs, or do you have any pets?
We don't have fish. I love cats, but I'm allergic to them. But I like cats because they're low maintenance.
So they say. I don't believe them.
Well, yeah.
As I've heard thus far, no cat is low maintenance.
It's
It's
true.
just
There's
that
not like hypoallergenic cats. That is the biggest
they eat
concern.
what they want, eat when
Oh
they
yeah,
want,
you can get the naked one. What is it?
water when they want.
Sphinx? A
About
Sphinx
it.
cat. But they're not so beautiful. I don't know. Maybe people do think that, well, the Sphinx is the only cat that's hypoallergenic. It has zero fur, right? But they're very unique. Every single breed and species, not only of cats, but of dogs, it's so fascinating how they're all so different and have all of these unique traits that there's reasoning, like genetically, for why they have these different things. Do your fish live? What kind of fish do you have? Because I remember as a child always trying to get fish, and the only fish that lived were the betas, and they had to be alone, and it was like, oh, I couldn't put them together.
We have goldfish. I had Oscars before and exotic fish, but right now we have goldfish because they're low maintenance. They're not plain goldfish. They're like in the goldfish family. Like what's the ones that you see? They get like 2 feet long. What are
Nice.
those? What are those things you see in the pond?
Like koi pond fish.
Koi fish.
Yes. Okay, so it's not just goldfish. I was gonna say all of the goldfish I had as a child, those are the ones that died the quickest. Maybe I didn't know how to like take care of them, and there's probably a lot more science behind the tank and all that stuff as little as a kid.
You know, our goldfish, they do. I've had them for 4 years, so they're doing
Wow.
very well. Well, you know, when we had previous fish, they would die. I would tell my kids that to keep my kids from eating Long John Silver, I was like, you know, when we flush the fish, if you want to see the fish again, go to Long John Silver and you can buy it in the fish bundle. And that is to keep my kids from eating Long John Silver because I'm against it. And but yeah, these fish have lasted for like 5 years. Same with McDonald's. It's horse meat. So
Oh my goodness.
I tell my kids that. Yeah, so I don't want my kids eating McDonald's. So
There was an old lady that preserved a cheeseburger for 20 years. She had it in a like box or something, and I could not believe it. I saw this article of her, and she brought it out, and it was like looked like a normal cheeseburger, just like she bought it like 3 hours ago, and that significantly impacted my ability to ever eat McDonald's or any fast food burgers, you know, because there's no trust lately, but I was shocked. So that's a good way that you got around McDonald's.
yeah, I don't know. I like McDonald's as a kid. And I actually told my wife this week we're going to go to McDonald's has their Halloween buckets out. So I was like, fine, let's go get a fucking bucket for the kid. You know, but Lisa, what do you do for a living? If you don't mind me asking, are you in?
I work with nonprofits. I am currently with the Center for Social Change, which is a collaborative nonprofit space. Essentially, there's a bunch of, or just a collaborative space where you are able to. There's currently 80 nonprofits there, but we're going through a process of trying to make it a hub and connect all of these great humans across the board that are doing great work, because I think that the problem with the whole nonprofit world and philanthropy is that it's treated as if it's a charity thing, but there are ways to create profitability, you know, through these. At the end of the day, it's a business that serves a different group of people. So the populations of service are in a nonprofit is different from having a for-profit business, which has no regulations really or anything like that. But when it's a nonprofit organization, you have to have a board of directors, and as a board and your staff have to raise the funds through donations, through corporate or individual, to pay not only for your programs, like any business to operate, or the cost of doing that programming, but also for staff. And I think for a really long time, people have not valued like positions in the nonprofit world as jobs, because you think, oh, that's not a real job. And that's the problem, is that if donors are not contributing and they don't recognize that humans have to run operations of nonprofits, and nonprofits cannot operate alone. They really do have to work with individuals and organizations and humans to be able to really do what they're supposed to do. And right now we're getting a lot more jobs needed in social services, in government, in nonprofit, and in education. And so I had worked for the past 10 years with youth programs, so high school and middle school students in inner city neighborhoods, and basically low income youth that happen to be all of the minority groups and also the largest crime in those areas, because there's not access to opportunity.
So does your nonprofit, we have one here in our area, and they get pretty good bonuses. Is that still?
So the thing is that a lot of the nonprofit, so basically the money that is used is to the discretion of I mean, it's the purpose of the funding is supposed to either be for organizational capacity, which is staff, to pay the salaries of your staff members, or to solve your mission, or to accomplish your mission. So, for example, under Superhero Leadership Academy, the nonprofit that I had founded, the mission was to teach low-income youth professional leadership skills so they could get these jobs, right? So they could get careers. So the money, all the money that we collected, every dollar from any corporate donor or any personal that wants to contribute or anything, had to go to purchasing technology or food, or giving learning materials directly to these students and their families, or transporting them, getting them wraparound services for free to them, so that they can then, reach self-actualization and actually get the jobs and leadership development stuff, right? But for that, that's what should be occurring with many nonprofits. So sometimes, to answer your question, it's to the discretion of the nonprofits, right, what they use their money. So you see people, if you want to open your own family foundation, and you're wealthy, and for example, you want to hire your wife to be, or somebody to run this staff position, they can get paid up to whatever salary is decided by the board of directors and is in their budget, and they're provided for a salary role. Like, you're going to get paid to do this job as the executive director or a program manager or director of programs or whatever, right? So, but there's no oversight on that. So if the board of directors wants to hire whoever they want to hire, so you can allocate $200,000. So some of the largest nonprofits, like Feeding America, this is getting so much funding, right? But the students cannot access the food from Feeding America because they'll put in the zip codes, and they can't go to those places. It's not within their area, right? So the disconnect is how do we use the funding? Is the nonprofit effectively utilizing the funding? And everything is public record, so you can look up this nonprofit and you should be able to see what they paid, who their staff, and what they spent on the programs. So technically, yes, like if you, but that should never be the case. It depends on the portion of your budget that goes to the service versus, like, there's a ratio that is good, which is right? Donors don't want to just fund
Sorry,
salaries.
Rockets, what was your original question?
What I'm doing, right, with nonprofits. So right now I am basically connecting good people, creating public-private partnerships, and highlighting effective nonprofits that actually can prove where your dollars are going. People are looking for places to volunteer, they're looking for places to donate, they're looking for community, right? So I'm working with the right volunteers, donors, and people, so I can connect them to the poorest zip codes and areas within proximity.
Lisa, so I have a question with the nonprofit. The one that you mentioned, that the students were not being able to connect because of the zip codes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just very briefly, like, what happens with the money? I mean, it sounds like nonprofits are popping up everywhere. What happens to that funding? And is that funding federal funding? Is it state, local funded? Is it
So
donors?
there's many ways that a nonprofit can get funded, right? So, and by the way, there's incentives for it, right? So if you're a big corporation and you have corporate social responsibility dollars that you need to allocate to a philanthropic cause, or you will be taxed on it, right? You need to allocate money. So what happens is corporations can donate. Individuals, if you're a wealthy individual, or even a person that wants to donate money, you should be able to apply that to your taxes. So you pay less taxes if you're donating to, like, philanthropic causes. Each nonprofit, where happens to the money is based on what each nonprofit does it. Like you mentioned, a bunch of nonprofits, there's essentially their ability to launder money through a nonprofit, essentially, right? Because, right, so you can hire one, it's probably the easiest way. And that's why it's been really terrible, because certain people, like, that's how a lot of offshore accounts and international charities are you can see everything is public. That's why I'm so confused, because everything is public. You can see that these consulting, fundraising, fake LLCs that are dissolving, that are raising the monies, or, like, everything is public. So you can see if a charity, where every dollar of a charity is being allocated. So Humane Society, of the whatever charity, you can look it up, and there should be public record of this, allocations and stuff like that. So there's no enforcement, to answer your question. There is no way other than the charity that I created, which is supposed to drive, and I can say every dollar, this is a trust. We all need to donate here, because whatever I can prove that every dollar is going to go to use, because right now there's a huge gap, right? They don't have laptops. So
You're very knowledgeable. Can I just break in
of
there for a
course,
second? Okay.
absolutely.
I'm asking for a reason. What is your take on the Patagonia CEO? So I champion the
Fucking genius.
Oh my God. I mean, break this down to me. Okay. So
Yeah, this guy's a gangster.
you know what I mean? Like, I'm like going to go buy a Patagonia sweater just to
Yeah.
support the cause
Well,
of.
you know that's the part of the VC starter kit, right? You ever seen that? You want to look like a VC? Put on the Patagonia vest.
But I don't want to do that, Mike. I don't. But
Yeah.
Mike, so look, there are people who love this cause, and I'm very happy for them, right? And I read the story. Is it a scam? Is it? I mean, how is this going to work? I mean, explain it like I'm 5.
There are laws, and if you have lawyers can show you how to use those laws. If you look at the accounting firms that exist, look how many of those accounting firms are dedicated towards tax advisory. It's not how much you make, it's how much you keep. It's always, you know what I mean? So we're just seeing this on the front page. But, this is standard practice.
No, I'm not going to say it. I don't believe it is, because if every company would be doing it, right?
You're about to see it happen. The traditionalists are about to decide how might they preserve their wealth when they pass away. You used to be able to put it into an estate and then maybe do an estate freeze. But again, look, if you want to tax the rich, you can try. But you know what I mean? They have advice for this reason. How do I gain the world without losing my equity? Well, sir, you have to give away your company. What do you mean? No, don't worry. Hear me out.
So it's
Wild.
it's nefarious. I mean, what he's doing, or do we not know yet?
The question is, the fundamental question is, I think that everyone's asking is, if you gave that money to someone else, how would they use it?
Right.
Versus
where
right?
I am the account holder. So I made SLA be the master account holder, essentially. So I got into contracts with the different massive corporations, not contracts, where basically I am able to, for example, these poor kids are not able to they're getting charged a lot more money for cell phones. Right. So I would be able to engage with a major cell phone carrier and have an account, which is this government account type. And for $500, for example, I get a whole year iPhone serviced for this child, that they have access to this brand new phone. I am the account holder, so they can't go to that family and cut off their service or upcharge them or anything. After 6 months to a year, they can then get off of my line and have their own. But at that point, their credit won't be screwed and they won't be disadvantaged, or these kind of families don't know how to access these subsidized government services already, because they are low income, that they should have access to, right? So I said to myself,
How many of those initiatives?
Go ahead.
But how many computers or how many iPhones have you been able to get into people's hands?
I think, well, I had 200 students, and I had to transition all of my programming online, right? So how many I am able to get in their hands is based upon the funding that we can raise for them. Not only that, so for another example so what I did is I got a storage place, a public storage thing, and I was able to allocate the dollars to directly transport it to their homes, right? So we had, for example, Dollar Tree. They have, I got 1,000 notebooks. I got 1,000. There were crayons, markers, all these school supply learning things that were through Dollar Tree, and then also cleaning supplies. And then we went through to be able to get $1,000, a Microsoft Surface, like full bundle, essentially, would be the cost to get it. So I think we had provided laptops to about 20 different students, but at the end of the day, the whole reason why it was not able to, I wasn't able to do fundraising and programming at the same time. But the model that I had set up was so that I can account for every
That's how
dollar.
it starts, though, right? Don't you have to the hardest role to fill in any charity is the person who's actually going to make the call to raise the funds. Doesn't that falls on your shoulders, right?
As an executive director, if I was getting paid the salary that should be for an executive director in a nonprofit role, which truthfully,
but this is your nonprofit, right?
right? No, but nonprofits cannot be owned. I'm not actually, right now, I'm not affiliated. I'm not doing the work of the nonprofit. I'm doing the
I'm just
consulting.
thinking about the pie chart, right? So, like, whenever you look at a charity, the first question you ask is how much money is going towards the end user, and I think the target has to be a certain target, right? Like 70% or 80% or 60% or something like that has to show that it's getting to the actual
The populations of service, right?
Right. So, for example, for someone to get $100,000, the charity would have to bring in $1 million at the very least, I imagine, right?
Correct. So that's the answer. So to be able to really make this work, and why it should be like, this is not one person's job. This is not, that's what the problem I was seeing is there were a bunch of charities trying to focus on different things. What they were lacking is the populations of service, right? So I said, hey, all of these kids need education. All of your nonprofits need to be able to, those are jobs at the end of the day, those are education. So what we'll do is we need all of the corporations and the individuals, public and private sector, donate to this trust. We can allocate every dollar for every child and the households that they are going to impact. And we're going to get them the food too, which is the food is, so like we had partnered with Hungry Harvest for $15, a 15-pound box of fresh produce that was rescued is going to go to those kids' houses and do a community cookbook so that their families will be able to. So there's a lot of services, but the point is, you're right, absolutely. So what does that mean? That means that the board members, the people that are on the board for a reason, to help fundraise and or to use their sphere of influence for, there's a reason that they have to strategically be on that board and lead. As board governance means that if your board of directors is amazing and the chair is supposed to work directly with the executive director to raise the funds. So to diversify all the funding, there are many ways, right? But all the nonprofits are essentially just competing with each other, is what's happening right now for
Yeah,
grants.
I've been on a board of a few charities. I'm on a board of a charity now that's sending school supplies to Ghana, right? So I know that raising money isn't easy, but it's the role of the first few people who are part of that, to get that ball rolling.
Exactly. It's so crazy. I'm just by talking about this, it's kind of forcing me to say it out loud, like why, like what needed to happen and why that was not a success in the way that I needed it to be, which is that it's all of these social causes. And so we're against all of the social evils at the end of the day, like as humans. And I invented this concept of like what a superhero is because I didn't want to keep it, but I want everybody to share it, right? You're not just a superhero if you're a successful person. It's if you're using that influence to create like positive social change. And then I tried to connect it to business and learning, which is what the kids are not learning. They're not learning because it's not fun and they don't understand what's the purpose of them learning. But when you apply it to business and you put people like you all in front of them on Zoom, then they're
I
able
would
to.
run classes with the kids in Peel, and I'd be like, all right, what do you want your business to be? All right, so why aren't you doing it? Okay, so if I could show you how to do it, would you want to do it? So like one kid had a clothing company he wanted to launch. And so 5 minutes in, I was like, all right, so we created it already. And he's like, what? I was like, yeah, I created the t-shirt using Shopify and I'm sending it to your house right now. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, yeah, you don't have to wait to do any of this stuff. And so then I brought in like different experts. So I bring in like a CFO and I'd be like, all right, now pitch your idea to the CFO. And then the CFO would come in. So I just would be like, look, I don't know how to do everything. So let me just bring in the experts. And then the kids can talk to the experts as if they were adults.
Exactly. So you're doing it. So you're a superhero technically, because that's what you're doing this good stuff,
It's
right?
not easy.
It's not easy.
Everything that you're saying, is true. And I found that, businesses live and die on the people willing to pick up the phone and ask someone else for a sale or money. And it's not easy. But if you can find someone to do that, I end up being sometimes that person. And that's fine. right? But it's yeah, you're right. Everyone's competing. There's a limited amount of dollars.
It's
At the same time, it's worth failing at.
100%. And so the only way to create, like literally save the world, is to streamline, create a holistic agency. And so my holistic agency was Superhero Leadership Academy. And I thought to myself, okay, every individual or company needs to do three things. You need to A, donate in kind or monetary. B, send speakers of different positions of that company. It could be the janitor, it could be the CEO, right? And the third thing is come to us when you're willing to hire, right? When they're ready to hire, because these companies want leaders. They want them to succeed in business so they can hire them, because nobody can live forever yet. We're not in that stage.
Yeah,
So what you're saying is key. Like, how do we unite the forces so that I know, oh, I'm going to refer them to this superhero right here or that one?
Well, yeah, the superheroes are in the room right now. We have developers in the room. We have military leadership in the room. I mean, we have some Australians, but we work around them,
That's exactly it. Identify it.
My question, Mike, I'm sorry. Does it seem that that's genuine?
So Patagonia, I'm going to look. The first thing that came to mind is I don't even know what you're talking about, which means that it's probably not in the nonprofit space or charitable space that is legit. So it's not necessarily even social entrepreneurship. So what is it? Can you share with me before I research on my own?
I'm not very knowledgeable on it. Patagonia is a clothing store, and anyone feel free to correct me.
Oh yeah, the company. Okay.
The company, yes. I've been reading bits and pieces and interviews with the owner. I've watched the product for about 2 years. It's a good looking product. It's like Mike said. It's kind of it's taken a turn.
It's a superhero uniform for venture
It
capitalists.
is. Mike, do you remember Abercrombie and Fitch before it took off?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, before it took off.
So the big story here is that the guy from Patagonia wanted to decide what he does with his company now that he's getting older. And what happened is that he decided to exit the business in a very interesting way. So he has this Patagonia. So the headline was, and this is the headline: Patagonia gives away its entire $3 billion worth to fight climate change. That was the headline.
That's ludicrous. Okay, first of all, math doesn't lie. Whatever percentage that they're saying. So on their website, and the only thing that they are featuring is that they're giving away 1% for the 1% pledge. Okay, there's plenty of people that do that. There's plenty of companies that join the 1%. One of them is Jennifer Strout, who's the founder of Motivate You, for example. That's a great company that does that. There's nothing to showcase here. It seems like a lot of fluff to me. Okay, we guarantee everything we make. All right, that's not a social. Okay, how know your clothes?
Patagonia founder Yvon Chouinard, his spouse, and his 2 adult children are giving away their ownership in the apparel maker, Patagonia, he started some 50 years ago. The company's non-voting stock, worth close to $3 billion, will be owned by a collective that will use all profits that aren't reinvested into the business to fight climate change. The company expects to contribute about $100 million a year, depending on the health of the business.
Carbon, they're going to be able to put a price on every what's the carbon footprint of Patagonia now is the more important thing. Understanding, the contribution of climate change. So contributing 1% is...
It's not so much that. What Raucus is referring to is the tax implications of the whole deal.
And what are tax implications? I didn't read the article yet.
So let me look that up. What are the tax implications of Patagonia? Let's see what the Google says. 1 day ago, how Patagonia surfed around death and taxes. Let me read this. So, when blah, 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 fluff, on September 14th of this year, Patagonia made headlines when Chouinard announced that he was transferring 98% of the family-owned company and all its non-voting stock to the nonprofit Hold Fast Collective. It's called Hold Fast.
Oh man. Okay.
The biggest troll ever.
Wow. This is really, really interesting because
Welcome to the
look up
jungle.
that nonprofit. I mean, look up the entity on Sunbiz or wherever it's listed based on, it's probably on Sunbiz. Look up the entity and see who the registered agents and people are in that, and if it's actually designated as a nonprofit charity. Does it have a tax exempt status? Because every dollar given is an incentive and tax break, right? Especially for corporate dollars. That's why these corporate social responsibility or corporate redevelopment dollars, there's a lot of allocations. And like I said, so if it's government money, it's based on income. If it is, you have to have a populations of service, and that's the problem. Is people are developing these nonprofits, but who are they truly serving? The populations of service here are what the environment is the populations of service. That's how a lot of people get away with, you know.
So the plot thickens. What is the Patagonia Purpose Trust? Last month, the Chouinard family transferred all of the company's voting stock into the newly established Patagonia Purpose Trust. Family members and their advisors will oversee the trust, which will ensure the company continues its focus on social responsibility. Unlike the Hold Fast Collective, the trust will have decision-making power over the company. And so it's, I wonder what the difference of the tax implications were.
You just get tax breaks for that amount that you give to any profit or nonprofit that is tax exempt. So if that collective is a tax exempt nonprofit, which the accountants I'm sure have taken care of, then they will just say that it's going to that nonprofit. It is the agency in which it's moving money, and sometimes offshore, right? So that's the international.
Patagonia owner giving away company for climate change avoids $700 million tax hit.
Yes, that's why these incentives that are made to cause economic investment in those poor communities are actually ways to move money, either through these dissolved entities or shell companies or these nonprofits, and you can't trace the humans behind them, right? So that's why these registered agents and these, with the assets, the LLCs and the charities. And one great example is We Build a Wall. We Build a Wall, all in one word, on Sunbiz, was a 501c4. That is the equivalent of the NAACP for all of those. It's a social services organization structure above nonprofit status. And there was a GoFundMe. It was $21 million was raised, and I think that's why Bannon is now in this lawsuit, because he was one of the advisors for this. So he was getting money from people all over that were donating bricks and to build these walls amongst these different states. And that's all under the entity We Build the Wall, all one word, on Sunbiz. And at one point, so they hide between the tax benefits, and the way they are behind it is philanthropic. There needs to be much more regulation, and an understanding of, that's why I think that it needs to be based on income, right? That who are the populations of service, prove that these people need it, and nobody just gets, have their own nonprofit, because there's not actual effective, and that's what the cycle is. It's a cycle.
So I understand that you created the framework for how the charity should run. Is the charity still running right now using that framework?
Yes, the board of directors are amazing, and they are in the process of just continuing to work with all of the superheroes and protecting it, right? The space and all of that stuff, right? But the website is still open, and there's the ability for anybody to donate that way. And I'm sure that the board will directly reach you if so, because they very much care about the partners and who, to make sure that there's social impact attached to every dollar that's contributed, because the model and the infrastructure was created, but like you said, and to prevent anything from being co-opted, because that's that's the irony of this all. The only right way to do this is everybody together for children in this trust, right? So if you're truly a superhero, step up. Here are the ways, and the management of that are those people that are made to keep it that safe space. So it can't be bought. Nobody can buy it or anything that. And they're working together with the organization, and I think the website is socialinvestmentholdings.com, which is more long term. It's in the process of all of this stuff, but right now the charity is, in operation. It has everything going, and the school year just began. So I'm sure that the more help that they get, and this is something that I just want to get across the board for anybody to understand, that charities need donations, not just to like help these communities that need it the most vulnerable populations, but to hire positions that are jobs for people to actually do this, right? So like, it's like a joke, it's like a stigma. Like, I've had so many people in the last 10 years of my work in charity basically being like, go get a real job, go get a 6-figure job. Like, there are so many people that don't understand how nonprofits work, that there's so much backlash against these jobs. And the same thing for like education jobs and jobs in government. Like, those are like creating the minds of the future, and they're the largest like groups that help the public. They serve the public, right? So it's really important that charities get funded for them to become effective, like charities that serve these populations and function like a business, so that the donors are continually investing, right? Because it's naturally going to promote those companies and those humans that do that, because they know that there's no alternate interest, right? You're literally trying to just help. And if everybody's trying to help against environmental discretion, against abuse, child abuse, against homelessness, against all the bad shit that everybody's against in the first place, instead of pointing at each other, which is what's going on right now, is the opposite of prosperity is chaos. And there's all of these people competing and trying to find their own identity, and like figuring things out and manage every platform and function. And the problem is that, like, no man is an island. No man is an island. Like, I can't say it enough. And just talking about this stuff is going to hopefully inspire people to go get jobs you could be in leadership roles. They need to be funded properly. If you're in a leadership role, you make the dollars, you are able to truly flip the script. And so just sharing about these great superheroes, because superheroes do exist. They're actual humans. If you're a business CEO and able to truly apply it for good, like, it will change the game,
So are you
right?
hiring by any chance?
Am I
Your
hiring?
company that you work for? No, I mean,
Um,
nonprofit, right? So it wouldn't be.
The other website that I wanted to share is that company. It's for social change. Yes, that's why I invited you, Sandra, to come and meet the founders, because they're in this super transition right now, right?
Awesome.
What to use the space properly, and how can we really leverage it for, how are we going to connect this physical and digital? Because there's a way to replicate it, like in the US, I think, and we're all just trying to figure it out. So, Dexter, my red fox lab. So, yeah, I think that I hired a bunch of students, right, in the past with that money, right? So that's another thing, is that not only can you fund directly to these students, but you can pay these students during the summer. We were part of this summer youth internship program, which is a funded program. Any employer, any person, any of you superheroes can register if you were in Miami for this. And students in the magnet programs are able to register for 6 weeks to learn with you and help you, and they get paid for that experience and a course grade. So
Wow.
last summer I had 62 interns, and because the school district was really struggling to get employers to register, because that's the whole problem. There are amazing programs in place, just nobody knows, right? How can I like apply or help and make a difference, right? So I wanted to create this infrastructure because everybody likes superheroes. I seems to have no problems with that, right? And even little kids get it, and just translate it to like real life, right? So the subjects that we learn in school are applicable to jobs, applicable to the real world. And like, art is important for creativity, right? And whatever business you enter. And math is important so you don't lose your money and you're a financially stable human being, right? So let's
Yes.
just share these concepts and keep these discussions going. Go ahead, Zach.
Oh no, I just raised my hand because I just feel like if I didn't, it would just keep going. I love your mission and everything, but I had questions like 7 minutes, 8 minutes ago, and now I can't remember them. So,
Well, nobody understands the structures. I looked up the search, the records. Did you look up the records of the name that you just told me of the Patagonia? So that's another thing.
okay.
I'm going to close your mic, Melissa, to let you breathe and let other people talk. And I would really appreciate it if you raise your hand as Mike Zach did. So whoever wants to speak, we're going to go to hand raising now. Thank you.
I had a question for Zach. Oh yeah, he's probably switching onto his headphones. Because one of the reasons I started the space is because of Zach's interaction with Jason. Yeah, he's gone. But yeah.
He was here for a while and we missed his connection.
That's okay. He's about to be a busy man. I mean, in what world can you just be like, hey, I want to raise funds now? And I'm like, oh, let me just tweet at a venture capitalist. And be like, oh, now he's responding. Okay. All right, I guess we're done. He didn't have to use his voice once. That's fucking crazy.
Isn't
You realize
that's amazing?
that's wild. You don't even have to email someone anymore. You don't even need their email address. You can just interact with them authentically on Twitter. Right? Wow. Astonishing.
I'm
It's
sure.
like the new form of copywriting. You know what I mean?
Right.
It is astonishing. Because I look at my phone and I almost never get calls from Zach. And then when I see 3 missed calls from Zach, I'm like, what the fuck? And so I was talking to Mohit actually, and I was like, yo, Mohit, I really gotta call you back. What the hell could Zach? You know what I mean? Like, what the hell would Zach need with me? Right? You know? And then he was like, yo, check this out. And I'm like, oh shit, it's happening, is? Well, and I told him then hey, Zach, by the way, congratulations. He's like, what? I'm like, if you can get the attention of this guy, you can get the attention of 5 other motherfuckers like him. Because there are 500 people like him. You know? He's a guy on Twitter.
That's great. Good for him.
Oh, look, Zach's back. So hold on, I want to hear this in his own words because he's been tracking Jason for a while. Actually, I think Jason has syndicate.com copy written, or at least he has the .com. So that's pretty funny. So I guess Jason imitates us, or vice versa. But yeah, I just saw Zach's message. Hey, Zach, how do you feel about telling them the story about what happened this morning? Because I think it's the overall theme of it and the lesson learned is very significant.
Well, Jason has a thing where if you retweet him and say something, nice or say something good about your mission, he tends to follow people back. So I've I had him already following the Win the War account before I opened my personal account, and so I was like, well, now I got to get him to follow my personal account. So I've just been throwing little things every now and again there, retweeting him or commenting on things. He recently closed off all his comments, so you can only comment if he follows you. And so now I was like, I have to retweet things. So I retweeted something that he wrote, and I mentioned kind of what we do at Win the War, pairing entrepreneurs and startup founders with current military. and talked about the MDMP process. And his next tweet was just at me links. And I was like, shit. Okay. My first thought was I need Mike's blog post that he wrote about about the military decision making process. Couldn't find that. And so I just kind of wrote something out, sent him a white paper that I, had referenced, kind of making the idea for Win the War, and then kind of explained the thesis behind it, and then called Mike and was like, Mike, I need you to retweet your post. And then I called a couple of our clients and said, hey, comment on this, just if you think we've been doing a good job. So just trying to, because I think that the thing about Jason is he is very, very tough but fair. So he can come across as an asshole, but he's not an asshole just to be an asshole. Like, he's not contrarian to be contrarian like a lot of people on Twitter. He's giving people the hard truths, because what you do as a startup founder and entrepreneur is hard, and there's not a lot of people out there willing to do that. They're out there saying like, oh yeah, you make this 6-figure income, or you do this, or you do that, and like, they make everything seem easy, that you can do it from your couch. And I hate that. I think it's one of the scammiest parts of the whole coaching consulting thing, is that people make it seem like you can do it with no work. And that's why I don't want to say targeted Jason, but I really like what he does, because he's more honest about how hard it is. And he's willing to say the shit that no one wants to hear. Like, he just tweeted that Americans are lazy, and it's true. Like, there's a large portion of us that are lazy, and the ones that aren't lazy have trouble doing things for others. And I think there's some middle ground. And so he says, you have to, you want to be like a samurai or a pirate as a startup founder. And I'm like, well, yeah, if you want to know Bushido, you find a samurai. Well, if you want to be a warrior, find a warrior. And that's what I'm trying to do. So yeah, it's been kind of cool. It's been at least 2 or 3 tweets today, kind of back and forth between him and I. So that was interesting. I just, taking advantage of the tactical situation on the ground. The strategic plan has gained traction, and now it's time to shift from what we call probing attacks, where you just kind of throw out little, hey, here you go, heys, and go to full out offensive. So now that I have him following me, now he'll see what I'm doing, especially if I target him. So the military strategics and tactics work, people. You just got to apply them right.
You're doing leadership development. That's basically leadership development, and it's amazing. Like, especially with something that people understand as discipline and the values of military that are good, those leadership skills. So you're amazing. Great job. Very appreciated.
Lisa, do you know about Zach's company?
I just became familiar with it as you were speaking. Zach, Jason was speaking very fondly of you before you just joined in, and then you joined in perfectly at the right time. And this is exactly what I'm talking about, is like, you two are individuals as superheroes, right? You're using your sphere of influence for the greatest good, and still trying to survive, which is really important, right? To be able to get there. And a lot of people assume that it's like easy, and because now everybody's doing it, but it's actually very hard when there's just, math doesn't lie. There's just so many humans. And now that you, like you said, just an email, it's not even like a full human. You don't even know if it's the right kind of person that you want to let in. So it's very hard to do that and accomplish it. So the burnout is very real in those spaces. So just keep it up. And this is how good humans should be recognized. And that's the only way that we will attract the necessary funding in large scales to truly.
Melissa, I'm gonna cut you off, because I'm just instilling a little minute 30 timer for speaking. But I mean this with all due respect, honestly, because I think everyone can learn. But like, Mike's name, is not Jason. Jason is Jason Calcanis. That's who I was talking about. And then secondly, it wasn't an email, it was a tweet back and forth. And so I think that like I love your mission. I love how passionate you are about it. But I think that other people's missions deserve some recognition and some actual consideration instead of it just always tying back to what you're working on. I love your passion and I love it, but it seems like that's all you can think about, so much so that you're not hearing what other people are saying. And so at times it may come across as disingenuous in some of these spaces because it always ties back to you. So I really appreciate it. And I love what I love how passionate you are about everyone's superheroes and doing so much for social good. But I think that it could be, it could come off better with a little bit of pause and understanding what people are talking about. But I'm going to drop back down to listener. I'm in the middle of a workout. But yeah, I love everyone.
Thank you. I actually.
Hi, how are we?
Hey, how are we? Sorry, I can't help but do that now. I do that sometimes to myself. Hello, how are we? I'll just do that while I'm like making my coffee. I'm like, oh, I'm fine. How are you? It's like Gandalf in a cave, you know?
Hmm. Can everyone hear the sense of urgency in Alyssa's voice? And like when you have someone like Zach come up, how it's like there's control, there's discipline, and all that sort of stuff. The different levels of energy in the voice and stuff like that. I find it very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think she just likes to express herself fully in a manner that people can understand her. I mean, I'm an attorney, and I fully recognize the fact that women are often treated differently than men. Like, for example, even your discussion about it right now,
Mm.
it's kind of misogynistic, I gotta say.
Well,
So
let
she's a
me get
woman
yeah.
because she talks
Let
more, right?
let
And you're
me give
interrupting me
you
because you're
okay.
misogynistic, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, let me give you some context. So
Go
I
right ahead.
actually heard myself in Melissa a lot, like a hell of a lot, when I first came into the syndicate, and like I had this certain sense of urgency and like got this purpose, this mission, and I need to go out and collect as many people as I can and go and do good with it and be the hero. But yeah, I just heard a lot of myself. I can hear a sense of urgency and like this almost like a panic. I'm not sure. Like I don't mean to be
Are
misogynistic,
you
and
saying?
thank you for your
Okay.
your point of view.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what was misogynistic.
Well, he seems to be suggesting that Zach is more authoritative and therefore he must know more than Melissa, who is speaking from her heart and discussing her, charitable contributions to civilization as opposed to just, mass genocide on behalf of an imperialistic country. So, yeah.
I more think that he was speaking to or referencing control in conversation.
You're
And what
wrecking
that
my vibe, man. You're just killing me.
fuck.
Damn
Really
it.
quick, I have to hop off really very quickly. I thought it was a little bit, the funny thing is that if for the past 10 years, you'll not find my presence online or even in these spaces across the board because I've been literally on the ground going school to school and educating these students that needed it the most. And I'm a human being at the end of the day. So I knew that I was not going to be able to adequately do what my mission was if I was opening myself to anybody that needed access to me outside of the space. So for the past 2 years or since COVID's happened, since 2020, I have not been online on all of these different platforms doing any of this stuff. I recently, in the last year, took a step back from the organization in my role as the executive director and have done the consulting with Kaizen Research Consulting. So we solve problems and we do these individually on that scale. I want to clarify that there's been a reason that I haven't been on these spaces. It's also because they are not safe. So I've been teaching kids how to utilize each of these platforms for that purpose, right? To have this kind of safe space. And earlier I commended this space for being a safe space because it's very hard to accomplish both fun and safety in one space. And I think it's kind of funny that you missed what I was trying to do, which is actually talk about how you, Zach, are a superhero for your different purpose and a different mission, right? So your organization, at the end of the day, teaches leadership values that are applicable to military, right? And the discipline, the beneficial, positive values that are applicable to it. And it was my mistake that I didn't know about the Jason that you were referring to, because frankly, it doesn't say more than your name, like in the profile and these informations across the board, right? So it was a mistake that I wasn't able to tell who you were having a conversation with and contextually, but I was actually applauding what you do with your organization and teaching forward leadership skills in particular. And I do feel and sense, I can tell what Sandra's talking about in terms of the misogynistic kind of space, and it's kind of embedded in all of these forums, especially Twitter. It's a lot more difficult. It's very rare. There's probably a reason as to why I would have tweeted Lancome and you would have tweeted, it's a different result. It's all set up because there is less of an access point. And actually, I think it's applicable for all of us. Yes, there is a sense of urgency in my voice because I haven't had the time to engage in these dialogues in the past. I'm finding that it's important too. And this is how you meet great people like this across the board. But I actually failed because I was trying to relate it. I was trying to share this concept of what a superhero was and apply it to humanity and share it with anybody so that we can recognize people like Zach and individuals that use their influence for good. Because the irony of it is
I'm sorry, Melissa, you're doing it again. I need you to take a break. And that's, I think, what the sense of urgency is. You have to listen a little. Please listen and listen for the conversation, mommy. And if you did listen, the unicorn over here mentioned the tweet many times, like 3 times so far. And it's in the nest also. So I'm just gonna say, let's listen a little.
I do have to go. I have this meeting at 6, so I have to hop off now. But the point of that story is I'm not used to being in these spaces. I'm trying to understand who each individual is, and there's plenty of humans out there. So I'm doing my best to get to know each person so that I can then use to share whatever you do if it is for good. So I hope to connect with all of you in the future, and I wish you all a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Morning.
I can't hear you, Mike.
Oh, sorry. No.
Hi, how are we?
Hello, how are we? Sorry. I love it.
Good. I'm glad everyone's hanging out here. Oh yeah, sure. Now he shows up.
Oh, friggin' Zach.
He
He's
dipped
back
out.
now. Yeah, he was like, hey, I don't think you heard anything that anyone else said. And then something happened for like 15. It's so funny that he had the timer. And 90 seconds goes fast. I wonder how much time. I wonder. You know what? It would be interesting if I could figure out what's the longest somebody spoke without stopping.
I'm sure.
Wow.
Alice.
Like a professional wind instrument player, like she should be a professional wind instrument player or a didgeridoo player. She would absolutely own it.
I honestly am taking a lesson from today.
I don't mind anyone who's long-winded. What I don't like is when they're long-winded and misquote, misrepresent, don't listen to others, redirect every point to their thing. I don't know. I hope.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
Zach,
do
let's
that.
talk about me.
No, I hope I don't do that with Win the War people. I really hope I don't. If I do, please correct me
I,
next time.
she'll be
Yeah.
back, won't she?
Yes.
Look. Yeah. Hey,
Absolutely.
Casey, how's it going?
Peter's raising his hand. Oh wait,
Oh, sorry,
no.
Peter.
Casey's not allowed to speak with that friggin' new robot thing. I don't know who he is. All right, I have to click on him every single time. I'm like, oh, there's another Casey, and then I see his poster thing, and I'm like, oh, it is the same person. God damn it! You guys can't change. I don't deal. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh man,
I just want you
I
all to know that you're very welcome for having me bring more people into the space. And I'm glad that you enjoy it and that it's bringing entertainment and education and opportunity to you. You're very welcome. I'm here for
Well,
you. You're welcome. You're welcome.
I think
Thanks,
You're welcome.
Casey.
as a recruiter,
thank you.
even if you bat 300, you're still better than most players that you can get in the major leagues. Does that make sense? So, like, Casey has introduced a lot of great people to us. You know, Robbie, right? And then he introduced the other guy. Remember the Western dude, right? Remember the country guy? And then I think there was another guy that Casey introduced me to that sang Phil Collins, I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight. But he sang the whole song, even though that the whole song only has that line, right? Which is crazy. Somebody sang the whole I Can Feel It Coming in the Air Tonight on Twitter Spaces. And that's all the lyrics in the song.
I can sing Tequila.
Man, but for 7 minutes straight?
Da,
I,
da, 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 da.
yeah.
Oh man.
I just don't understand how someone doesn't stop and wait to see if anyone wants to chime in at any point.
Well,
Like, I'll have a quick little
The thing
breath.
is,
I need to fucking breathe,
I'm
man.
sick
I
in the
get
head.
self-conscious.
In a weird way, I kind of enjoy it for the theater. So don't let me stop it because I'll just let it keep going.
She's
No,
just
I'm
hustling
so
each gets
interested in,
donation.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
interested in all in information. It's really cool, but if you don't give a fucking listen, uh,
Yeah, but I've been waking up through the night and I've jumped in here and I swear
You're an asshole, dude. It's like every 2 hours I
6
wake
hours
up.
later. I'm sorry I missed all the context, but it's fascinating in that way.
The
So yeah,
last
I'm gonna
the last
try to
time
be
she
with
was
it.
the last time she was here, I remember her saying when Sandra was a
Oh,
serial
yes,
killer defense
yes, that was
attorney,
dark. That was one of the
and
darkest moments ever.
Hey,
then
they were
Sandra.
acquitted, so.
But then here's my point is that Sandra said something about kickbacks, and she was like, "Yeah, we can make something work. That's what it's for." And she's like, and she doesn't work for the company, yet she has it in her bio and goes continuously on about it. So that's where I'm like sitting there going like, what's the deal here, people? Like, I get like pushing, like I love talking about like Wounded Warrior Project and the 22 Project and all those things, right? But I'm not going to sit there and put them in my bio and like that's the only thing I talk about. But I would like to know what Elizabeth's superpower is. So I'm going to be quiet now.
You're an asshole.
Thanks for that. I actually am a little mad at Mike, King of Interruptions, for not taking the
Oh,
opportunity.
sorry, I should have interrupted.
Yeah, you could have. And also, I wasn't here for most of her stuff because, like, her tone because it just reminded me of sales pitchy stuff. I thought it felt like a TED talk. So, like, I went back and did work because I have a job. But not that came out ruder than I intended. She may actually, though, not have been able to see hands, is what I was going to say. So, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt that she doesn't know how Twitter Spaces works, and she may have had like an Android that isn't updated or something. But like, I wasn't here for the whole thing, so I guess I didn't have to suffer like y'all did.
is Elizabeth. We don't need to make excuses. We don't need to make excuses.
I wasn't. I just don't know. I don't know.
I almost just died because I just dropped the weight on my neck when you went because I have a job and I almost just,
I didn't mean it like that. I just wanted y'all to know that I work.
the bench. That's
I didn't
hilarious.
mean it.
It's a dangerous
I'm an
thing.
asshole. Sorry, guys.
Go ahead, Casey.
I'm just going to bring awareness to the fact that she did say, hey, I'm new to Twitter Spaces. I'm not used to interacting with people. And she's not going to be the last person either. This is going to happen
No, for
again and
sure.
again and
For sure.
again.
I think we have to figure out a way to communicate in a way that's soft but stern. Yeah.
Oh.
Isn't
I
that what you guys
honestly.
hired me for?
Ha!
Wait, you're getting
Oh
paid?
yeah. Oh. I forgot. We forgot the secret word. Oh. I forgot. You know what? I'm not going to forget again. Experience is the best teacher, and the worst experiences teach the best lessons.
I just waited for her to. She has to come up for air. Like even a whale comes up for air in like I don't know hours later. So I waited for her to get to kind of inhale, and then I
No, you get that circular breathing, like in the trumpet. That's what they teach you with the trumpet. You have to be able to circular breathe.
I want to hear what the smooth speaking Hurls has to say.
Hello, how are we?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for asking.
I want to get it to the point where they don't know who's speaking. But you have this like crazy vocal fry bass to your voice that I haven't heard anyone have. It's nuts.
So you're interrupting her.
I'm trying to steal it.
Trying to say
Sorry.
hello, but you won't interrupt somebody that's going on for.
That's true, Mike.
Yeah,
Mike.
because if I do it to her, it's
Mike,
like
you wouldn't interrupt her for anything.
Well, the thing is because it's against diversity. Like Hurls is white, so I can interrupt him. You understand how the melanin the school color code works of diversity?
No.
All I'm gonna say is when I finish my book, Hurls, you're on contract to do the audible reading.
Absolutely.
There you go. Thank you. That makes me feel warm and fuzzy inside. Yeah, so I have to disagree with you about changing like the initiation, because I went through that process too. I came into the space, blurted myself out, heard I can't remember the chick's name now, myself in there, and then people started calling me out of my shit straight away, and I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, but like so this is how it goes, right? Like I have brown skin, but I'm a guy, so I have to defer to a brown woman, right? Or darker. That's the rules of society that we've implicitly designed. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, okay.
Right? It
Yeah,
goes by
you are
skin
wrong.
color.
You're wrong, because
Right?
this is a different dimension. Applying by my thought theory, this is a different dimension. It works
yeah, that's what
differently.
you think. And fucking get canceled out here. They'd be like, hey, I wonder what happened to Mike. He took Travis's advice. That's what he fucking did.
Theoretically, we can practice a different dimension here, because we can be ourselves or we can be completely somebody else and all that sort of stuff, right?
Code isn't above law yet. You know what I mean? It's
Well,
but yeah, I think unfortunately well, for better or for worse, right now it's is it shitty for me to feel like if it's a woman, I can't tell her that she's talking too much? Is that bad?
Yes. Yes.
No, I don't think so. No, it's
But
not.
also-
I disagree.
So I don't think there's such a thing as talking too much. That's why I focused on the fact that she called you Jason. She said I was emailing, and we've talked 3 times now. Once for 15 minutes about my company, and she couldn't remember me or my company. So
Okay, wait. So she has been here before, because I remember
Oh,
that
yeah.
superpower thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I also
So-
happened to miss that one because I had a job at that time too.
That is what because I don't think anyone talks too much. I just think that some people have a lot to say and they can't articulate it in short ways, so they have to get it out, and I don't have a problem with that.
That's me.
It's when people don't listen to others that I have a problem with, right? Because you learn more when you listen than you do when you talk. So that's all. That was my only point. I had nothing wrong with her talking a lot or rambling, right? Like people can work on that, but not being able to listen to others is where I kind of draw the line, and I'll speak up. So that's where I
love
focus.
that idea. I love that you can learn more about speaking by just listening.
That is the perfect. I'm going to steal that phrase.
I don't know what you're talking about. Lagatha?
2 years of the mouth, right?
Yeah, not
It's not
like
like Mike hasn't told us that so many times.
yeah, exactly. Not like we listened to that for 4 hours on Sunday or whatever other day it was for someone else.
Oh,
I
was that
do
part of the course?
yeah, that was part of the course, which is funny. That everybody's like, "Oh yeah, I should write that down." Um,
I'll send you $6.50.
no, that I don't need no money. I don't need no money. I have no job. I got shit all to do, but I don't need no money. Thanks.
Hello, Harold. How are we?
Good morning. I
Morning.
just want to quickly say, you're getting there. By the way, you're
Is
getting
it?
there.
Is it getting close?
You,
Hello, how are we?
you're like 85% there. I
What
would
do I
say.
need to do? What's missing?
I think there's something that might have been. I don't want to say damaged, but maybe has been altered for one or another reason on Hurl's, voice thingies. What are they called again? Whatever. I can't remember, but I think it was potentially altered in one way or another, or he was just
Uh,
very special that you won't get there
yeah,
100%.
there's we call it sometimes like a vocal fry. Anyways, Zach, Harold, go ahead.
What?
I
What?
just Oh,
Uh,
sorry. Like, I just really wanted to quickly jump in and say, Mike, if you really want to get that accent down, I know of a voice acting class, and it's
That'd be
it's eight.
great.
So it's $800. So just let me know, and I can hook you up with the sign up. So
Wicked. What's the PayPal? I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna listen in, and by the end of these like 16 hours, I'm gonna be able to impersonate all of you guys. That'll be my final year project, where I just
I'm
record
gonna
myself being you guys.
I'm gonna
It's
run
gonna
and
be
I would
finish
love
my
that.
workout. Text me if you need me back here to kick anyone else out.
All right, that'll be great. Yeah,
okay.
donkey as a
Congrats, Zach,
service.
by the way.
Just back kick people. Yeah.
can I
The
can I
bouncer.
finish before Zach jumped into my sentence?
Mm-hmm.
I did want to say that I agree with Sandra. What Sandra said earlier, that sometimes we have more tolerance for men talking on and on and on and on than we have for women. I have noticed that we cut women off more often, or more comfortable cutting women off than we are with men, and I do not like it. I did notice it. I haven't brought it up yet because I wasn't sure if that's just my perception, or if that was just because these women were especially obnoxious. But um, sometimes that happens, and I think we're just all conditioned in patriarchy that way, so we feel more comfortable doing that, and that goes for women same as for men. I did want to say that what Sandra said resonated with me.
Wow, these guys are putting up their hands now. That's
Sorry,
crazy.
I'm being rude and
Just
like
kidding
talking
about
to people. Can I just make a quick comment? Yeah, what Lagatha said.
No, you didn't have your hand up. You didn't have
Oh,
your hand up.
all right.
Peter was next. Peter was next. But Sandra, put a pin in it. Sorry, I'm being
And man
misogynistic.
talking over a woman.
I'm crying over here. It's like,
Oh, man.
oh my
How
god.
dare you, host? How dare you defend me as a man?
Peter, you had your hand up next, but you have the right to pass your hand over to Sandra if you think it's more important than what you have to say. But don't be misogynistic.
Oh, I wasn't going to be misogynistic, or I hope I wasn't going to be. Fuck. It's early in the morning, so no. I hate seeing it happen. Like when women get cut off, especially by dudes who just like I've seen it happen here, where a dude will just cut them off and try to sell the exact same thing just because they can, and I'm like, man, why? Don't be that dude. But I find it's easier to not want to cut someone off when they're speaking with intent, but also more slowly. I know that if I speak fast, I feel like I'm just rambling, and people are going to be like, dude, shut up. That was all I had to say. So go ahead, Sandra.
Well, Hurls has his hand up, so he's first.
I shall pass my hand on to you, milady.
Thank you, kind sir. Although I was kind of acting, I mean, I was kidding with her, or kidding with the whole commentary. There actually is a lot of truth to that, and I think that it might have to do, perhaps it has to do with voice tones. Women's voices are generally higher than men's, and perhaps there is that perception of, damsel in distress, and excessive Mario Kart playing by the guys. So there's like Princess Peach, you always have to rescue her, and it just makes it, and it just, in my opinion, over time, I think that men have been allowed to talk more. Women have had to fight for everything in terms of the right to vote, things like that. So I in general do agree with that comment. I think it's easier to talk over women, and hopefully that'll change over time, and people will be more sensitive to it. But it's always fun to have an opportunity to kind of act out that way, and accuse people of being misogynistic now, just because you can.
You
But
do it in a good way. Like, I've heard you do, excuse me, I'm like, how do you do it? There's a
excuse
phrase.
me, speaking.
Yes.
Yes, that's Judge Judy.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. Have you ever heard Sandra say that? It's crazy. People stop like a deer in the headlights to that shit.
You have to do that sometime. Like, I mean, like I said, I used to do construction litigation. I was the only woman lawyer, surrounded by, I think there's about 23 other lawyers representing each of the vendors, subcontractors, the bond people. And yeah, I can't get to that point where you have to get a little rambunctious and say something like that.
So what are some variations on excuse me, I'm speaking? Like, what is, like, you start there, but what if it happens again? What's the next level?
Oh, I say something along the lines of, have you lost your minds? Do you have any?
Incredible.
Did your mother not raise you properly? Do you live in a,
Wow.
yeah. And that usually hits a guy good, because most people, like most guys, have like an attachment to their mom, So yeah, that usually shuts down half a room. And I just try, but at the same time, you have to be careful to use it sparingly, because if you use it, it's kind of inappropriate to have to get to that point to say it. Usually, it's like a negotiation. I would never do that like in front of a judge.
You
But
don't start there.
oh no, yeah, yeah. But it can be fun to see a bunch of guys look around stupidly, like their mom just like got out the whipping chair sort of thing.
Oh, wow.
They get that look like, oh no, we're in trouble. Here comes mom. Gird your loins, everybody. We're gonna get it. But I mean, usually, even when I was, doing that, I mean, people were becoming more aware. So, but yeah, it can get out of hand.
Manish, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Oh, Sandra, I mean, I was wondering if it's a guy in front of you who didn't stop after you said, "Excuse me," and if you try, your father did not raise you properly. What would it be? What would happen?
Uh, I I don't go that route. I don't know why. It just comes more easily to me to bring up mom, because most
Yeah,
guys have, yeah.
mm, but I think we should stop bringing up moms. I mean, just my perspective. It's not that it's wrong to do it, but
Right.
if it's a guy, especially in front, to say your father didn't raise you properly.
No, I understand that. And I understand your position. I'm telling you what I did back in the day when I was like
Yeah.
full time, and that was probably 2010 or so. I mean, like, when I was doing construction litigation. But I try not to even get in a position where I have to be forced to raise my voice that way, because if you do it too often with a group of other lawyers, they just don't take you seriously anymore. If you're a woman, there's like, oh, there she is, screeching again. So you really have to use it sparingly. And I hate I've only gotten to the point where I've said that like maybe 3 times in 4 years. I mean, it's not an everyday occurrence. But I mean, I practiced in South Jersey for a long time, and there's to this day they're still working on like not grabbing women's asses, let alone getting more considerate about like when they should speak and when they shouldn't. So we'll get there someday in South Jersey, but I won't be there for it. Yeah.
But what's the next level after that? I wonder. Like, are there any more levels up?
Oh yes, yes.
Oh yeah.
I get to the were you raised by wolves? Do you live in a barn? Sort of thing. Did somebody find you on the side of the road and put you through law school, and here you are? That sort of thing. Or Gordon Ramsay. I like the Gordon Ramsay one. You poor fucking souls. My God, you can't even shut the fuck up. No, I've never said I don't curse when I'm practicing law. That tends to get people very unhappy. But that's what I would say if it got even past that, maybe. But the other two things I have said, because they get rowdy, like the construction litigation people. Usually, if a lot of money is involved and the construction guys are really upset, they actually show up to things with their attorneys, and you'll have like struggle, like physical. I've seen some physical struggles with clients of other attorneys trying to lunge over their attorney to reach the bond attorneys who show up in their $2,000 suits. And so I've seen some very, very angry construction people. I don't. Yeah, so you kind of have to, as a woman, you have to conduct yourself more masculine, but you don't want to go and overdo it, because then you just look like well, I know we're supposed to be PC now, but no one likes a woman who's overly unfeminine, who's actually still representing herself as a woman, so you can't go too far.
Yeah, I'm sure you must be doing it very elegantly, and maybe those who are intelligent enough to understand the cues.
Oh yeah, you're not going to get everybody to be quiet, and but as long as most of them do, the others will follow because they're like sheep. So what's up, Mike? Must be a very busy day today.
Huh?
I said it must be a very busy day. How dare you be on the phone? I'm asking for you. Get over here now.
Get over here. Yeah, whatever.
Thank Allie for the nice cartoon. I appreciated what she sent me.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. She's in the other room. I finally figured out the lower third. Um, I just put like 3 layers on top of each other, and then I gave them the same animation, and then I just started the animations at slightly different times, so they look like they're kind of popping out of each other, even though it's just the same animation, just timed differently.
Oh wow.
So yeah, so I have the subtitles on the left, because I was thinking, okay, so we read left to right. So let me put the subtitles on the left bottom, and then the additional information about the show on a black box in the right, and it's red and black because it's shown that. So yeah, the video's pretty much ready to go. Now I'm just kind of letting it marinate for a bit before I send version 2.
Oh geez, are you putting it up in the nest?
Oh no, I guess what I'll do is when I'm done, I will.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, so what I do is when I create anything, I try to create about at least 3 to 5 versions, right? So like last night, I sent her like the first 13 seconds, right? Be like, the beginning and end are the most important. We already know what the end's going to be. What about the beginning? What do you think? She's like, okay, I love it because I took some creative license with it, right? So instead of just starting with herself downtown, I was like, okay, so let me find a shot of Toronto going from like, where they do the time lapse of the city
Oh,
where it goes like day to night.
love those.
So yeah, so it went from night to day, and so I was like, okay, so if I reverse it, it'll go from day to night. So I
Wow.
reverse the footage, so it goes from day to night, and so it's like, and then I add another shot just to give it some visual interest, and then I go to her, at which point you see the lower thirds pop out and the text.
That sounds wonderful. Good, good. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's fun. It's taxing, but it's fun.
Yeah, I have to learn how to do that. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna download Stable Diffusion and I'm gonna spend time tonight figuring it out. I got to because there's some
It,
really cool ones out there. I mean, like,
oh man, if you love Wombo, we won't even talk to you again. But I see
oh
Dispatch
yeah,
Gus in his hand. Hey, what's going
Yeah.
on, Elizabeth?
Isn't that what you use, Peter? Stable diffusion?
Yeah, at the moment.
Is there an
With the
unstable
form.
infusion? Unstable infusion.
Hey, let's not
There is
talk
no flavor
politics.
diffusion. You know what?
I couldn't understand either of you.
I said, let's not talk politics. You said unstable infusion.
I thought that was funny. I waited a really long time for that
it
joke.
was. It was good. I'm proud of you.
Okay, so I keep accidentally changing the account. And now I'm in this one, and now I want to be in my personal account because I can see that I have DMs to get to. But I needed to retweet something. So, is there any way to get like permanent speaker status so I don't have to keep requesting and annoying you, Mike?
That's a good question.
Let's look into it.
What they should do is they should attach that to circles.
Oh, circles.
So if you're in the circle, you automatically get speaker rights, no questions asked, because you're part of the inner circle.
But then you need to be able to do circle rooms, right? Because you already have the distinction between people you follow, everyone, and requesting everybody. So
I think something magical would be is if you could have a Twitter space that was accessible to only those people in your circle, and then people who wanted to get in would have to pay for the privilege.
yeah, well, that's magic. You did already say that.
I
But there
wonder.
is to monetize your spaces. I heard. I haven't quite understood, and I don't think I have those settings because I know that you Americans have different settings.
You Americans.
Well, Americans, not all of your Americans, I'm well aware, but Americans have a different Twitter than
What?
us here. Yeah.
That's
No.
offensive.
You
No,
have
I'm
like
serious. It's different.
yeah, they have like you have some monetizing stuff that I don't have.
Oh, yeah. I don't have it, but I know it exists. Hey, Sandra, did you see the news about Adnan Syed?
About what?
Adnan Syed
No. What
from
happened?
Serial. He got out. His conviction's been overturned.
Oh, cool, man. We're gonna rock and roll.
Yeah.
People
I mean,
rock.
like 54 minutes ago, Chaudhry, his I don't think his cousin, whatever, she posted that he was out. I mean, I just like that's sorry to like talk about something that maybe people don't know about, but like it's badass. And this is the proper account to talk about it from.
There you
So
go.
it works.
Yeah. No, I hadn't heard that news yet. I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's like so cool. I don't want to read the stuff because like I'll go down that rabbit hole, but it's if anyone listened to Serial in 2014, then they'll know the case. But I just spoiled the ending for you, so whoops, because that happened today.
I'm gonna check that out. I mean, just so everybody knows, in this country, we execute people who are innocent. And I think the Columbia Law School people got together and did extensive research, and I think somewhere between 12 to 18% of the people we execute are innocent,
which is just fucked up. I'm sorry,
it's fucking
fucked
outrageous.
up.
Yeah, and it's incredibly. I mean, we desperately need to rehaul how we go about doing some of these things.
Yeah,
Especially
100%.
earlier, especially like I would say any case who's still on death row between like the 60s and now.
Anything that's pre 2000 for sure. And then even 2000 because of the air analysis stuff that was bogus.
Right, but especially cases where you have people of different ethnicities. We can go back and see what the makeup of the jury was, and yeah. So
I worked for the Innocence Project of Arkansas, and I was a student coordinator after I was a student attorney, and it's just stupid. It's.
Oh, I'm glad you did. So, right, so you know how absurd it is. Yeah.
That's why actually this ties into dispatch justice, is that we have somebody there before they can get detained, like protecting their civil rights before they're violated.
I think your project is like the sleeper project of the decade in terms of the number of lives that will be preserved. I mean, so many people are unjustly put away. I hope that I know that now that things are starting to change, there are some anomalies and problems with that, but I think it'll get all ironed out, and I'd rather do that than put one innocent person on death row. I'd rather have people go free than to go to death row for no reason.
For murderers.
Yes.
All right, on that note, I'm going to switch accounts.
Alrighty.
I'll be back. Good morning, Peter and Lagatha. I hope you guys slept well in the
This
same
is like the
room.
fucking epitome of the metaverse.
What?
With a different avatar. It's like, all right, hey guys, I'm back. What do you guys want to talk about? Something fucked up? All right, no, hold on. Let me come back.
Wait. Nick.
All right.
Hi, Nick. It's good to see you.
Yeah, the Innocence Project does excellent work, especially in the southern states where there have been rather blatant misuses of the law to put people away who do not deserve it. And there's a lot of controversy surrounding some of these cases, but I think the justice system overall, it's more important that we act justly than to let politics and whataboutism run away with us and have a system that is just broken continue.
Right. So that's why that's one of the things that we'll do is we're preventing unnecessary entry into the system we can't fix. And I was just, for the legal minds in the room, I was just talking about Adnan Syed's conviction being overturned in the last couple hours, which is amazing news, but he shouldn't have been there in the first place. And he's a prime example. He was a minor at the time that he was detained. He was denied access to an attorney that was trying to actually enter trying to access him, if you will. And there was just a score of things. Go ahead, Lagatha.
Oh, I do agree. Death penalties are very controversial, especially if you find out one way or another that there was unjust death penalties. But when you say you have to overwork the whole system, the one thing that jumped into my head was there's probably thousands of people that die unjust because they're let down by the health system because they can't get insulin, like something very, very simple that most other countries are providing for free. And I know I've been going on this forever, but that just jumped out at me. And I do think it's crazy that there's still death penalties in developed countries. But yeah, I agree with you on that one.
Yeah, well, we do have more. I mean, we have 357 million people here, so that but still, we should do better. We can do better.
Manish, is there death penalties in India still?
Well, I think not. And I also think that India follows a philosophy of like let a convict go free, but no innocent should be punished. So I think here it's that kind of philosophy.
Is there any?
So I have not. I mean, except for the terrorist who got the death penalty. I mean, I have not heard of any reports of a civilian getting a death penalty. It's not. It's very rare here. Maybe I don't know. It's like who has the right to take a life, right? That's the philosophy. Even a justice system that's taking a life could be authoritarian, maybe, or you can say uh, uh, it's not a democracy, or maybe it's a narcissist
Right. It's
because
inconsistent. Yeah.
yeah, there is no difference between like narcissism and such a justice system that could take a life, because life is so precious, and even if for whatever sins people have done, they need to have a chance to uh, have remorse, feel remorse, or maybe you know what's it called? Yeah, uh, what the actions that you do after you realize a sin. Well, there's a word for it.
Take penance.
Penance. Yeah. Right. Yeah. So if a justice system is killing someone, it's denying that penance to that person. That can only be done if someone is alive. I mean, however great a person could be a threat for society, but at least he cannot be denied that penance. I mean, that's my thought, but you know, that should be a very very rare case, because I don't know who has the right to take a life, even if it is a justice system.
I had he's from Trinidad, a farmer, and he says that God gave man dominion over all things except other men.
I like that saying. It's a good one.
He said it in a Trini accent, though. Let me see if I can find it. It sounds a lot better in the native tongue. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Gee, we got all quiet. Peter, what art are you working on now? And are you still happy about your sale?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if I'm gonna put something up soon or if I'm gonna wait a little bit before doing another one, like another auction thing. But I'm not gonna start throwing stuff up just for the sake of throwing stuff up. It's always gonna be something that I'm particularly happy with.
You heard it. You sell more NFTs to buy me a microphone. Get on it. Hush, hush. Quickly.
Just pump them out, do a profile picture project, rallying
Yeah.
up the community.
Yeah, exactly. And you need to do that less the higher the prices. So if you sell like what was the last one? I think it was 0.11.
Yeah.
Right. ETH. Yeah, you need to sell like 2 or 3 more of those, and then you're good. I'm joking, obviously. For everybody who wasn't in the voice quiz, someone, I will not point fingers, had the idea that Peter should sell more NFTs because the microphone that we were recommended to buy is like double the price for me. And Peter should be doing that for some reason. I don't know why that person thought that would be appropriate, but this is where we are.
That could be like my selling point for the NFTs. Like with the Ethereum I get, I'll be buying people microphones.
Please, everybody, buy my art because I have this friend that can't afford the Amazon delivery fee, and I'm so poor. We don't have Amazon in this country, so I have to take it from Australia, and that incurs another 30 something dollars delivery fee. So yeah, it's wild.
I feel like if I did actually end up with like a lot of people trying to buy my stuff, giving back like that in general would be nice. But at the moment, obviously, it's like I'm barely afford to live myself. So
Well, try to keep the momentum up. I mean, you have, people have retweeted and, someone paid a lot of money for for your art. And I think it's great. So, you know, make sure you keep moving forward.
I agree. I think once a week, one per week is not like throwing it out just for throwing it out there.
Yeah.
You have good enough like quality art that you can sell once per week. That's like what, 52, take some holidays, maybe make it 45 per year. That's not like a crazy amount.
I don't know if it's a lot or not, if that makes sense. As long as the quality's good, like I could aim for one a week, but then like if I just don't come up with something or I don't have something there that I'm wanting to sell, then it's like, well, I got to work anyway. I got to work in between anyway, of course. But see, John Barrymore's in here. Would you like to chime in on that? Okay.
Spider, I'm very triggered by your new profile picture. I'm not a fan of spiders already, but this one now is just really getting me.
Oh, no. Is that a
Like,
spider? That's really a spider, isn't it?
that's
Mike
the
did
redback
that.
spider.
Yeah,
Wow.
but Mike did that.
It's a redback spider, isn't it? It looks like one, at least for my that's what my brain does. It goes, all the alarm bells go off because
Yeah,
redback spiders are
well,
none of our friends.
the prompt was Black Widow spider for that one.
Yeah, but black widows don't have that red thing on their back or whatever it is. I'll
It
cover
looks
him
like
up.
a flag of Trinidad.
Maybe it triggers me. Having lived in Australia and needing to, look out for these bastards because they can, potentially really harm you. It's triggering for someone with arachnophobia. It's okay. I'll deal with this. I just needed to say it.
Uh-oh. Miss Rich over there to the right. Liz? Elizabeth?
Oh, I was gonna make a suggestion for Peter, but the guy that with the round face, where did he go? Barrymore, Drew Barrymore's friend, John Barrymore. I was gonna say, Peter, you could do additions. So like you have my sister did like some of them. She did 3 of each, like basically print, and then 5. So she had kind of like a series, and that way you could get 5.1 ETHs, 0.11 ETHs, which is 0.55 ETHs. That's math. And you just messaged me back that I was right, so I didn't have to say it out loud. I waited too long with my hand up, but it's a good point still. For the room. I'm so tired. And, Nick, the guy that was in here, he's a legal tech vlogger, and was a huge, like, not huge, but like very supportive of dispatch justice, and talking me through some different things, like last, like a year and a half ago. So it was really cool to see him in the room. Also made me nervous, but it was really cool to see him. And he's on the awards panel for an upcoming award that have been nominated for. So I want to win.
Oh,
I don't want to win, actually. I don't care if we win, but like, I don't want to look bad in front of him.
see, if I had known, he's not here now, right? See, if I had known that he was going to be here, I would have sent you some Hail Marys. You could have like
You
whacked out.
did.
Oh, good.
Yeah. You know, it was like, I mean, it was happenstance that I was on that account, happenstance that I mentioned Adnan Syed. And like, that's why I kept talking about it right after I said I was going to switch accounts. I was like,
Gotcha.
oh, back.
Good. Oh, you're fast. I didn't even see him. And here I am.
But yeah, I mean, I was looking at my screen the whole time because I love your lovely faces, except for that spider. That spider's terrifying.
Yeah.
JK, it's very pretty.
Just getting ready to go to work. Yeah. I might stay on in the car. I might listen to music. I don't know. I'll be bouncing around, but my speaking will probably not be happening while I'm driving.
I think that.
Oh, Dan is back.
Oh, there's Dan. He's listening though. He's resting too, I think.
I hope he's feeling good. Better.
Man, I spent too long on this commercial, but it looks good now. So the last piece I decided to add to the commercial was while she's talking, you know how they have like that waveform that's animated to the voice? So I decided to add that to it in the last minute. So what I had to do,
the last minute ideas.
yeah, and the thing is, like, I tweeted this out just now. It's like, hey, Mike, why don't you do this? I was done the video. You know how long that's gonna? Oh, that's a good idea. All right, fine. It's always a constant battle of myself between the ideas I want to implement and then the amount of time I know it's going to take. Because by now, you know when you know how long something's going to take, and you're like, fuck. It's not that you don't know how to do it. It's just you know how long it's going to take.
Yeah, that part always gets me.
Oh, Zach, you didn't have to do that. Is he in here? He's not in here. Zach retweeted some things.
Oh, Zach's great like that.
Fair warning, though, would have been nice. So I could go hide underneath my covers.
No hiding. You're supposed to be like, you know,
a badass attorney.
That's right. Yes. Like She-Hulk. Like you might make a good She-Hulk.
What?
Yeah, like for Halloween. Yeah.
I don't even know what that means. I'm gonna have to Google some things.
It's instead of the Incredible Hulk, it's She-Hulk.
Oh yeah, no, she's an attorney, right?
Yes, right.
And then the merch is makeup, which is kind of depressing.
Oh,
do you know that?
Yeah.
So like instead of getting like, oh well, gender roles, it is what it is. I'm over it.
Yeah, I think I want to be She-Hulk for Halloween.
That would be good. Yeah.
That would be, but we could go as twins if you did the same thing.
Yeah, but I'm kind of not She-Hulk. Like I'm kind of not. I'm like.
You're not mad though. I can make you real freaking pissed, and then you'll be.
I have when next that legal tech guy is in the room, I happened to do some work with some legal AI a few years ago.
Wonderful.
And it outperformed $500 an hour lawyers during significant document inclusion for discovery.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah,
you know,
have the AI do it. It's crazy.
Out of IBM, Watson.
Oh, well, no, this one was out of DARPA in Hawaii.
Hey, excuse me, host. You got people with their hands up here waiting to speak?
And?
Yeah, it's getting more. The hand floor, you motherfuckers.
This is exactly what we were talking about 5 minutes ago. Have you learned nothing?
Yeah, I stuck to the rules, and here I am being talked over by men again.
And what do they say? Absolutely fucking nothing.
Yeah.
Apologies if you didn't intend to.
Do you have an ETA for the recording of the course? Because I really have to go over notes and stuff.
She's taking it so seriously. It's
And
wonderful.
I can't out looking at the recording again. And I don't know how much it takes to get that out there or what's involved. So I'm politely asking if you have a rough ETA.
It's so crazy that you just asked that, because 3 minutes ago, I get a text from Christian. Okay, Stephanie is sending you the Zoom from Saturday. She just labeling it. So let me check my email. Hold on.
I mean, I had my hands up for 3 minutes, so we
Oh
might
my God.
telepathically.
Yeah. Wow. Can you imagine? The thing is, who says the world doesn't work that way? You should ask for more stuff. What else do you want? Maybe you're not asking enough.
Hey,
really?
Put it out there.
I'm used to be, happy with little things. I'm a woman. That's what I'm trained for. Be happy with the little things that man can provide to you. So it's just one after another. We will see if we can.
Well, maybe we can just ask for more men to provide to you, right? That's just like, they always talk about cutting out the middlemen. Why don't you include the middlemen and get them to work for you? We always talk about cutting them out. What if they put them to work?
So is it a male harem? Do women have harems, or is it called something?
I heard it called a stable.
Ah, yeah. Okay. Huh. There you go.
Where's stable?
You don't want to know why they call stables.
No, Peter, explain it to us.
Order.
Casey, what about your hand? Is it down, or?
Oh yeah, my time has passed. My time has passed. It's okay.
I'm
This guy
sorry.
changed his profile picture. That's what happens when we don't know who you are. I'm like, what is this dick who wants to join the chat? Oh, it's KC. That's what it looks like. Floating dick.
I know. It kind of forces people to look at it. It's like, that a dick? Oh no, it's a fuck. The fuck is that? Yeah.
I'm not
sure. A seahorse with a small head.
Is that Northeastern American continent thing? Like, if your dick looks like that, you might want to see a doctor. That might not be, normal.
It's not a selfie. It's not a goddamn selfie.
What is it? I can't tell.
It's just a little stick figure drawing that I did that I threw through Wombo. So it's just a little stick figure drawing of a dude. It looks like he's powering up now because I put him through the Wombo. Yeah, just messing around. The dick pics look totally different in Wombo. So.
Oh, that's good. Can you explain more? What about boobs and ass and pussy? I mean, while we're at it,
I kind of think that Wombo's got some no words in it, where it won't allow you to use certain words. I think.
Yeah, but you said you could take one picture of that you drew or have, and then run it through it, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
No, then
This is the real danger of AI.
A bunch of people goofing off using an AA.
Okay, I'm
Thought I
expecting
saw something with that.
some rated Wombo pictures in the chat soon.
It's funny because we call it Wombo, but maybe it's Woomo.
Oh, boo, boo,
Yeah.
boo.
Think about it.
I agree. That's kind of not fun. Now I don't want to use it, which is good because I need to make time.
But you
Time
can have
to
like a womb as a service. Is that a surrogate?
yes, I guess I don't know. No, but I want to move on. Now I'm like, this is creeping me out.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've been saying Wombo because I'm not even thinking about it like that way. I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Oh my.
Dan, did I see your mic flicker earlier while we were all talking over each other?
Probably.
So, Sandra, if this is freaking you out, have you seen the first tweet on Monster's timeline? Because,
Uh oh.
damn, like,
Are we married? What happened?
no, but it's definitely something that somebody, Casey, may have put through whatever. I can't say it out loud.
Oh,
But
Hey,
I
she's going
mean,
down to the
it
rabbit
was
hole.
like I was confused for like a split second, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Like, and I don't like to say that. And then if you keep scrolling, it's not any different. That's why I was like, "Do we
I'm
know this
lost.
guy?"
Can someone translate? Can someone translate for me? What do we see on
Dick
this
pics, but it
man's?
was videos.
Oh, is he got modified dick pics from KC, or is
I
it
don't
just
know whose they
standalone?
are. I didn't do any research into that. I just know that what I saw was a video, and it was a close up.
I never trust those pictures where the guy shows that like 7-pack of abs, you know what I mean? And it's like, I'm just a wholesome guy from Kentucky coming down here on the internet trying to understand life. Basically, you're just a sexual predator. Just stand over here with the rest of them.
Monster's a hustler. He's looking for like a sugar mommy. So if you're interested,
That does not exist.
Either that or
yeah,
it's human
yeah.
trafficking. I mean,
Syndicate would be the first place to find and generate the first successful sugar mommies, because there's a lot of guys on here that need a sugar mommy.
Yeah, I don't know. He's too young. He's a baby. Someone keeps bringing people up before I get to them. Damn it. That's okay.
We've got the warfighter here, man. We got Zach behind enemy lines. Every time I think of Zach, I either think he's like either like at a boardroom table where he's like, you can't handle the truth, right? He's doing like that line from the movies. People go, people die. It's how it works. Now, give me 40 or give me 100 push-ups. I either picture him like that, or I picture him in the Humvee with a bunch of guys next to like Tony Stark going like, I got a bad feeling about this. I don't know. But I'm just glad that he's here and constantly winning the war, man. All I ever do is like, every other day I come on here and we're quoting Zach. Zach scriptures of Zach, line verse 5 through 38. Know thyself and work thy ass off.
First off, Dan, it's really good to hear you sounding so good and so lively versus the last time I heard you speak. So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
really
no.
happy about that. Second off, Casey, just because you change it back to Casey and then change the picture does not mean I'm any more less pissed off about it. And then you changed the little picture up above to some flower shit. So now I'm really confused. So I'm about to just write you out of the will. I'm sure, Dan, you've already let everyone else know, but are you like better
Yeah.
on your way home, or what's going on?
No, I got out of the hospital, so it's like second day back basically.
So you start your workouts tomorrow, right?
Yeah, exactly. Workout. I'm still on this crazy antibiotic that's like kicking my ass, but that should be done in a couple days. And then I got to do blood work at the end of the day or at the end of the week, and there's still, they still don't have any idea what caused this. There's lots of talk of sort of, this test and that test, but there's no diagnosis of anything just yet. They took some biopsies, but we're just waiting to hear back from that. Yeah, man, I'm just trying to get energy back. I still have this heart thing with the AFib, so the heart docs will come in when they're content with like there's nothing else going on that'll fuck things up, I guess. So I'll still have a road of things to do, and it's weird to. I don't feel the AFib, but I know that it's there, and I know that it's just weird when people talk to you like, "Well, your heart's 40% capacity or whatever." I'm like, fuck, what do you mean by that? So it's like, it's just, it's scary, and at the same time, it's a time game. But I'm home getting energy and eating again, which is great because I feel like the hospital really did a number on me in terms of just waiting and not knowing the path. And you could tell that there was, I think, inside the institution, it was just kind of like we've thrown everything at you and we don't know what this is. So I'm just glad to get home, and even though I don't have all the truths, I have a better sense of at least how things to look out for and whatnot. I have a lot to be thankful for and a lot to rebuild. But yeah, man, getting back to the humor and talking to people on here is that brings me to life, So trying to do that, but I'll still be fucking up along the way. So if I fall asleep in a room and people are talking to me, just assume that I'm here, and sometimes not. Because like right now I'm like asleep and I'm just like listening to you guys, but there's a good chance I'll may fall asleep or drop off or whatever. But yeah, man, I'm better. I'll get better.
I'm glad you're back. Good to see you.
So what happened to you?
There was a long story of me going into the hospital and coming back in 2 weeks. That's what happened. It'll be a mini series. It'll be a 4-part mini series. I hired Casey to do some of the concept art, but I got all these like penis vein images done in Wombo, so I probably can't use a lot of the imagery that he gave me. Lagatha gave me some lines that she wanted to use for the trailer, and it was like, "In a hopeful place in Ohio." I'm like, God, that sounds so dreary. It's not go with those lines. And then she's like, "Well, but everyone knows Ohio's desperately terrible." I'm like, "Yeah, but you don't have to reinforce it." So I gotta rework the script with her. I'm making up things. If you don't think I'm making up things, I am at this time. Everything I'm saying is being made up. I had to use disclaimers like that because in the hospital, you have nurses try to diagnose you, and I try to remind them that you're a fucking nurse, or hey, you're a liver guy. What do you know about fucking this? I don't know. My experience with doctors has been fun.
I'm sort of interested when you mentioned atrial fibrillation because I've got some heart issues myself. Did you have like an ablation or something?
Yeah, I don't know how I got the AFib. I don't know if it was started via the viral and then I got the AFib, although I feel like I got the AFib beforehand, and I was feeling pretty lethargic and low energy before this, episode came on. The heart docs do say that, like, the AFib cause a lot of this. Like, if you go into AFib, it can, your heart can start resetting systems all over your body and whatnot. So they don't know yet. They don't. It's funny that the care is kind of like right now I'm in the hands of the hemo team, and they're the blood culture team, and they're the team that are sort of looking at more details around the PET scan, the CAT scan, all the stuff to try to figure out larger stuff. And the heart team is kind of like, well, we'll address your heart stuff. We'll either shock your heart back into circulation or whatnot, or that's what they say. I don't know. I don't really want to talk about it. So if there's like theories, that's cool. Write them down, put them on fax paper, and send them to yourself, because I don't really want to hear them necessarily, just because I've heard a lot of stuff from docs. You know what I mean? I'm here just to hear about what's going on in Bitcoin.
Dan, I think that your energy is upside down from the aura that you're putting out into the world. So I think that I'm going to send you some salts. They might be bath salts, but they're salts.
That's good.
If you just snort them, they'll right your energy.
So. I'll take it, man. I came home and I like just went through a massive list of everything I wanted to eat. I was like, I need to eat things of color. And I like went to the produce section and bought every goddamn thing I could find that had color. That was good. Learning to
just make sure you're carrying a quartz stone in your left pocket, 2 blue pebbles in your right, and amethyst above your head.
You know what? I mean, a lot of people I know are into stones, so for all I know, that could be accurate. Yeah. Agatha, please don't wait. Just jump in.
Yeah, we figured out earlier today that doesn't work, so here I am raising my hand. I was wondering if you're wearing an Apple Watch, because they have alerted me to AFib sessions. My heart doctors were really happy with me being able, whenever I feel like funny or weird, it's usually not when I'm at the doctor's, but it is when I lay down at night or whenever, and they were happy to look at those recordings when the Apple Watch recorded. So maybe
I'm kind of upgrading to that right now. I'm getting whatever gear I can to sort of not only better monitor myself, but also just, I picked up a lot of stupid things. Like I was taking, ibuprofen, too much ibuprofen, thinking that could, attack my fever, but that didn't do anything. So I got yelled at, by them. Oh, yeah, let me guess, you're taking fists of ibuprofen. That's stupid. Dude, take Tylenol off of that. Things that your mom would know or your sister would know, but you just didn't catalog that because it just hasn't happened to you in life. So
you went to that army doctor before where they were just like, take a whole handful of ibuprofen, throw some dirt in it, you'll be fine. Let's go.
It's so funny. I've always been like in the family. I would tell my sister that she was the orange pill bottle girl because she had like just a pill for everything. Oh, you want this? You want a piece of that? And she would hoard pills from my folks that they didn't use them. Like, look, here's a big pile of Xanax that Dad never used. Let's take it. What was I, 10-year-old Xanax? I don't know. Let's take it. It's just like she's got all this stuff. And I don't know, I'm more on my father's side of the family, which is, my dad would be like, give me that rope and give me that block of wood. Here, this is what we do. I'm going to put the block of wood in your mouth, right? And I'm going to cut you open like a fish. And you're going to chew on that wood because you and that wood are one. And then I'm going to pour this bottle of Jack down your throat. It's like that was his way of handling most things. Although he had a lot of gadgets, though, because he was involved in human factors. So he was always testing his blood pressure and stuff. So, yeah, it's just these are things I got to do. Find myself. But, Zach, I have lost a lot of weight, so now I can get into the weights and workout aspect and, learn to hate cardio. I hate cardio. I hate it. Absolutely hate it.
I will tell you, start with a rower, and it'll change your entire idea of cardio. And it's low impact on all your joints. And it's not as monotonous, and you get a upper body workout with a lower body You literally could just row, and it will do 90% of what you need to do in a gym if you row for 40 minutes. And you can do different like sprint rows. You can do all sorts of different things. And don't be one of those guys that gets on a rower and puts it all the way up to 10. 6 mimics water, unless you get one of the water rowers, and then you're Gucci. So,
Yeah.
but
Or
yeah.
you into the water and do some water exercise, which is
swim.
what I am doing.
Yeah.
Not only swimming, but you can really get your cardio in the water. You put on one of these belts that make you float, and then you can really just in deep water work yourself out, run, and do all these things without putting pressure on your joints.
Yeah, I usually love that. Of course, it's so funny when I'll probably go back to the big gym to do some of the stuff to recover. But when I'm into those classes, it's me and like usually 9 women. They're all different. You just don't ever see guys in those classes, but they're fun though. It's like an entertainment show for me too. So it's just got to get back to all the stuff and one day at a time. But it's good to be back. And I'm appreciative of everyone here in the syndicate. Everyone really sending thoughts out and giving me good vibes and just that's like super key. And wasn't always here to come in and say thanks, but I wanted to say that because it's important. So thank you.
Just glad to hear you're doing better, man.
Yeah, man. I'm coming back because I think you're running for president, are you? What's going on?
I think it's 2040. I started doing the work for a 2040 bid, but
yeah, I could see that, man.
Depends on how many skeletons I can keep in the closet between now and then.
How old will you be 2040? Are you gonna be just another fossil president for the US?
I mean, I feel like I'd have to be competitive.
No, the new Senate needs to be like mid 40s, early 50s, maximum.
I 110% agree with you. I just think that the issue continuously will be this: is that the young people from the 70s that were like, oh yeah, we need to change everything, love and peace and all of that, they got old, and then they went, we don't trust the youngsters, and so they voted for old people. And now all the youngsters are growing up and they go, wow, we can't trust. Like, everyone wants to say they want change in the next generation and they want to see things change, and then they start seeing things change and they go, what do you mean you want to teach school differently? That's not how we learned. And what do you mean you want to do all these things? Like, that's not how we did it. And then nothing changes. So they like talk a big game about how they want change, but then once things change, it scares them and they go, oh no, we can't do that. So I think that's the big issue.
Other countries manage to not have fossils around the country, so maybe the greatest country in the world should take a hint from that.
I make a joke with people that once you hit a certain age, like, they hit you with the neuralizer from Men in Black and just go, you're old now, so you have to vote for old people. You have to forget about all the wonderful changes you wanted to happen to the capitalist system, and you need to just sit down and talk about how loud everyone's music is. So I'm just waiting to hit that age, and then I can run for president.
So about like 18 months.
Yeah,
it's like, but it's refreshing because like I meet a lot of people on Twitter Spaces who are like not like that, but I feel like the majority at some point just like wipe their memory of like all these aspirations of great change, and then they see things great change like the Common Core system, and they're like, well, I don't understand this and it scares me and I don't want it. Like, okay, we'll go back to the old way.
Are you not 35 yet?
I am 33.
Okay, then you still have a few months.
Oh, to be young.
Yeah. I want to be 33 again. Anyways, I don't want to be president.
I got some interesting observations though from the hospital. Things I watched on TV that I didn't think I'd like that I really ended up liking. Um, First was drag racing. This is like drag racing where like the locals get together and it's not like it's not the professional like drag race. You get the massive wheels. It's like everyone's modified car. That was kind of fun to watch just because, I don't know, you just got a sense that each person was trying to do different modifications and do different stuff. That was fun. I watched a lot of racing. I actually watched football, and my wife thought I was really ill. She's like, "Are you okay? You're watching football?" I'm like, "Yeah, I just like to see the tactics here. Like that guy is gonna hit that guy, So it's just stupid stuff like that. And then the thing that I really love the most is the Mercom car auction. I'm like Motor Trend, that
Meekum.
yeah, the Meekum, whatever. Oh my God, I could watch that for hours. Where like, here's an old Lambo. It's the first Lambo ever made, and put on the strip. And it's like talk. It's like the guy in the background's going 1,400, and you see the number of that this Lamborghini, which okay, maybe 150 grand, it gets up to like 440 grand. You're like, what is so special about that thing? But it's weird to see. I don't know. It's fun to be in that kind of like obsessive car culture where people are just dropping $500,000 every other day on different types of cars, and there's like a part of America there that you can sort of see in the underpinnings. It's kind of interesting about that because it's like it's old money, but it's also money that's like trying to preserve things, or they modify a car and they put it out for sale. It's just, I don't know. It's a part of the world you don't see all the time. It's kind of interesting.
Half of what's auctioned at Meekum's gets donated to different like museums because they want to preserve the
Nice.
car, but they also want to take the gasoline powered vehicles off the road. So a lot of people are spending their money to buy it to put it into museums so that like the history can be preserved.
Yeah, that's cool.
But like you're not driving some 3 miles per gallon vehicle down the road every Saturday. There's a huge company in California that works on just putting electric engines in all of the like classic cars.
Yeah, they did a piece on that guy, or some guy. He did a modified Corvette with a Tesla, and he took like a Tesla engine and a couple other things. And I could see a total automotive revival in terms of style. Like I could see us going back and revisiting all the crazy styles that were the great styles of the 40s and 50s and 60s.
That would be great.
And yeah, I could see them all being redone as EVs, and that I feel like is really just around the corner.
Well, Dodge
along
just
so many
announced
things.
they're taking the Challenger, Charger, and Dart like models off of the line. So for the same length of time that they were available back in the like 60s and 70s, they made them available for the same number of years now, and then now they're discontinuing them like 50 years later. So, which I think is kind of interesting that they 50 years after like they were released, they re-released them with the same kind of body look, and now kept them alive for the same amount of time, and then discontinued them. But I also think it has something to do with they're going to wait until the EV technology is there and then release an electric version of all of them. But they got to have them off the market so that people kind of get that drool again for them. So I think it's interesting. But I think one thing people are going to miss about old cars is the sound that you won't get that with an electric.
Yeah, but I could always put like the YouTube video on and then play the sound in my ear.
Well, I mean, there's actually people doing a lot of engineering to try to mimic those sounds, because I think I agree 100%. I mean, that's half of it is that roar of the engine and then feeling the speed, and we can feel the speed on the EV, but we don't get that, classic American Road Warrior kind of sound that we want to hear. But it is amazing how many companies are sort of like, oh, that's an interesting problem to take on. I'll, build some XYZ device that kind of connects to those pieces. And that's probably really just a matter of refinement. And then, it's probably be seen as like, do we really need to make noise? If the customer, sees the sound package that makes it sound like a 50s car and it's like 10 grand, shit, they'll drop 10 there. You know what I mean? People will say that's stupid. Customers will never do that. But, we're in an age where, our idea of absolute minimum sort of way to get by in life is what, 5G, latest phone. You know what I mean? It's like we have a diet of a pretty high diet, at least in America, for technology. Like going without it is almost harder than to just stay at the top. And that's part of the system is generated Apple and all these other companies is to sort of keep that crop going at the top, so that you can move the population easier. I know earlier we were talking about, the differences between like we have all these different networks and we have to choose from all these different tools and that's a problem for consumers' choice. Well, it's actually not terrible, really. It's just indicative of the space right now because it's showing you the chaos. So there's chaos happening. There's too many things and people are getting lost. That's just an opportunity for someone to see all that and organize it. And I think companies are doing that, but there's I don't know. Either we got to wipe out the market some more, and just know there's a ton of shit that's around the corner. Everything from advanced manufacturing to, this movement of like I'm only going to buy devices that self-upgrade. Like that's something that School talks about. He's like, I'm only buying technology that can upgrade itself. Meaning, like he gets an oven, and the oven will constantly update. He got lights in his house that constantly sort of stay in tune and step. In fact, you can see that in manufacturing. We're starting to see like almost like imagine a brick in front of you that's like green and it's almost porous, but it's not. And in that brick, it has a full lithium sort of battery, so it has power. It also has a moldable sort of mesh network, meaning you could squish the thing and change its size, but it's always going to be able to receive Wi-Fi. It's like it has a lot of base electronics ability in the block. And then once you build these blocks so that they can sort of, you can almost, it's going to sound nuts, but you can almost like grow an appliance because you're building a base infrastructure that is wholly new, completely different than the infrastructure of old where you had to plug into an outlet. This is this new infrastructure. For example, when you sit down, you have someone gets the like if you have a Mac and they sit down, they get the Wi-Fi because you're part of the network. It just throws you the code. You don't even have to ask for it. Apple talk back and forth, made it happen. So there's a lot of tech. It's the same thing with the some of the stuff from Amazon. If you get a device that's compatible with the Eero network, you don't even have to think about putting it on, doing any parameters. You plug it in, Amazon picks it up, does all the stuff, done. So there's this level of convenience just coming in to our lives that, one is invisible, and we're starting just to think about like, well, that was really nice, almost like I didn't think it could do that. And that's getting more and more reinforced, and it'll start coming out in baseline products. And so there's like, I think it's interesting. There's definitely like an analog device movement that's like minimalism, but then there's this more advanced kind of like living material, where it can house the basis of what you would need to sort of run whatever device you want to run on top of it. So like it's almost like an IoT platform that is almost like clay. And so you open up the clay, and that clay can, it's a lithium battery, totally smashable lithium battery or some battery source. It's totally receptive to latest networks, and then it has a certain amount of I/O capability, and it's already compatible with the 5 main networks of the planet, right? And that's just like, given to you. Like, okay, now make a lamp. Okay, now make a phone jack. It's like we're just kind of going into a magical age, which we should keep thinking about, because that's where the puck is going. The puck is already going in that direction.
Will there be lots more unemployed people?
Well, I mean, that's another problem. I mean, unemployed people is just, robotics is definitely going to take. I mean, like China has bought more robotics. Let's catch up on stuff with news, but like they have bought more robots than I'd say any country. I think they said within the last 5 years, just in the first quarter or second quarter of this year or something like that. So, and what they're having there is the Chinese population is sort of resisting the hustle culture. They're actually not really interested in the these cities of like all these dead cities and stuff, wealth or whatnot. So a lot of Chinese people are sort of resisting that. They have their own issues there in terms of culture clash. But
wait, I got to jump in because I literally just did a report about the 699 Chinese culture of work, where like they still are very, very big on the fact that you work for 6 days a week, 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. Like, is that because, are you saying they're not into the hustle culture because they don't consider that
the
hustle
new migrants?
culture?
I think what I was reading an article on the new migrants and how there was a big push to go ordinary. That's the whole article was about, how a certain portion of the Chinese population that was being pushed toward like hustle and startups and all this kind of stuff.
So
and
it's like a lot of the young people today. They're figuring out that you can make $40,000 as a TikTok, like a very minimally successful TikTok artist. You can make 40 grand doing it. You don't need to work a 9 to 5. You can.
I don't know if it was more of that. I think it was more cultural. It was more of like, look, we were farmers. We tended fields. This is a population that, is being pulled into the bigger cities. And the article is kind of more about almost like a defection from a certain, from a population of Chinese folks who just want to go back to just being ordinary. And they didn't strive for every freaking gadget on the planet. They weren't striving for all the advances that were sort of being crammed down their throat and different things. And then there was another article that was sort of talking about there's a new part of Shanghai that they're trying to sort of build another Shenzhen kind of aspect. And of course, Shenzhen is a massive test city, right, where everything is wired to your eyeballs, and it's probably pretty advanced. And it's actually some of it. I know it's like, oh, it's fascism next. I don't know what all that stuff really matters. I like the things that they're doing, though. I like that I like, I
love that statement. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like they understand that, if the population doesn't move, they'll get sick, right? So there's like big enforcement, or there's strong encouragement to please find a routine that you like, and here's all these different routines and things. And I just think, I don't know, it was interesting. Anyways, a bunch of hands up here, so chime in, folks.
Dan.
Yeah,
my man.
I just had some comments on what you guys were talking about 20 minutes ago, so I don't know if I should go on that tangent or talk about.
Go for it, man. Jump in.
All right. Yeah, this when Zach was talking about like people really miss the sound of revving an engine. I think that will happen, but people will quickly forget. And I have heard them like trying to wanting to emulate some sort of engine sound, just so that at the moment a lot of the time we rely on the sound. I mean, like let's say you're crossing the road and you hear some sound, not to step out. But without that sound, there may be more accidents. People have their headset on, they're not looking properly, they cross the road and they're done, Yeah, and like, the other day, I saw some gangsters, like a motorcycle gang, and these were like actual Like in my country, we call them patched gang members. So they're like, basically they're into crime and drugs and stuff. And they were driving electric motorbikes, which was kind of crazy. So they they didn't really care so much about the sound. But yeah, this had that dad.
There's a solution to that problem, gentlemen. Sorry, Zach. We can keep talking about dreaming about this, but there's a solution out there right now. Having rebuilt engines in the past, and I share this anxiety of losing a world without the V8 engine, the noise. I think it's important. I share that anxiety with you. It's the hydrogen combustion engine. So hydrogen is combustible. When it combusts, it produces water vapor, and you still get that beautiful note, that purring note. So yeah, that vibration. It's very spiritual for me. I have a spiritual connection with the V8 engine. So there you go, guys. Solution solved.
Have you
Okay.
guys heard of Harley Davidson and its electric motorcycles and what they're
No, I
doing?
haven't.
because of-
Yes, I 100% have.
Yeah,
I've
so
I have
they're
many Harleys.
they have added, because it's electric is silent, they've added a sound, and it doesn't sound obviously like the regular boom 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 boom. It's more like a zzz, but they have
It's
it
one of the things
zoom
that's
zoom.
a problem with it is so much of riding is the sound and the feel of the engine. Not only for like the love of riding, but it's also for the protection of the rider. Like I immediately put much louder pipes on my bike as soon as I got it because I felt it was too quiet. And when you're driving next to a car, right, if they look in their mirror, you're so small, they don't see you. A lot of the times, the only reason they know a motorcycle's around is because they hear you. And it immediately goes, oh, I should pay attention because there's a motorcycle riding somewhere. Second thing, Dan, I don't know what country you're in, but I wouldn't call every motorcycle club that has patches a gang. In the US, they're motorcycle clubs unless they're part of the 1%, which includes like the 82s or the 81s and some of those other groups that are around here that are affiliated with crime. But so I just, because it's a recorded space, I just wanted to say that, not every person with patches in a motorcycle club is associated with crime or a gang because I am in a motorcycle club. So.
Oh no, yeah. I should clarify that it was the patch had a name of I won't say the gang, but it was a known gang to be associated with crime. But definitely, like, I'm in New Zealand, and like the other day, I saw some patched motorcycle members, but their patch was actually of a church, so they belonged to a church. So they weren't committing crimes that I'm aware of. So yeah, you're totally right there.
Well, I don't know about that. The church has committed some crime, but we'll leave that for a whole nother discussion. Hurls.
Sorry, guys. Still hands up from the V8 combustion engine. Put it down. Apologies. Let's come back up again.
You put it back up. Good job. You just want to speak.
I do. I'm trying really hard not to. I'm trying really hard not to. Oh, what's going on with it? Anyway, I'm going to switch back down to listener.
I'll tell everyone after I got back last night late, my Hurls, your hands up again. I finally got my Byte BYTE. It was they're aligners, so it's like the Invisalign, but it was like really cool. Like I just went online, it cost me $25. They sent me all the pieces to like do it at home. I just measured my teeth, put them in, and took all these pictures, sent it all in, and they gave me a whole like thing that they could make. Cost me $1,400. And they sent me 11 aligners, and it showed me what my teeth should look like when I'm done. My teeth have always been one of those things that I'm like most I don't know, self-conscious about. So I was like finally ready to do something about it. It came in a really, really beautiful box. Um, the customer service and everything else with the company has been top notch. So if anyone's ever been hesitant or wanted to get their teeth fixed, I would 100% recommend looking into it. The next thing I'm going to look into is I found a place that does insoles for your feet. You just order the molds, you step into the mold, send them off, and they give you a whole foot care plan and insole thing. Because of my accident, I get really terrible knee problems and arch pains and all these other like leg issues when I run. So I think that's going to be my next ordered self-care thing. So just thought, I think that the home delivery self-care industry is going to be it's interesting. I don't know.
I think you're right. I think it'd be a huge industry. More technology coming that way. I mean, Lagatha was talking about the Apple Watch, and definitely picking up the new one for me and my wife. And
I had a buddy who just had like a little sensor you put on your leg because when people get out of knee surgery, it's hard to get them to keep using, doing the exercises. So they would just put a little Apple ID tag on your leg and it would watch you do your exercises and send the reports to your doctor.
I'm thinking about getting I saw it online. It's the little implant you put in the side of your arm, and it tells you your insulin levels in reaction to like different foods. And so my plan is if I order that and then I eat a singular raw food, every 2 hours, then I can see what my body's reaction to that food via insulin production is.
And it'll be like, you should eat more cricket powder. Be like, what? What the fuck?
And keep like a total journal of like what foods, because everyone's like, you can look up like what foods are low or high GI, like glycemic index, but everyone's body reacts differently to different things.
I imagine the software is just going to be baked in, no? When that's available, like it would just be like, okay, at the end of the day, these were your spikes. You know?
It is like I'll send you the link. It's literally you can purchase it right now.
Whoa!
And you just
I would like that.
You click it into your tricep, and it has a little sticky piece on it, and it Bluetooths to your app, and then you just type in what you're eating, and then it monitors your insulin in real time after everything you eat all day long, and you'll see where the spikes are. And you pair
that's the darkest vision of augmented reality I ever thought of, where it's like if they think you're overweight, they prevent you from like eating that plate of chicken wings, where it's like chicken wing alert, you're not allowed to eat that, and I'm like, fuck you, AR.
Think about this is like, wait until it gets to a point where it can inject like lactose intolerant medicine, so you don't even have to remember to take the medicine. It's just, he has a spike in lactose, so now we're going to give him the medicine. Or heartburn medication. We can sense through the blood that there's heartburn, right? It's like a very Theranos type like thing. So I'm wondering how it works if it's super accurate or not, or if this is just going to turn into the next Theranos company. Because you got to think about it. It's not one drop of blood. They have access to like your whole bloodstream as it goes by, because it's putting an implant in. But at the same time, Theranos had this machine that was supposed to read it, and now you're just telling this little thing on your arm to say, hey, what's the insulin level? So I don't know. It's a really cool idea, especially because I do keto, so I'm always like doing, like, I prick my finger and do my ketone levels and my glycemic index probably 3 times a day. But go ahead, Dan.
I'm not convinced by the. I mean, it sounds pretty cool. I wouldn't mind trying it, but I'm kind of not convinced by all these monitoring devices. And I've got a feeling like they might be doing more harm than good. So, for example, people who are, they're using a sleep tracker every night, and then they're using some other tracker for something else. I don't know, to track their calories or something. And before they know it, they're like a complete neurotic, obsessive. Oh man, I only slept 6 hours last night for the last 3 nights, and told me I only got so many minutes of REM sleep or something. So I think it's kind of a double-edged sword. All these monitoring devices. The one that I would be interested in would be like, say, if you had a heart monitoring device, which I know there's the Apple Watch or whatever, but if it was so smart that it could tell you you're at risk of having a heart attack, or something like that, and it could give you some sort of forewarning. But I don't think that they're at that level.
The Apple Watch does that.
They can actually tell you that
there's
you're at risk of having a heart attack.
There's been plenty of people that have actually with the Series 7 and above, it's actually extremely accurate. People will use the AFib tracker, and it'll tell them hey, get to a hospital now. And there's people that have saved their lives by just using the Apple Watch to monitor it.
Yeah.
Okay, well maybe I need.
You need to catch up, mate.
Yeah, and Quora is actually working. So Quora is working on their Ring to do the same thing. So the Quora Ring right now is pretty advanced in that. But one of the best trackers out there is the Whoop. If you're wanting to track physical fitness stuff, the Whoop is the best tracker out there. It's more accurate in terms of distance moved and heart rates, and but it doesn't have all the functionality of an iWatch. But yeah, Whoop's really good. Quora's good. I've used all of those. I still have all of those. I still wear all of those. I am that person you're talking about, Dan, who's sitting there going oh man, I didn't sleep enough last night. Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, I know that myself, I'll tend to overanalyze stuff. So I think that for myself, it wouldn't really probably do me more harm than good to have various trackers. And I mean, every day I'll walk for maybe 2 hours a day, but I never know how many steps I'm doing. But yeah, I mean, some people love to monitor and track their progress, and yeah, I understand that.
The biggest thing I usually tell people if they're ever wanting to get into any kind of fitness is number 1, get your sleep right. Number 2, get your food right. Number 3, then figure out working out. And number 4 is then figure out supplementation. People want to go and buy supplements the first thing and think that there's some magic pill that's going to help. But you have to get all of those other parts right first. Because you're literally just pissing out money if you take supplements when you haven't done the other parts.
That
right.
company doesn't ship to the outside the US yet. I just tried to sign up, Zach.
I'm so close to signing up. If I hadn't bought
yeah, man.
If I had not gotten my teeth done, I probably would have signed up for that. But I've every time I look in the mirror and I see my teeth, or I take a picture and I see my teeth, I'm fuck, I want to get those fixed. So I finally was screw it, I'm just gonna do it. So I rebudgeted all of my supplement routine and things for 6 months so that I could do my teeth, and now I'm excited. I'm gonna go get them done. So not that I have bad teeth. I think I'm decent, but I used to have perfect teeth until I lost my retainer when I was 20, and then I just stopped wearing it thinking everything would be fine. And then when I joined the Army and they pulled my wisdom teeth, everything shifted, and now I look at myself and I can tell there's a difference. So it's just one of those mental things where I can't get past it. So
what I really want to get, but it's quite expensive and I'm on a budget, but because I have a lot of neck trouble. Like I often have a sore neck and headaches, and there's a thing called the iron neck, which is like for strengthening your neck. But they're really expensive, so saving up for that.
The best thing I ever did for my neck was I got a Maloof pillow that has like a notch, so when I sleep, like it like notches my head and like shoulder perfectly. So I really, really like that. I'm too afraid to ever bring it with me to the field, so like I can feel how like out of alignment I am. So that's why I just like called a massage therapist, and I was like, I need an entire like adjustment, and then the chiropractor too. So I got a whole like self-care weekend coming up next weekend.
Have you ever got the ring dinger? You ever watch those YouTube videos of the dude like strapping the person's head to like a pulley and just like yanks the person's head up?
Sounds pretty brutal, though.
Oh man, yeah, it's called the ring dinger. Like that's the official name. It's called the ring dinger. And if you look up ring dinger on YouTube, you'll see people getting like, therapeutically decapitated for a moment. For
I have a very weird feeling about chiropractics. Like
it
I
feels
know
good.
it feels good.
Feels fucking
for-
amazing.
It feels good and I know what they're doing is releasing the air in between. But I also know that the guy who invented the whole science was kicked out of medical school for like trying to con people or practicing medicine without a license or something. And it's like this whole ordeal, like where there are some doctors who really recommend it and understand that it is a thing and it's helpful and it's beneficial. And then there's a whole part of medical science that's like, that is an absolute farce and it doesn't do anything and it's not good for you. So I don't know. But I feel better after, so.
Feels fucking great. There's nothing like it. You know what I mean? When you like, especially after it's been a long time. Ugh.
There's a chiropractor on TikTok that says chiropractic is just all nonsense and you don't have to come back, and you can, they show tricks how you can do it at home by yourself, and he goes through what majority of all chiropractors say and stuff. But in saying that, I myself go every second week, and it does help with my migraines. So that's that. I don't know. I won't be doing any self adjustment on my first few neck. No, I just don't do it. Like I do stretching and stuff, but I won't be doing any neck adjustments myself.
I mean, if you Google like the history of chiropractics, you'll see like the guy who invented it, it was like, what's the religion where the guy had a weird dream about a spaghetti monster? Is that Scientology? Where the guy who invented chiropractics like had some sort of like dream about it and was like, oh yeah, I'll just like, it's not like traditional medicine, and it's just like, I feel like it's, I don't know, calling it medicine or calling them chiropractic doctors. I don't really know. Anyway, that was a whole tangent. I started this with my bite mouth kit because I think like there's going to be a revolution where there's going to be a lot more things that you do at home and send them in.
We're already there. It's
Well,
just
but I think like I'm looking like, think about like looking around the room and all of the things that you do outside the house, right? And what are the things you're going to do in the house down the road that you never thought you would. Like, I never thought I'd be getting, like, essentially braces from home, or orthopedics. So I don't know. Some of the direct-to-consumer brands really suck. Some of them I think are really good. It just depends. I don't know. I'm gonna get off my soapbox. Somebody else talk, please.
You know how you're talking about the orthopedics with the shoe supports or whatever, and I have those myself. So I don't have flat feet, but I have on one arch it'll sort of collapse in, and so when the first time I got it, that they just did like a mold, so they actually put your foot in a mold, and then the latest time that I got them done,
Yeah, I'm
they
interested in the Invisalign. I think from what I was told by my dentist, like there's certain dental work they have to do first for some people before the Invisalign can go on. So maybe that changed. Last time I looked into it was a couple years ago, though. It's cool they can do stuff like that now.
Yeah, so the way I did the molds, I did 4 molds in my mouth, and then I had to use like this mouth spreader, take the phone camera, and had to put it in my mouth and take like all these different pictures all through my mouth with my phone camera, and then send them in. And then I got a call, and they were like, "Yeah, you know, this one didn't like this picture wasn't like right. We need you to do this." And they like told me how to adjust the camera, and like what picture they needed, and then they literally sent me a 3D, like on my phone I could just pull up this 3D model of my teeth, tops and bottoms, and then go through. They said like, yeah, it's an 11-step process. You're gonna get 11 little aligners, and by the time, after each aligner, you'll take pictures, and we'll analyze it versus where it should be, and making sure that the aligners move them where they're supposed to, and then we'll see if we need to extend the treatment or change your aligners based on where the teeth are moving to. And I was like, this is really interesting, because like I feel like, especially when you get into, I've seen some of these. There's a company that can, with your phone camera, can like do 3-dimensional drawings of your jaw movement and like do X-ray bone movement kind of stuff.
Nice.
Yeah. So like, I feel like as the cameras and the technologies get better and better, and AI understanding how ligaments and bones move through these analysis, I mean, it's not going to work perfect for every person, right? Like, I'm sure with all of the questions and all the pictures that they took, they turned some people away and say, look, like, we can't help you. You need to go to an orthodontist because you need braces for an overbite or this kind of thing or that kind of thing. But at the same time, I think there's a large, probably mean of the population that just need certain little things. It's interesting.
Oh, definitely. No, I think it's really, I'm glad that's out there, and hopefully, I too will someday wear that sort of stuff. So we'll see. But that's awesome.
Yeah, I think I was confusing before orthodontics with
Have we
what's
worn
the
you
one
out
for the
yet, Dan? Dan's hitting some Z's over there.
Sandra, can you hear the other band?
I,
Can you hear me?
oh, don't tell me I'm doing that again. Can you guys? I can't hear you.
Yeah,
I don't think you can hear the other Dan.
Oh,
yeah.
Hello?
crap.
Can you hear
All
me?
right, all right. I'm leaving. I'll be right back.
I can
Oh my
hear you, Dan.
gosh. I was like, Sandra's so rude. Oh,
I, it was one of those things where it's like, you always give people the benefit of the doubt, and then
you do.
oh, wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Wait a minute.
I thought it was my phone. I thought because there's
No.
been the glitches the last week or two, I was like, oh, maybe she did. Maybe it glitched.
No, believe me. If Sandra's annoying, she'll let you know it.
Yeah. Oh, we have to give her crap when she gets back. She's
Thanks.
good. I'm speaking right now. I'm speaking.
Mike check 1 2. That's so funny. What an interesting day.
It's been a I'll share a piece of my day today.
Please.
So in digital, I had to explain again, like, so on your mobile device, or on social media, people who identify as male, female, but then you have a lot of people who identify as unknown, and it's not uncommon. I identify as unknown because you just don't want to be tracked, right? So you have to explain to people why you have such a skew of this data that's not male or female, and it's just exhausting because people don't.
Sounds like a new niche.
It is so exhausting. It is just, why do you have this I don't know if they call it a gender, but it comes up different. And the younger generation or older generation, they just have figured out that they don't want to identify digitally. And it sucks.
I mean, technically I'm a horse.
Right. Well, how do you market to a horse, right? How do you?
I don't know. I guess present a mirage of water. See if it'll drink. Unicorns drink water? I don't know. I should probably know that.
That's I think that's the beautiful thing about young people. They really, I give them a lot. I champion for the millennials and actually benefited from them, and give them a lot of respect because they've adapted and they figured out, and they'll be fine. And I know young people will be fine. It's us, it's me, it's my dad, it's boomers that have to adjust to their world. It's their world,
Well, I mean, technically, boomers still own it, right?
Well, they well,
I mean, it's Peter Thiel in charge of Rumble. Peter Thiel funded Ethereum. You know what I mean? It's still a conservative Republican at the end of the day who owns the.
Unless they buy a smart TV and you got to help them. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
Parents call you for tech support. Do they? Do they? You know what I mean? Do they run it, or can they afford to be better off than everyone else?
Sometimes I'm surprised that I'm able to help my mom. I'm like, okay, I don't know if this is going to be possible, but I'm going to give it a try. Okay, here's how to add a contact to WhatsApp.
Yeah, I think they'll be fine. I know they will. My dad, he says, he's a boomer. He says this is their world. He gets it. He says just get out of their way. And Gen X is older millennials are just. I feel like we're the invisible generation. No one really sees us.
It's like Gen X is middle management. Well, they call it the sandwich generation because it's a generation that has to take care of parents and kids at the same time.
Exactly. I was explaining to my friends, they kind of shit on millennials a lot. I was like, when the world goes sideways, millennials, they don't have the debt that we have. They don't have, they just don't have the debt. I mean, they can move in with their parents. Some of them are living with their parents, but where are we going to go? Are we moving in with our parents? Hell, our parents are living with us. We can't afford to fail, right?
Yeah, no. And maybe that's good because you've had your ships burned. I mean, would you have become a data analyst without existential threat?
Well,
I wouldn't have, no. Yeah. Go ahead.
Here's the scarier part is we live in a world right now where so many of the older generation that are retired have retirement savings, and the number of people with retirement savings continues to go down and continues to just plummet. So what kind of world are we going to live in where, number one, most people can barely afford their mortgage, or barely afford the rates? I mean, if the interest rates keep going up no one's going to be able to afford to
Well,
buy a house.
well, I just want to, who can afford the mortgage? So let's look at the data. Who has mortgages, and who doesn't have mortgages, and who won't be able to afford their mortgage. So boomers have mortgages, Gen X have mortgages, millennials, only a third of them have mortgages. So who does that impact? Like Gen X will get it. Like we're the ones that you know what I mean? Like we have to we're the ones with the most debt, right? If millennials and Gen Z don't have homes or own homes, then
Millennials grab that school debt, and with that school debt, they got that living debt. That's huge millennial debt because most millennials are in debt.
Yeah,
Gen
but
Xers have the homes, so it's actually like the type of debt that they have is different and have a better hand.
Melly B, but I mean, let's look at millennials. I mean, they were very vocal before the pandemic during Bernie with debt, but during the pandemic, I mean, they realized that they dodged a bullet with not having children, mortgage, consumer debt, car. You know what I mean? They realized they don't really have a lot of debt compared to Gen X.
I don't think that's accurate, though.
Well, per the data, the generation with the most debt is Gen X. I mean, I can't afford to fail.
Yeah, but also Gen X, especially those that are, on the later part of Gen X, which I assume you're a part of, are those people that are very much commingling with those geriatric millennials, which I am. Anybody born in the 80s, maybe until the early 90s, that there's a lap over.
Yeah, so I'm not, and
And
again, I'm not
most
saying that I'm
millennials I know, which are the geriatric ones my age, and my younger sister and, my cousins, they all have family and they all have debt and they all have a house. So I don't think that is fair to make a cut, because there's a huge amount of people that are boomer children that are in this in between late Gen X and early millennials.
I wonder if the millennial mortgage is student debt.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, then you're right.
Because the people that I know that went into this school debt went into debt deeper because they were going to school and needed money to live and travel and do cosmetic surgery and do all the stuff that they did with school loans.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Melly, you're right. If you
And
look at it from that, yes.
exactly.
I feel
And
like
the
now
numbers are 100, anywhere from 100 to 250,000.
Okay,
Which
but
is what a house costs. And also the new house, in order, like when I bought my house, I consider myself not lucky. I was strategic and I did good. I bought my house for 100,000 in Tennessee when I was 29. That was like a good choice that I did. A good decision I made. But the other one I'm not good with is that I didn't go to school. So like in fear of that debt. Okay, I digress. So what I was going at is that was 100,000 for a little starter home. I have a little more than a quarter of an acre, so it's like 35. I think that's what it is. 35, whatever, 35%. I get. Anyway, and now the houses are a starter home. Literally is in 250 plus, depending on where you are. That's a big
depending on where you are.
400,000.
So starter home here, is 10 grand, 15 grand, 30 grand. So depending on where you are.
What does that even mean? What is that person that's buying a house in that for that price? What are the schools? What's the roads? What is there? What does that mean?
So
like you must be bumfuck nowhere to buy a house for 10K. Like that can't be a house. That
Thank
can
you.
be like
Yeah,
a
no.
hut that's falling apart. Like you can't buy land here for that price? Like, what
Okay,
melody? It's
let me explain. Okay, Melody, you're right, and I'm not taking anything away from what you're saying. I completely understand, and I don't mean to cut you off either. I'm sorry. Um, what? So Governor Kasich, he was Ohio governor a few years ago, and we had a refugee crisis, the Syrians, Turkish, and then we had another group of refugees. Anyway, he made them legal. He gave them a path to citizenship. These guys went into the areas, the hood, and they bought these homes. They bought multiple homes. Okay, not just them, but young people from California, New York, buy crap homes here. The model is they buy the crap homes, they live in them, they fix them up, they cost 15, 20 grand. They're not ideal in an ideal neighborhood. No, they're in the hood, they're in the ghetto, but they're invested in that community and they build that community up. Now, these guys, going back to the Syrians and the refugee, that was like 15 years ago. These guys who bought the 3 homes in a row in the hood have since moved to the suburbs. And they've kept the homes that's in the hood for other family members. So they're building, in this short time of 15 years, they've built this wealth. And it could be pure and anecdotal. I understand what you're saying, but it's possible. My issue, and just give me a few seconds, is that we do not live within our means. And within our face, in front of us, we have people who live within their means and make it.
Yeah, but how do you, as an American person that wants a job that's, good paying, how do you live in your means if education is gonna put you into debt for at least 100K? How does that even work?
So you mean like a college education, correct?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
yes, you can.
So you can go to, my friends, my good friend, I spoke to her a couple weeks. Her daughter's in STNA. Her daughter has a 2-year degree in high school. She's a junior. So you have college credit plus in high schools, in just about all the high schools here. And you can take, if you work hard enough, if you study in high school, you can get a 2-year degree in high school. You get an engineering degree, you can get an STNA degree, but you have to be aware, you have to know, and you have to put your nose down, and you have to do it. And that's how you can pay for college. So what you do is you graduate with a 2-year degree in high school, then you'll get a job, and your job pays for the other 2 years. So you have a 4-year degree. And that's how you create you get the college education. Now, 2-year degree in the United States, in my area, is looked down upon. It's seen as something that poor people do. And in this area, people would rather send their kids, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a 4-year degree rather than go to a 2-year college. That's much more affordable. My best friend's son is an engineer because he went to a 2-year degree school. He got a job. They paid for his other 2 years at $100,000 university, and now he's an engineer. He's making 60 grand.
I think part of the other issue is that we don't do a good job of educating about. We did this whole thing where it's just like go to college, and everyone goes and gets whatever degree they feel, because we push 2 narratives. We push that everyone should go to college and the do what you love and the money will come narrative at the same time. And those 2 things are not mutually exclusive. Like, you can't go and get a degree in basket weaving and then think that you're going to be paid like a doctor, right? You can't go to Harvard and get a philosophy degree and think that you're all of a sudden going to be paid like somebody who went and got a medical degree, or you're right, like got a STEM field. But we push that narrative simultaneously, and so it doesn't work. And the worst part is that the people who fall into this narrative are those who don't have parents that are going to educate them about what the proper things are, right? They don't sit there and tell their kids, look, like, you are a B student, and I get that you got into all these good schools, but you can't have parents that have been telling their kids for 18 years, do what you want and the money will come and you're special and you're great. But also then when it comes to how do you afford college, go, hey, I don't really think that your B grades are good enough, even though you got in, for you to go to this 4-year school and get a degree that's going to pay off for the loans you're going to need to take off, right? We don't have those hard conversations about what we should be doing for our kids, because we sit there and go, well, we want you to chase your dreams, right? Which is why we have children now, 14, 15, 16-year-old kids who are making $20, $30, $40,000 on social media, who are never even going to join the workforce. I bet you in 10, 15 years, we are going to have a labor shortage worse than we have right now, because we're going to have so many people that aren't even joining the workforce because they're like, look, I'm just going to rent my house. I'm going to live on $60K and I'm going to be fine because I'm not going to go to college. I'm not going to work my ass off for a company that doesn't really care about me. So we either need to change that narrative, or we have to change the fact that we need kids to go. And you can't have it both ways. We've been trying to have it both ways for so long, and that's why we're in the situation we're in. There's my soapbox. Welcome to my TED Talk.
I feel like somehow we skipped a generation here. Zach, you and I are very similar in age. We're like 3 years apart. So I'm baffled by how different your point of view is from my point of view. And I feel like we somehow skipped a whole generation between the two of us, even though we're like 3 years apart.
I think it
Well,
definitely has to do with the American way of living and the rest of the world.
I think it also has to do with the fact that I grew up when I was very, very young in a very affluent family, until my grandfather died. And then I only got to see that part of my family when I would get sent to my grandmother's house for summer. And then I got to live like this rich life in the summers. And then my dad and I were practically homeless when I was living with him, right? And like scrounging for change for dollar menu kind of stuff. But then I got a scholarship to go to a school that's $70,000 a year, and I went for 4 years, dropped out because I was like, fuck this. I was going to Georgetown Medical School in the last like things of interviews, and I was like, fuck this, I don't really care. I own a tattoo shop, I'm gonna go do that. And so I just dropped out. And then did that for like a couple of years, and then I joined the Army, and now I'm trying to go back to school, and I'm trying to do it for free on the Army's dime. So I've seen it from so many different lenses that I don't want to say, like, I think a lot of people have they have one experience of the education system and the debt system and where we are right now, and they speak from that, which isn't wrong. But like, this is my 4th time trying to go to college. I have 4 transcripts from 4 different schools. I went to Hobart College, which is a very, very prestigious private institution. I went to SUNY Cortland, which was a SUNY school, and hated that because I felt like my education dollars were, after going to Hobart for 4 years, I felt like what I was learning in a 400 level course was like intro level classes at Hobart, and I felt like my money was being wasted. And then I went into the Army, and I tried doing Army school, and now I'm finally, doing my, finishing my bachelor's and starting my master's. And so doing it in so many different ways, I get so flustered about how we tell people, like, I see a lot of people who just don't understand that you're never going to get, like, school is an investment. You're not going to get your money back if you buy a bad investment. Like, it doesn't matter if you get approved for a loan on a house. If the house is shitty and then you put another 100,000 into it, you're never going to get your money back. And so we have to start looking at school the same way. I don't know. That's just me.
I disagree fundamentally, I think, but that's okay. I don't want to add more fuel.
Oh
Dan?
no, I'm not upset. I'm just saying this is like, I think that there is an education you get outside of the classroom that people need to go to college for. But I think that there are ways to do that for free that don't require you getting a very high cost college education. I think that there are institutions that should be high cost because there's high payoff. Um, and I think that there needs to be more free options so that people can get the education, because I learned more outside the classroom than I ever did inside the classroom. How to sell people, how to talk to people, how to make friends, clubs, all of those things, those experiences are worth more than any classroom, right? Especially if you don't know what you want to do in life. And I think people need that next level of maturation and like learning. But I also think that we did a bad job of saying go and do whatever it is you want to learn and money will come. And now we have kids who have degrees in history who think that their $200,000 is ever going to like return on that investment. Because just because you get into Harvard, right, doesn't mean you need to go to Harvard, right? If you're going to Harvard to do history, what are you going to do with that degree? You can work in a museum, you can teach, and that's about it. So, like, we have to think more critically about what we're telling our kids when they're choosing their path. Because I know lawyers that are driving taxis because they can't get a job. Like in New York City, one of my best friends, he drives fucking Uber because he can't get a job right now and he's just trying to pay off his student loans. So like it's underemployment is a huge issue right now. So
The Dans have their hands up.
You go, Dan.
I was going to say that I feel like the university system here in Ohio, at least Ohio State, is one of the largest universities in the country, and I feel like it is, they really work to keep the students on campus for the first, actually, I think 3 years now, almost. So there's dorms and everything. I really see like the monetization of the student more so than the class and the output that I think that they can get. So that's unfortunate because I think universities are really, there's sort of there's definitely a big injection of new cash coming into universities with manufacturing coming back to the U.S. and there's new schools getting launched and things. But yeah, I think I do. I don't really believe in the 4-year degree, especially as the higher you go up in tech, the more you realize that degrees aren't really required, at least in a lot of decent tech. I mean, in other words, like if you can master the fringe and keep up with the trend, that's seen as like PhD level quality stuff, and you're voluntarily doing that. That's just a different. I think it's a different equation in tech. But I have a nephew who he just got his master's in history, and yeah, and he makes $7 an hour or $12 an hour in a gift shop at the museum, and I think he's got proficiency in things he wants to do, but like it's hard to see that market, and it's hard for me to see, and this is one of those things too, where it's like, are we talking about protecting our youth and making sure that they become responsible? I mean, you also solve the poor problem as well. I mean, like, how many problems are you trying to take on at once? I think colleges are definitely woken up to the fact that, Amazon, a lot of these places, at least on the tech side, they have so much more competition from 1-year programs and 2-year programs that can basically teach a kid, basically go from, nothing to 100 grand. And it's not, and what's funny is that it's a junior grade, 100 grand, it's just not even, it's not the work that the kids even want to do. It's just like, Chase Nationwide and these huge corporations, they need bodies in that tech space, at least for now, until they replace you with some software. But
You're in Ohio?
yeah. Yeah, I'm in Columbus, man.
Okay, I'm in Cincinnati.
Yeah, so we're talking. I know about that program that you were talking about where they did. They came in and people could come in and buy houses at 10K a pop and sort of,
Yeah, you're right.
that was
You
a
remember?
whole, neighborhood renovation project that was kind of done in a couple different places in Ohio. And then of course Ohio set up a lot of like, new venture, no tax type zones, right? So you start a new business, no taxes for 5 years, that kind of stuff. So lots of different programs to help people kind of start up and do things.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I
it's like
see education shifting for sure.
the minority one, right? Like if you're a woman, minority, I mean, they were
Mhm.
giving away
Yeah.
loans.
They were, and I think they were trying to spur the market. I mean, it's the same thing they got to do up in Detroit, like Detroit and then that whole area. They got to do a ton of that because you have neighborhood beyond neighborhood beyond neighborhood that is just nothing, and it's no reason for that. I mean, what's great about the flippers, I think, and the people in the region is they're eager to do it, but you want to make sure that you've got quality partners across some one person could go in there and basically buy up 7 lots, lock them up, and do whatever to sort of manipulate. And the city and state are really hyper cognizant of that, so that shit's not happening. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
think
was abused.
education will change.
Yeah, it was abused. But are you in studies in Columbus?
Well, no, I didn't go to college. I didn't
Okay.
go to college. I'm the youngest of six, and every one of my brothers and sisters went. But I kind of I got a little like I had friends that went in to be chemistry. I had so many friends that went in to be this and that and the other thing, and they all came out with English degrees. They all came out, which is fine, but it was almost like they went in not knowing what they want. They blew the cash, and then they had to get a 4-year degree just to get out, just to save face. And I was like, I don't want to save face. I mean, one, my folks have been saving for this since my birth. Two, this is stupid for me to even, I mean, I wasn't eager about like not being the one going to college either. I mean, I feel like that. I don't think it's ever really set me back, but it's always been in my mind, as to like, you don't have a degree, you're not as qualified as XYZ people. And that takes a while to get over. And then I see the role for it. Like what I loved is when my father got older, when he turned 60, he started taking classes. He was a teacher, but he was like, I always wanted to take astrophysics, and so he treated the university like a library, and that's what you could do when you're 60. If citizen can do that in Ohio or whatever. And that was like the best time of his life, was learning things when he wanted to learn them, because he was eager to learn them, and versus need them for a job. I think you're still going to need that for the technical fields and medical, and definitely everything that's going on with manufacturing, semiconductors, all that. Like you're going to have to go through those. Like everyone in that space has basically got to go through 3 years of bullshit until you get, to something, and the debt will go up, but that's the price to pay. What sucks though is when those kids come out of there and they land, like you said, a $60,000 engineering job. That's not a lot, man. I mean, like, your average millennial today or kid today who understands the net, they don't necessarily make the 60,000 right away, but they're empowered by the notion that they could. And so because they have the intent and the empowerment underneath them, and they can feel the market change, they can, you know what I mean? Like they play in crypto, they basically they learn from gaming. What do we learn in gaming? We go in games and we play loops, and we get what? We get satisfaction. We get rewards for simple little things that you do in games. And that is a behavior trait that gets ingrained in us. And so we seek sort of that short run learning almost. Short run, did I learn anything? Yes, I did. Where's my reward? Okay, short run learning. And I could see that expanding. In fact, they'll be learning in AR and VR in a new way. But I do think that there's a part of me that says, like, if you're going to college, it's because you don't know where the future is. If you don't go to college, it's because you know where the future is and you're trying to keep up with it. That's almost like my mentality a little bit. And I don't know if going to a college, which is basically like, we want to give you the cool college experience on campus and basically monetize the shit out of you. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's really the greatest, thing I want to hear from my institution. What I want my institution to say is, right now you're good at all this tech stuff. If you want to specialize and go into these 4 fields, this is the path, and it's more direct, more surgical, and that's where I almost see, like, when we talk about basic income, that notion of basic income that's going to come at some point. I do see the notion of almost like basic, rudimentary, not even rudimentary. It's almost like you're normalized for the year you're in. Oh, you're welcome to year 2 of 2023. Sweet. By the way, this is how this year works, and these are the technologies. And are you familiar with AI? Like, if you're not familiar with that stuff, it's like you're farther outside the loop. But it doesn't mean that you're not, not everyone's in tech. There's, like, hospitality is going to be a huge place. Hospitality is going to make so much money in the future because everybody is going to want that, like, crave, like, oh, we got a human waiter. Oh my God, this is amazing, right? There's a human who will work on us, It's that's going to be a thing too, I think.
Yeah, but a hospitality management degree costs $150,000. That's my issue with it, right? It's like hospitality management shouldn't cost that much to get a degree in.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, this is an area I can't really speak. Like, I have a lot of friends that have a lot of college debt, and what sucks is it's all for stuff and they don't use any of it. They didn't use a damn aspect of it. And I'm like, okay, I wasn't totally fucking up. At least, I'm using a lot of what I didn't know I needed. I created.
I don't think that's fair to say either for people that went to college. Oh, they're not using it, or they went to, for English and they're not, they're doing something completely different. The reality is that going to college and going to university builds character and structure and discipline. So that is like one of the biggest things that people get from college, in addition to like networking or, the committees that you take part of, the charities that you take part of. So it's like every time I hear somebody say that don't go to college, it's not worth it. Look, I got 3 degrees and look, what am I doing? I'm like, well, you obviously did it kind of wrong, but I hope you learned how to write an essay. I mean, I bet you know how to like apply for a job. I mean,
I have another really hot take here too. So whenever anyone's ready, I have a even better conversation we can have that everyone can tear me apart on.
Well, let's get our speakers in here. We got Crypto and Dan when we jump in.
That's why I said once we're ready.
Yeah, I just want to say about the degrees. Yeah, like I've got a degree, and I think it is worthwhile. Just even if you don't use it that much, like Melody was saying, you probably still learnt a whole ton of skills along the way, and whether we like it or not, a lot of job recruiters are oh, hold on, I've just got a message coming in. I don't. You go, Crypto.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
hey, Crypto, how's it going? Welcome in.
It's going okay. So I was Saturday. I was listening in. Jim, who is Crypto Zorro. I don't know how many of you know him, but he's starting a school down in Mexico on the Baja Peninsula, and he said something that it took me a few minutes to really kind of process and get. But he said that people should learn when they're ready, and even if it means that they go through childhood and into teenage years before they decide that they're ready to learn. And he put it that people who decide that they're ready just will learn no matter what you put at them. And I thought that was very telling. I tried 18 months of college and it was a terrible experience for me. So I bought books in technology, and new places suck for me. So I took a lot of exams, failed most of them to get certified.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Sorry, Crypto, I just fucked up. Sorry.
Jeez, you get power, and this is what you do. You mute up fucking everybody.
For
I know.
Jeez, what's
second,
wrong with you?
Oh,
Laugh that one. Slam dunk.
why don't
Sorry.
you tell us how you really feel?
Sorry. Dale.
Welcome to the world.
no. Oh.
Sorry, Crypto, continue.
Dale.
It's okay. It's okay. These things happen. So I bought books, failed more certification exams than I care to count, passed some, and then just applied my ability to look at everything as just a task or a date. And so I went and applied at jobs doing tasks that nobody else wanted to do in tech. Things people thought were mundane and boring or just not worth it. And then just evolved from there. And I remember the first time in a tech job that I was listed as burden. I was like, why am I a burden? It's like, because you don't sell or produce any of our products. And I thought, well, that sucks. I don't like that title. I don't like that label. So I decided, with no knowledge of, project management or estimating or anything, that I'd figure out a way to go in and use what I knew from all the tech being used in the company to figure out a way to move the black line further away from the red line. And at one company, I spent 8 years doing that. And when I left, I saved that company a total of $900,000 a year. And when I left there, I left them 4 3.5-inch binders full of all my notes and how-tos and everything on how to run all of those systems. And within 2 months of my being gone, the replacement managed to have them down for 6 weeks because they didn't pay attention. I don't know if I'll ever try college again. I don't know.
I agree to what you say, Crypto, because people will not be learning if they are not willing or ready to learn. I do think that the issue is that by the time people do want to learn, they may have been part of the workforce and enjoyed a lifestyle that they got used to with the money that they earn, that for them to go and lose all that, most people might have a mortgage or have kids or whatever. For them to lose that income, they can't really afford to have one less income and then go studying, which might also, cost some money. I know there's, some ways or another to do it less expensive. But yeah, generally speaking, what you said is resonating with me. But for me personally, even if I knew what I wanted to study right now, I wouldn't be able to do it because I wouldn't be able to finance that. Like I don't have the money to not have an income, and at the same time spend money for the studying. It would be really hard to do that, especially after you got used to a certain lifestyle for the last 20 years.
Yeah, I mean, I know people go back, when they're older, Um, I'm 49, and for me, I think it might possibly be an even bigger culture shock than when I went the first time.
Yeah, especially because you would be surrounded by people much younger than you, right? That would be adding just a whole nother level.
So, how young are the men in college these days? 25, maybe? I don't know.
Really, Sandra? Really,
God.
really,
I'm
Sandra?
kidding.
Think with your other head.
I'm here all week,
Oh
Peter.
man,
All week.
can I help you, ma'am? Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Well, yes, you can, young man. I'm Professor Sandra. Maybe you can take me to the office.
They
wanted
may
to.
be my footstool, maybe. I don't know.
Why don't you use those student loans for something important? You're obviously not learning anything in school, but you have access to the credit. Let me show you. You know what? With your student loans and my savvy.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, you know how many people wasted their like student loans on just fucking utter bullshit? It's just like utter bullshit.
I had a friend in college, and I wish I had listened to him when we were in college, because he took out all of his student loans and bought cryptocurrencies. And he was like, "Yeah, you should just do it." I was like, "Dude, that's illegal." And he was like, "No, dude, trust me. Like, you can take out extra loans and just you spend it on Bitcoin." And I was like, "No, man, I'm not going to." And he did that, and then he bought a Mercedes because he sold all of his Bitcoin and bought a Mercedes with all of his Bitcoin and didn't hold on to it. But he spent like, I don't know, like $10,000 extra on student loans just to buy Bitcoin, and then sold it all, and then got himself a Mercedes and was like driving around campus one day, or like, yeah, driving around campus, and was like, "Yeah, Bitcoin got me this." And I was like, "Bro, what the hell are you doing? Like, what's going on?" And he's just like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'm gonna drop out of school and go do crypto." And I haven't heard from him since, but maybe he hit it big, maybe he didn't. I don't think anyone who took out student loans to buy Bitcoin to sell it for a car was probably the right kind of person to get into it in the early stages. But anyone
A lot of startups saved their entire company by investing in Bitcoin while their business idea went to shit. And the only thing they ended up doing good with the startup funding was actually just hold it in Bitcoin. By the way, guys, say hi to Roland down there. Roland, remember I talked about the record label in Ghana and the e-learning videos I'm doing? That's Roland down there. So I've been talking about the legend of Roland for a while. So say hi, everyone.
Hi, Roland.
Hi,
Hey,
Roland.
guys, I got to cut it short tonight. I've got something I forgot I was supposed to do. So, love you guys. See you later.
Bye. Fix.
I just want to, just for a few seconds, just for Lagertha and Melody, I have a lot of respect for you guys, and wasn't trying to minimize what you were saying. I can get wrapped up into data world because all I see is numbers all the time. And what you're saying was great. However, there are opportunities that are just not very popular opportunities in their programs to help people that people just don't know about. And it's just a lot of information out there. And it's not a fault or anything wrong with it. It's just, you just have to have the proper guidance. I think what Zach was saying, like, for me, it starts in the home. Like I wanted to major in creative writing, and my dad was like, "That's great, but here's something better." Do you know what I mean? Like,
here's the thing is, like, right now with the Army, right this second, I'm getting my bachelor's. So if I didn't go to traditional school with a scholarship, and then take out extra student loans to like keep my roof over my dad's head, like, I'd have no student debt because I was on a full lacrosse scholarship. And then now I'm in the Army, and I'm going to finish my bachelor's degree and get one master's degree all paid for by the Army with TA, tuition assistance, and then I can spend money and get a second master's degree through the Army for only $10,000. And then I can get out of the Army at 40 and go to a top school for like business. I can go and get an MBA at like Wharton and Harvard for free using my GI Bill and the Yellow Ribbon program. So like,
I thought we're going to apply for a presidency.
yeah, that's after all that, right? So like,
He's going to be nominated for presidency.
yeah,
Gonna be possible. I'm telling you.
No, but it's just like, I don't think, like, right now, the fact that the U.S. military has the lowest recruiting numbers in the last, like, 50 years is really telling, because we're not at war, and it's a 3.5-year commitment, and then you get totally free all of that, what I just said. Like, and I really think it's an issue with the visuals, the fact that we're making it look like you have to be Captain America when there's so many mundane desk jobs that people should want to join to get the free college, get some sort of career experience, and then they can go, well, now I have some career experience, I have some discipline, I have some accountability, I have some ways of looking at life different. Now I can go to college and pick something that's going to be successful. Oh, wait, I actually already finished my bachelor's. Let me use this GI Bill that I have for a master's degree, or, law school or something else. So
That's
I don't know.
not
I
how
just,
20-year-olds think these days.
Well, no. Let's look at the recruiting history in the United States of America for how it got its bodies. I mean, that's a huge problem, right? With the draft, discrimination. I mean, it hasn't always been on the up and up, right? So there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of misunderstanding, and there's been a lot of bastardization in the process. So there's a reason why people
and I
don't want
also
to.
think, and I think that you can't have an organization that doesn't change the tactics of who they think of, right? It used to be sit down, shut up, private. You're not smart, right? And just listen to what I'm saying. And I think that even the military has a leadership problem where leaders don't know how to deal with an educated populace as followers, right? Privates in the military are more educated than ever, and leaders don't know how to deal with that. Just like a lot of leaders in business don't know how to deal with employees that have this level of understanding with leadership issues, toxic work environments, things like that. Those same thing apply to soldiers who are coming in. And until we start, that's why, like, that's one of the reasons why I really want Win the War to work, and why I'm so selective of who I pick, is because I need to get the best people who understand how to deal with soldiers of that level and are of the highest integrity, because those are the ones who are getting out. Those are the leaders who are getting offers from companies and getting out of the Army and never getting to a level where they can make change. And so I have to figure out a way to create a system or a platform that gives them the ability to supplement their income to keep them in the military, so that they can get to the higher up positions, so they can make changes to the regulations, so that we can start doing some of these things and start having some of those conversations. Because until then, we're going to have a national crisis where we're not going to be able to recruit, because we don't understand the people we're trying to recruit. And I think that that's 100%, Ruckus, you're right, is like,
People in their 20s do not want to have to do anything with war, period. At least European ones. I don't know, American might be different because there's a whole different culture around it. But in Europe, you do not get a single 20-year-old to sign up for the military or anything along those lines. It's just not happening. Those people are sick of it. They just do not want to have anything to do with it. That's just morally wrong for them on so many levels.
well, I mean, the other option is like a lot of the Baltic countries who are facing those issues. It's a conscript force. where every individual that's of a certain age has to serve. Do I think the US would ever go to that? No, because studies have shown that before every major conflict, most of the force was not very well trained, proficient, or like large. And then when the war happened, like people talk about like the World War II and Vietnam draft and be like, oh man, like the draft, like more people were enlisting of their own free will than there were like people needing to be drafted. That's just the way it was.
Yeah, but what was the quality of the? So my dad was drafted, all right. So, and to your point, you just said that the problem with making people serve is training. So my dad at 19 had a great job in a factory, making more money than he's ever made, was plucked away and drafted and trained, and he was very successful, you know, in the military. So we've done that before, right? We've drafted people. The problem is the quality and the quantity. So those who signed up, right, or volunteered, what were they? Were they trainable? Were they the dredge? Were they were they, what were the difference between the ones that were volunteered and the ones that were drafted?
Let me and I'm going to say
I
something that a lot of people are not going to like, but it doesn't matter because at a certain point, when it comes to war, we have to realize that there's a certain number of people that are just going to be meat shields. And that's an unfortunate fact of it, because it's just overwhelming force.
So who are going to be the meat shields?
I mean, that's probably what 70% if we went to like a large scale combat operation. Like if we went to a large scale combat operation like what's happening in Ukraine, we have to get used to the entirety of the 20 years of the war in Afghanistan and Iraq, right? Like look at the number of losses for US forces and compare that to the losses in like World War II, right? It's minuscule. We lost more US soldiers to suicide in 1 year than we lost, I think, in the whole 20 years of Iraq and Afghanistan.
But who are the meat shields? The meat shields are the ones. Is it fair to say that the ones that don't want to be there?
No.
Well, hold on a second. That's historically we can look back and we can see the leadership that avoided going to the military. The rich didn't go to the military. The poor did. They were drafted. They were the meat shields. That's another fact that we don't want to. We don't want to. It's a hard fact.
No,
it's a hard truth. But that's true, right?
But I 100% agree with you, right? As I think that it's right. Is like the poor and the discriminated against have historically been the ones that were drafted, which is why I don't ever want to have to go to a draft military. I think that when push comes to shove, if a conflict, what I'm saying is like we shouldn't go to a conscript force just because we aren't meeting the recruiting numbers. What I think that what needs to happen is like I said earlier, is like go to a civilian force where there's civilians that aren't doing PT, that are taking care of some of the more mundane tasks so that people who are soldiers can focus on being soldiers. Like right now, there are soldiers who are manning gates at base instead of focusing on their task to be lethal and proficient. There are soldiers who are like washing dishes instead of focusing on their tasks, right? Which is why we're having an issue with keeping people in, because they don't want to do those things. They want to do the job they signed up to do. And so I think that there's a huge issue on both ends there, so that we can get away from recruiting just from the poor and continue to make this look like it's a valuable lesson and you can get free college and to change your entire family's history by spending 3.5 years in a peacetime army to try and move towards something better for yourself. I don't know.
But that is only ever going to be attractive to people that are either discriminated or having lower incomes and need this desperately to get out, which is what I assume Rackus was angling at. If you want this to be fair and equal for everybody, you will have to draft everybody and get everybody get that basic, I don't know, training to, in case of that everybody at least had that basic training. Because what you said is only going to be really enticing and attractive for someone who is, I don't know, homeless, who has a bunch of siblings that aren't fed, that doesn't have a solid roof over their head, that doesn't know how to, feed all the mouth. It's never going to be attractive to someone who's rich and has been very privileged in their life, unless they come from, a military background and the family forces them to do it. And then those people aren't either.
And that's where I think that if Win the War is able to pair a very skilled veteran or active duty person with startup founders and entrepreneurs who are going to be those wealthy individuals down the road who are going to have kids who one day are like, hey, I don't know what I want to do. Those parents are not going to say, stay away from the military. They're going to see the value in it, and it's going to make things more equitable because you're actually having individuals at the top going, oh yeah, you are, go into the military. It's going to be good, right? Maybe.
Yeah, you just proved what I said. That either nobody's gonna, like, young people right now are not gonna like military, period. The only way you get people in still is when people are disadvantaged, have no money, and that's the only way they can see them.
So what you're saying is instead of taxing the rich, you should draft the rich?
That's what you said. I'm just saying these people that are poor then made something out of themselves via the military. And Zach just said, oh, now that these people have kids, they're going to force their kids to go to the military and show them all the good stuff. But I'm telling you, these kids will be revolting because they find it morally so wrong. These kids will not go unless they are forced. And then you have the whole shit all over again. And you have shitty people in the military that are only there because they want to make their dads happy. It's I don't think it's gonna work that way.
Then we better get used to. Oh, I think Then I think we better get used to a world where what is happening in Ukraine is more normalized, because that's what's going to continue to happen.
Then so be it. It's not this. If this country wasn't so discriminatory and there wasn't so many isms, then it'll be fine. But because it has picked and choose who fought, who were the meat shields, then that's the problem that the country started. It is what it is. I won't send my children. My father, who was drafted at 19, said, "You have no business in a white man's war." And that's how I was raised. And from that, because my father was the children of civil rights, my father was a Black Panther. When he got out of the military, he was a nigger. That's it. That's what the American has shown people of color. There's isms, divisions, racism, even in the military. And people of color are not sending their children to the military. There's going to be a huge problem because Gen X or Gen Z is small. There are no bodies. I mean, there just aren't. So they'll have to figure out something else. Because people of color, we're doing better. We're doing well. We have jobs. We're educated. We don't need to go into an army that doesn't respect us.
I think that's the conundrum and I think like Agatha mentioned, is that with more developed countries, the military is a less attractive option, let alone just getting enough people to train as plumbers or electricians. Like people would rather try and make money on the internet or some easier way. But of course, you can't have everyone doing that. The societal impacts. But I was it the other thing I was thinking about was an episode of The Simpsons where you might have seen it, where Bart and Lisa got sent off to military school, and then when they graduated from military school, then the head instructor was saying, in the future you won't actually be fighting a war, but wars will be fought by robots, but we'll need people to maintain those robots.
I agree. The war will be with drones and other automation, but it will not be with bodies. I mean, the country.
Whenever I hear like a war of drones, I hear a war of people that are boring, like people who drone on and on and on. Am I the no? Just me. All right.
It's just you.
It's really just really boring. How do we keep the people not paying attention? Just make it really boring.
No, I mean, automation is where it is. I mean, and Zach has a great point. The military has bodies there already. They're just not utilizing the bodies. And with automation and drones, the military will be fine. The process and the leadership will have to adjust, in my opinion.
Go ahead, user man.
Oh, cool. I was like, wait, did I lose everybody? What's up? Oh, dude, Zach, I gotta agree with you. Yeah, I was Army. My son's a Marine. I intimately know all the horror stories of how, why is we've got these agencies, right? They get super pumped with funding and get pretty much all the lickies and chewies they want. But regular branches of the military, and everything is done the old way. Everything, except there's new tech now, computer systems and shit. But I mean, it's still the same old way of doing things. They haven't, we've refused to budge on 100-year-old ways of doing shit. Come on, it's time to get with the times. But trying to convince the U.S. government that, I mean, it's impossible. I mean, you can't. Too big of a machine to try to communicate through.
I mean, I want to say that throughout the world, the U.S. Army is grand. So somehow, somewhere, something's good and something's right.
True.
So, I want to say in my peers, I have a few people when I was in my 20s that went on to the military or the Army and joined. Sadly, two of my friends got medical retire. What is that called?
Medically retired. Yeah.
So I guess it's lucky for them that they didn't have to do it was early on in their stage. So, but at this point, I see one in particular. Her life has gotten so much together. So
that's the point. Yeah. And that's the point I wanted to chime in on. I mean, I won't give you my life story, but basically I'll give you the quick version is I was this hood rat street kid, just couch surfing, whatever it took to survive, slept outside even. And the only place I had to go was the Army. I didn't choose the Army out of necessity. I chose the Army out of necessity. I didn't choose the Army out of, love for it. I mean, I kind of thought about it when I was a kid all the time because my grandpa was a drill instructor, but it was the fact that was the emergency parachute fallback plan before complete homelessness and death. So I'm like, yeah, gonna do it. And that is, you're right. That is actually a large majority, especially our younger people, I agree with you, by the way. The people in their 20s, the millennials, quote unquote, that I've been getting to know lately, oh yeah, not a damn one of them want to join the military. Not even, it don't matter. They're so sick and tired of all the bureaucratic garbage BS and powdered wig wearers of the world running us. They see it with crystal vision, kind of like the big revolution that happened in the 60s sort of thing. They're done. They're tired of many years of war, and they're fed up, and they refuse. But still a pretty good pool of people. I honestly, okay, I don't trying to figure out the best way to say this. So since we're looking at this from a worldly view, right? Global view. I mean, it's a problem globally. I agree and disagree with parts of the way Israel runs their government as far as the 2 years of mandatory service. I believe it's still 2 years. I got to double check and make sure.
Well, where would we get all of our cybersecurity software if not for cybersecurity Israeli military folks?
Right, true. And so the thing is, I will tell you my jabbering. Sorry about that. I would not be the person that I am if it were not for the U.S. Army, just to let you know. So, and it was a very short experience. I wasn't active duty for very long, but it still changed me. It changed my habits, my behavior, my drive to get shit done. Like it pulled my head out of my ass and forced me to pull my head out of my ass. I had no choice but to pull my head out of my ass because I was forced to. And it's a really hard concept for most people to understand. And so by majority, most human beings, I'm sorry to be brutal, are fucking lazy. I mean, you have to force people to do things, and that's why our leaders force us to do things all the time, because we're lazy. We won't do what we're told
Yeah, but
unless
that
we're forced
would
to.
be good
Ultimately,
if everybody got that, right? If everybody went through a program and call it a socialized program
well,
or get
yes.
your
So okay,
back
so
program.
agreed. Yes, for like social services. So rather than do it the way Israel does, and they're all police and military, you have to be a cop, police, or military for minimum 2 years. I think is what they say at 18. 18 years old. I think that's a little too much. That's too forceful. How about just any civil service or public works service of your choice at
That's
18
what
years old?
Germany did for like I don't know how many years.
And then a requirement for a minimum of a 2-year contract. From the time you're 18, you're going to go to work for a professional service somewhere, providing to the community. No
Yep.
ifs, ands, or buts about it. Required for a minimum of 24 months, and you can do whatever the fuck you want for the rest of your life. I think that would actually fix everything.
Like a civil duty kind of service.
Yeah, I mean, McDonald's is going to be run by robot arms soon, anyhow. So what does that matter?
User, you you guys are in the military. I'm not, right? But I'm in the world, right? So I know at my job there are all these isms. I know that in the church are a lot of isms. I know in my neighborhood are isms, classism, racism, sexism, all that, the isms.
Human condition, yeah.
Yeah. And since government hasn't changed, how is the military any different? Is it different? Does it have the isms? Does it have the problems in leadership the corporations have?
Yep.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, some people who go to church, people who are in church will invite someone to church, and that person goes to church and it says, "Wow, this is just like the world. Why would I want to go there if this place is just like my job? If this place is just like my neighborhood, there's no peace here. There's no rest here. I'm just not going to go."
But I think that there's also a group of individuals who would rather try to change that instead of just avoiding it.
Yeah, but that happens in corporations. It happens at my job. Give me something different.
And that'll happen in the
everywhere,
military, and that'll happen in the government, but not if everyone avoids it.
Yeah, and a lot slower.
This is a weird thing to say, but I want to see if I can work out this thought. Would you can I say that the program of the Army is kind of what all of the US wants? They want the medical, they want the insurance, they want the guidance, they want the structure, they want the support, they want the community. Isn't that what we, the voters, as of late, want? And isn't this the company or the entity that actually has it and employs it and deploys it or whatever? Like that everybody else
But
really.
is it created equal?
Well,
Is it created equal?
What the
I
fuck is
mean,
equal, man? What
yeah,
the
that's
fuck is
nothing.
equal?
You only
Right.
get equalities on chalkboards. Everything else is a
Exactly.
normal distribution.
Okay, so why
I think
invest in
Melody I just want to say, I think Melody kind of hit the nail on the head. I think everything that Mel said is the reason that Zach has his business, because the military provides so much resources behind developing leaders. So it makes sense to not waste that resource. I want to close this up in the next kind of 10 minutes, but I've been enjoying this. And Zach had a good day today, getting the attention of maybe, the people at the bottom of Robinhood and Uber. So that's not a small accomplishment. You can see how it all happened at the top.
I would like to say, Ruckus, I gave you a follow. I would love to have a conversation about this, just one on one. I'd love to hear your.
What?
Sorry, I got a phone call, but
What?
I'd love to hear what you're thinking about, and what your point of view is on all of this, because I continuously say the only way that we get more proficient and we're ready for the future is by increasing diversity. That's the only way we can be better for the future, and diversity of opinion. And so I'd love to have that conversation with you.
Absolutely. And just, I'm not angry.
You have every right to be angry, though.
Well,
yeah, no, and
I mean, well, look at our last look at 2008 from my perspective, right? Everything in this country that people didn't know happened. There, people didn't know about the isms. I did. I grew up. There are two Americas. I grew up in both of them. Some Americans grew up in one of them. Okay, to me, Trump was a gift. He was a gift to the country because not a lot of people knew about the isms. They know now, and I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
And that's why
right?
I want to have that conversation, because if you don't expand your sphere of individuals that you can go, hey, what do you think about this, and get different opinions, then you're living in ignorance. And as a white man in the military, I'll never be able to understand. I hate when people are like, I understand where you're coming from, because I'll never understand where you're coming from. I can only empathize to so far, but I can expand that empathy if I can talk and have those conversations and try to learn. So I'd love to have that conversation with you.
You got it. I appreciate it, and thank you for talking and listening. And I really enjoyed hearing what you had to say. But definitely, let's get together and talk.
I wanted to quickly extend on what Melody said, which I felt was pretty much aligned with what I said, that the only reason young people will join military is because there are certain things in that the military provides that they are doing a trade-off kind of thing. So they get the health care, they don't pay as much taxes, I believe is correct. They they get the support, they get the leadership, they get all that stuff that
I
they
pay
don't.
the exact same amount in taxes.
Do you?
Yep,
Okay.
same. Yeah, and
Like that.
it's the
It's
training. It's the training, the education, the benefits, the ability to pay for college. I mean, all the things that come with it that you can use as tools in your tool basket. It's such a huge basket dangled in front of you when you're low on resources. It's absolutely impossible to pass up. Really, I mean, for me, it was no brainer. Food, shelter, water. Get educated. Get fit, in shape. Oh God, was I in shape? I mean, yeah, all of it. But it depends
yeah.
on the personality type too.
You can't really catch people with this anymore unless they grew up in an environment where all they were deprived of this. And like Melody said, all these things that Americans are looking for, to use her words, also, if that was, offered by a politician through the government, everybody would be running and screaming about, socialism and communism and all that. So when Melody said that, I was like, yeah, the military is pretty much a communist socialist state. So, why does every American want that was deprived by the government from these things, but also doesn't want the government to take over these things because, the military is the biggest operation in the US government, I believe. That's where the most money goes.
I
So
love your point of view.
it's a bit mind-boggling for me, but I'm not American, clearly, so can't say too much about it. That was just what
This helps us with clarity. Honestly, that's like what was just brought up. Of the discussions, the diversity, the diversity of location. Even, I mean, you're not in the thick in the middle of seeing what's going in our dirty soup over here. It's pretty bad. I mean, but what do we do? I mean, we've got global issues. This isn't just isolated to here. This is a lot of global stuff. But I love your perspective because I'd actually love to ask you questions about, what is it like on your side of the hemisphere? I mean, how is the geopolitical environment? How are nervous people or are people? I mean, is mental illness on the rise like it is here? I mean, we're having these swaths of issues. I'm kind of curious.
I would love to answer that question, but I want to be respectful of the
Not
host.
now. Not now.
Shut it.
No, sometime.
On the Syndicate.
No, I'm more interested in helping drive technology and community together and stop sloppily throwing around the word community, but actually drive it. I won't go into my experiences and stand on my soapbox, but that is my purpose. That's what I'm here for. I'm a technologist. Have ate, sleep, and breathed technology since I was a little kid, sticking things in wall sockets. So I'm a good resource, and I consider myself a good soul. So I'm just gonna chill and listen for a while. And if you ever need me, reach out, hit me up.
Thank you, user Melon. That's cute.
Hi, Userman. We met in a different space, but it's good to see you again. You may not remember me, though.
Oh, yeah, I remember you.
Dan, sorry, has your hand been up this whole time?
Yeah, I've got someone
Oh man,
remotely.
they were such assholes, dude. I'm so sorry.
No worries. I was actually I left it up because someone's working remotely on my PC at the moment, so sometimes I need to message them. They're doing some troubleshooting, but yeah, I've just been listening in. But yeah, so this whole thing about trying to get people into the military, and I think Zach was, outlined some of the advantages of why people, the benefits that people would get from joining the military, but then if still a lot of people don't want to end up as meat shields, and I think as well, people are less brainwashed today than they used to be in the past. So if there was a major war, a lot of people would probably be like, fuck this, I'm going to do everything I can not to go, even if it requires moving to another country. So there's not the same nationalism that there used to be. And yeah, I hear what people are saying, like, oh, well, you're going to end up with situations like Ukraine more often. And that's right. So you may have a situation where, maybe a forced conscript or whatever they call it. But yeah, these days, I think as well, you're going to have a hard enough trouble just keeping people in the actual physical world, because people are now going to be entering into virtual worlds, and it's something I've been thinking more about. And in particular, I've been reading this book, which is really good. It's called Reality Plus, and if you guys don't mind, I could read a paragraph from one of them, and it's, can you lead a good life in a virtual world? So I'll just read the first few sentences. So the year is 2095. Earth's surface is a wreck, a casualty of nuclear warfare and of climate change. You can live in a hard scramble existence. avoiding gangs, dodging mines, with your main aspiration being survival. Or you could lock your physical body in a well-protected warehouse and enter a virtual world. Let's call this the reality machine. In the machine, you'll be more comfortable than in a physical reality. The world is much safer. There's plenty of pristine territory for everyone. Most of your friends and family are already there. There are plenty of opportunities to build a community and make a difference. You face a choice. Will you enter the reality machine?
Giddy up.
I'll take that as a yes.
Like, I would. You don't think I would take it for a test drive for 72 hours? Sounds like a Lamborghini. Or a Volvo. Whatever I want to drive in my 72 hours, right?
I'm going to say, Userman, go ahead, and then we'll just close out the space because we have to shut it down.
No problem. I just wanted to comment really quick. Oh my God, did you see the Matrix flash in your head or what? Could you imagine? I mean, the government controls everything already. Imagine them controlling the warehouses. We're just plugged in and sleeping in there, and they're just like, yep, there we go. We don't even have to manipulate them this way anymore. Ew. No. I'm into security. We need to get that figured out quick.
Yo, Matios.
Watagwan.
Where you up on? You're feeling good. You're feeling nice.
You're late to the party, buddy.
I know. We were just about to shut this down.
Oh no, even better.
Wait, what?
Think.
Open.
Don't worry,
No.
Matthias. I said plenty of white stuff.
Yeah, he got you covered,
Just
Matthew.
for you.
Yeah. Balance.
Oh, fuck. Was that Zach?
What up? I'm back. You missed me, I know.
All right, hey, I gotta log off, you guys. I'll JK. I don't got time. I don't got time
That's
to do that
commitment.
today, Zach.
That's commitment.
You win, Zach. You win. All right. But anyway,
I'm back, and now you're gonna see me all the time again.
Hey,
how
finally.
do you feel?
Oh, fuck, you're back. Well, I mean, I'm happy, bro. Welcome back. I forgot you left. Jeez, Louise.
No, he just left. He didn't left.
Yeah, I just left. I didn't leave.
Oh, you ain't leaving.
I'll find out.
You'll
find
know
out
if
if I'm
he leaves. Yeah.
Nice.
I'll find out if I'm leaving in the next couple of weeks. So,
hey, nice.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, nice that we could have.
Oh yeah, now I see. Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah. Wait, so there's a possibility that Great. No, if I could have it my way.
Yeah, I'd just be gone.
No. Nah, we would all be speaking American English the way it should be, but I get it. People have their boundaries and all this other bullshit.
You know I love you, Matthias. All right. Mike, you can close down the space. I'm gonna run. Literally and figuratively.
I need a sad face emoji.
Oh.
I need all the emojis.
Oh.
Quite the roller coaster.
Wait, how do you change emoji? Nah, never mind. I'll save it for the next space because I've noticed. Aww. I need to get a soundboard. That's amazing.
All right, before I close this out, I think for me the highlight, let's do this. For me, the highlight of the day was listening to DeFi Kids' music. That was really good. Really, really good. Like, I was surprised. I shouldn't be. That sounds bad, but I was surprised at how good it was.
No, I was surprised too. That was impressive. It was very wowing.
Hey, Wonder Woman.
Hey, what's up?
I Wonder Woman.
I thought that I couldn't hear anything. I thought it was my phone that was having an issue or Twitter, but were you guys just for real being quiet?
No, we were about to close this down.
What?
I never know how to close these down.
No!
To be honest with you. It's so difficult.
Come on.
We
We need to peer pressure Matthias into opening.
Yeah, Matthias, you need to open up a space.
Come on, Matthias.
Spanish only. Peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure. It's only 6 o'clock.
Hey, you guys have a good night. I'll JK.
JK.
Yeah, JK. I'll open it. I'm down.
All right, guys, take it easy.
Wait. Horned horse. Wait. I have a question for Mrs. Unicorn.
Hold on, let me walk over.
No, that's not true. I'm sorry. I just thank you for even honoring that. I was just trying to.
Yeah.
The fact
absolutely.
the fact that you even would, bro. Like, no, I had nothing. I was just yelling, and I was like, damn, this man is just too good. He's too good to
From
me.
one Ontario to another.
You feel me? It's like, wow, I don't deserve you, bro.
Horned horse.
From sea to shining sea.
Your new name is Horned Horse now. I'm gonna call you that.
It's the Horned Horse. That is his name.
Horned Horse.
He changed it.
Yeah. See, before I let you go, do you remember what a monad is?
I do.
All right, give it to me. This is how we'll end off.
That's fucking lit. It's the category of functors that map two categories.
I love it. Yeah.
But the computer scientists, it would be one functor is a monad. Hey man, I've been dreaming because of Ahmed. It's been fucking lit.
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
5 minutes in a closet with Ahmed, and you walk out like,
yo,
oh.
I walk different.
Telling you, he goes. That guy will go as deep as you want. Does that make sense?
He's already there. He's like
Yeah.
a tentacle monster of concepts, if you will.
Yeah, why don't we just take it to the complex plane? What the fuck do you mean? Let's just take it to the complex plane.
Yeah, that part.
He's glossing over. And when you realize, oh no, he actually means that. And he understands what he means when he says that, fucking scary.
Man. I just need 44 more years. I'll be right there.
Or you need him on your board.
That part. I was going to say, not because he's old. I'm just that dumb. That's all I mean.
Wait, are you going for presidency too, together with Zach? That would be something.
He's starting as governor of California.
Wait, what is Zach? Where does Zach live? I'll go reside. JK, sorry. I mean, I don't know what we're talking about, though.
All right, guys. We'll see you soon. Thanks for the explanation of the monad, Matthew.
Got him.
Not easy to do.
It's too fire.
Not easy to do. Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right, so we're shutting this down, but Matthias wants you in his next space.
Got him.
Bye.
All right, guys.
Adieu.
Do it, Matthias. Bye, Michael. Bye, y'all.
Bye.